Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Saint Ansgar, Iowa. It's District Track Night here in Saint Ansgar. We got some eyeballs out there. That's good. That's always reassuring, knowing that our stream is indeed live. Candle Genius here with Duke Scoop and Not Your Average Joe. We have got a treat for you tonight. It's District Track. We've got 15 teams here tonight, Joe?
15 teams here in Saint Ansgar tonight. Let me get you a rundown of said teams.
While Joe's loading those up, I got to tell you, we're going to kick this off, and I got to warn you ahead of time. This is completely gluten-free. It's GMO-free, but there is your recommended daily allowance of entertainment value is 300%. So if you've already experienced 100% of your recommended daily allowance of entertainment value, we caution you. But we're in for a good one here tonight.
This would be a fun one. We got Belmont, Clemmy, Clear Lake Classical, Lake Mills, Nashua Plainfield, Newman Catholic, North Butler, North Iowa, Northwood, Kensett, Riceville, Rockford, South Wind of Kelmer, St. Ansgar, Turkey Valley at Jackson Junction, West Fork, and West Hancock. So this will be a fun one. 15 teams here. There are student athletes as far as the eye can see here in St. Ansgar. There are people everywhere. So great to see. This is obviously St. Ansgar's first opportunity to host this district track meet, and we couldn't be happier to have it here and to bring it to you live on Saints TV for those folks who couldn't be here. So for those of you from places like perhaps Southwind of Kelmer who haven't experienced Saints TV yet, because I don't think we've played you since Saints TV launched in any sport. So welcome. You're in for a treat. We our mission here in Saints TV is to get a little better each time. This is our 1, 2, 3. Is this our fourth run at a track meet?
It sure is.
Is that right? So
it sure
fourth
is.
attempt, and this one will be the best of four. We've got a lot of cool stuff going on here. Thanks to Duke Scoop and Candle Genius, who made all this happen from a technical perspective tonight. We got some cool camera views and some cool stuff going on. So, event tonight looks like this. 4 o'clock, the field events started, and I think they're still giving instruction and doing some of that kind of stuff. So, we're going to get discus, shot put, high jump, and long jump underway here shortly. The running events start at 4:45 with the girls' sprint medley relay. From there, we'll go to boys' sprint medley, and then we'll repeat girls first, boys second throughout the night.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun here. Kicking off here with the field events. It's almost a soft start, but it's very real. For us up here, we're going to do our best to kind of show you what's going on downstairs, upstairs. From upstairs, we'll show you what's going on downstairs with our field cams. Thank you, by the way, to St. Ansgar's stream team. We got a group of high school students out there helping us out tonight to get some of this footage. Hopefully we'll see some nice interviews from those guys too. It's always exciting to listen to those students talk to their fellow classmates, and hopefully members from other teams as well. We'll see how courageous they are tonight.
You get your first live look at some graphics that we're going to be running here throughout the night. And this is some of the cool stuff I was talking about that we'll have available for you. So girls shot put. We'll get started with 2 flights. Here's your entries from your 15 teams. It looks like about 25, if my Mitchell County math is holding up. 25 entries here in the shot put for the girls. Boys discus underway there as well. We got the ultimate Zoom going on right now here at the at the field events. So do we have girls throwing shot put first and boys throwing discus? Is that what I'm seeing?
That is correct.
Gotcha.
I did flash the seed entry for the girls shot put there for a little bit. I didn't get quite all of the field events ready in time, so I don't have we have all of the girls shot put, but like some of the. I got the boys shot put, but I don't have the discus lined up quite yet. I'll see if I can get that in for you. But I'm sure it's the results that you really want to see anyway, see how they do and perform. And we will be showing you those results live throughout the night. Well, not quite live. It'll be slightly delayed. And that is dependent. As soon as we get them, we will give them to you. So
that's going to be cool. So you don't need to flip back and forth or go different places. We're going to have it all right here. We'll get you those field event results as we have them. And then, of course, we'll bring you the action on the track here as live as we can. One of the things, if you watched last time, we had several, just from our view up here in the Saints TV press box, we can lose our view of the finish line, right? And especially in those hundreds and 200s where there's a tenth of a second or less separating first, second, and third. Sometimes it's hard for us to tell from this perspective. So we added a camera that is going to help us tonight, and you're going to love to see that. So hang around. We've got a solution for that. Can we figure out the photo finish before the photo finish people figure out the photo finishes?
I'll bet we can.
I think we can.
I'll bet we can. It's not our goal to put them to shame by any means. It's just to enhance the view for our audience, right?
Exactly.
But
right.
I bet we can.
Exactly right.
Okay. So we got several things going on right now. We've got shot put and discus. We've got high jump going on right now. Long jump going on right now. Duke, remind everybody, I got the girls here on the high jump. We also have girls on the other events as well. Is that what you have over there, Duke?
Yes, I was just showing the shot put, but here's some of the high jump stuff going on. And we'll get those results for you when we can. But they just started, so hang tight. Sit back, enjoy the lovely afternoon we're going to have coming your way.
Yes, indeed.
A lot of events, a lot of student athletes, and a lot of helpers, like you already said, from the Saints TV stream team helping us out tonight, putting the show on. And I'll say it right away, shout out to all of the volunteers helping to run this event from the community, stepped up. And, I mean, it takes a whole village to run a track meet like this. So buckle up, folks. Should be a good one.
Yeah, I agree. It takes so many. I think probably every high school, junior high and high school student here in St. Ansgar is helping out with this meet. As we zoom in on the jump there from Riceville. If you're enjoying watching our stream, you can take a look there in the lower left-hand corner. Saints TV uses a platform called Give Butter. We've had some tremendous donations from the citizens of St. Ansgar and other communities who have really enjoyed watching us from afar if they can't make it to these games. 100%, by the way, 100% of the proceeds donated go back to Saints School. We've had some really, really nice opportunities this year to share in some of that. We had a Saints TV, the first ever Saints TV scholarship. 8 students each received $1,000 toward their college athletics, those who are going to athletics in college next year. So that was really, really fun for us. We've also got, there's obviously to run the stream, there's equipment needs and things like that. So thank you to our sponsors. We'll be talking about that throughout the show here. The sponsors who have donated for Saints TV advertisement that helps pay for some of the equipment that's needed to keep the stream going. So it's our goal to make each stream better than the last. And as Joe said earlier on, this should be the best track meet we've run yet. We weren't sure. This is our 4th track stream. Our first one, we had no idea. Our second one, of course, we kind of had an idea of like things tend to move fast. Track meets take a long time to run, but what we found is like there is really no break when you start to share the results of the runners and things like that. There is always a lot to talk about in track. So those sponsors who would advertise with us, you're going to hear from them throughout the broadcast as we see fit. And again, several cameras out there covering the action. So we're really, really excited to be bringing this to you here tonight. Live chat is open, I believe. If not, it should be. But in either case, if you have any audio issues, visual issues, questions for us, we're happy to answer in the best way that we possibly can. I believe there's a special treat coming for you. And if you tuned into the last track meet, that might be a little bit of foreshadowing for the special treat that you can expect here tonight. A special guest, a special visitor that many, many people have really appreciated hearing from, will be joining us again tonight.
Who could it be?
Who could it be?
It is confirmed. We talked to him.
He said he'll be back.
All right.
If you watched last time, you know the secret. If you didn't watch last time, stay tuned to Saints TV because we are going to give you a treat. It's a lot of sweets. It's a lot of sweet treats here tonight.
Ooh. It's all right.
Let's see. So we're on the high jump cam. I'm going to go ahead and use that cam. We're going to scope out what's going on here. If you're not here right now, you want to, hey, what's going on? Everyone here is donating their time to do this because we love it and because we know it's important to those who can't be here. So thanks for joining us.
There will be an umpire meeting at 4:15 at the finish line.
In fact, right now you can see on that live screen, you can see Duke is kind of messing with some of the templates and things like that as we prepare for the meet while we bring you the video of the action out on the field. Something new here tonight at Saints TV. One of the things we recognize, and Joe is now back, not your average Joe, welcome back. I was just telling our audience how here on Saints TV, sometimes they just get to hear some behind-the-scenes chatter because we're not like a full-fledged production crew, but we're doing the best job we can with the bodies that we have. So we're pretty good at pretending, and so far no one has insulted us too terribly about it. So with the extra cameras tonight, and Duke is really playing producer with this. He's kind of bopping between screens, messing with graphics. It's probably about 5 people's worth of work that Duke is doing on his own. We got kids out there with cameras and trying to give us the best angle. Something new tonight, we got some walkie-talkies. And it seems a little, I don't know, what do you want to say, like toy. We always bring toys. We have fun with the toys.
Yep.
But it's helping us communicate with the kids in the field, which has been a challenge in the past. So we're working on that. It's working. I think it's better. There's still instances where the communication is a little tough if I'm talking and they start talking, but I'd say it's helpful so far, isn't it?
And it's one of the hardest things to do, they say, is to listen and talk at the same time. And I think that's part of the challenge is this job is, try to, especially for Duke, where he's trying to schedule the production, switch the camera, add something to the broadcast, and listen to whoever's talking in his other ear. So
Duke has 3 sets of headphones on right now.
3 sets. That's no joke.
2 ears and 6 ear spots.
I got one on the interview.
I think, could you just post that?
Yeah. In fact, if you want to, go to Saints TV on Facebook, and you'll find a picture of the 3 headset-wearing Duke Scoop.
Yep, I think it's saintstv.com
Can't really see the one headset,
I'm sorry,
right?
facebook.com/saintstv1.
I got one in my ear under
You
both
can't. You're right.
cans.
You can only see 2. You're right.
You probably airdrop that to Duke's computer and
Yeah.
just drop it to the stream, too.
You guys and your technology, you kids.
I don't know how to do it. I've only
have
seen
up
it
here.
done. It's one of those things I don't know how to do it. I've only seen it done.
That's awesome. Have you, while I stepped away there for a minute to help with a little camera action, did we cover the student aspect of this? We've mentioned the students a couple of times. Do you want to talk about what that involvement looks like from those? The kids?
I don't even know where to start. But hey, you know what? That's actually a great segue to something that I think we need to talk about tonight. I'm going to zoom in on the coaches meeting here real quick. Let's see if we can find that here on the camera. Coaches meeting. Oh, we went a little past it. That's all right. We got a spot here. I believe that's what this is here. Maybe the coaches meeting, which is not live on the broadcast. That's okay. We'll stay there for now.
Yes.
This is officially, guys, the last broadcast of our first full year of Saints TV. We started with baseball as an experiment, right?
Yep.
Summer went great. Did some bunch of baseball games. Heck, even did some youth Bandits baseball, which is our youth traveling program here in Saint Ansgar. We just had a lot of fun over the summer, just figuring a bunch of stuff out. And our setup now looks very, very different than it did then. That translated to an invitation from our school board. Thank you, Mr. Crozier, and thank you from Mr. Culberson for giving us the opportunity to kind of be the streaming service for St. Ansgar Athletics. So we took over in football, volleyball, on the basketball season, wrestling, and now, of course, track. This completes. There he is. Can you see all the headsets? Oh, wait, we're not live on the broadcast
There we
yet.
are. I got them crisscross over my head. It kind of looks like one big one.
It does,
And
yeah.
then I have a walkie-talkie in one of my ears.
Wait, hold
under
on.
both headsets.
We're not live.
We just
Oh, there
throw
it
a
is.
delay.
Oh, it's the delay.
Yes, sorry. My screen, you can't
You're
look
on
at my
YouTube.
screen. Yep, I'm just, because that's my only way.
The Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union encourages positive behavior.
Pride, respect, leadership, and sportsmanship on the court and in the stands.
Remember what a great privilege it is to see your team compete.
Thank you for your attendance. Enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
Oh, all right. Well, we're back.
Oh, we got it back. We're back. Can we see all the commercials?
I just played two of them. I played two of them.
Yeah, 2 boys, 2 girls.
Yeah, one boy, one girl. Should I play all of them right now? We probably should be having this discussion in front of the world. Sorry, folks.
Hey, we said we would. We said we would. We talk openly here in St. CV. So this is, by the way, a state qualifying event for those who are listening. A state qualifying event. Why don't you pay for it? So thank you to our sponsors for making it possible. We couldn't have paid to stream this event without your generous contributions. And again, we'll talk about those sponsors here coming up. We do, with this being a state qualifying event for both boys and for girls, there are certain assets that need to go up on this stream. So we make sure that the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union gets their dues on this one. Make sure we want to thank them for their contributions to making this possible here tonight, as well as Iowa High School Athletic Union, which is the boys' side of that. So we'll see some commercials from each of them, and we have already, and we'll see some more of those tonight as the stream progresses. Thank you, boys and girls unions, for making this possible tonight.
If you're out there in YouTube land and can help us in the comments, a couple things. One, volume. How's our volume? Because we can make some adjustments here on our end if we're too quiet. Two, we have run into that problem every now and again. Two, name pronunciations. If you are Max Beeland's grandma listening out there, and you know his name's not Max Belland, and I keep saying Max Belland, then feel free to chime in and say, hey, it's Beeland. We'd love to have to get their names right. So, and it's hard, and especially tonight. Now we have 15 teams.
15 teams.
A whole bunch of
15
kids.
girls teams and 15 boys teams. That's 30 teams.
Yep.
That's 30 teams.
That's 30 teams with, I don't know, a couple hundred kids in each that we're trying to figure out pronunciations for. So if you can help us, please, you will not hurt our feelings if you say, hey, it's what, Pesci instead of Pescia or something. I think we learned about the North Butler young man that you'll see here in a minute. So anyway, if you know, please help us out there in the chat. Anything else you want to say in the chat, we'll try to monitor that throughout the night. So we'd love to have an exchange there with you, too, any conversation that you want to have. Let's talk a little bit about what happens after tonight. So Candle Genius talked about this being a state qualifying event. So what's that look like? Well, in Class 1A, there are 10 districts. There's 10 of these events around the state tonight. They're all happening tonight. To my knowledge, I don't think anybody got postponed, so they're all happening tonight. And the winner of each race, the winner of each event tonight automatically advances to the state meet next week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at Drake in Des Moines. So that's one for each district, so there's 10, right? 24 teams or individuals, depending on the event, qualify for the state meet. So where did the other 14 come from? Well, they get in on time. Okay, so one automatic qualifier per event, per site, and then the top 14 times after that. That's their way of evening it out, making it fair, right? And you're going to find that tonight. We're going to talk about, hey, there's an event tonight where 5 of the top 30 times in the state this year are all running right here tonight on this track. All 5 of them can get into the state meet. Okay? And quite frankly, I think they probably will. That'll be kind of fun to watch that here tonight. We'll try to give you some clue on those. We're going to guess. So I'm gonna here's my disclaimer for the night right now. I'm going to give you my best guess on that time is close, or that time's, quite frankly, not close, right? Just to try to give you some perspective of, does this team have some hope of making it that finished third, fourth in this event, or is it sort of a nope, this is probably a one and done, the winner's going to get in, and that might be the end of it? Because we're going to see both tonight, where there's going to be races where you're like, all 4 of those teams might get in. That finished within 3/10 of each other, right? And there'll be races where it's pretty obvious that's not going to happen. Don't hold me to it is my disclaimer. So what I have, did some research so we could bring you the best broadcast we could bring you. So I have the last qualifying time from last year. So we can kind of talk about, hey, last year, 1:24 in this event was the last qualifier. That's
going to be great. That'd be really helpful.
That'll help.
Because everything is relative, right? You want relative to last year. What was it? Should be similar this year, maybe.
Exactly. So, and the other test I have is I have the 24th best time in Class 1A in each event run this year. Theoretically, if you run a top 24 time, you have a very good chance of getting into the state meet, right?
Yes.
So we'll have both those numbers for you available tonight. We talked last week in a conference meet about...
Hey, Joe, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you there, but I want to, before you segue away from that.
Yep.
So the top 24 times at the district times, or are we talking season times? Explain that a little bit.
So to qualify, it is times run tonight around the state.
Okay.
So the winner gets in plus the top 14 times tonight.
Perfect.
Yep. So we'll talk about that. And here's the secret and why this isn't a perfect science is everybody's time's getting better tonight. Right? Season's on the line.
Really are.
Kids have been training all year. A lot of kids had the week off. They're ready to go. So there's going to be a lot of good times run tonight throughout the state. So it's hard to say with confidence, that time's getting in. And know for sure. It'll be midnight tonight before guys and gals know for sure if they made it or not.
And important to note there that every one of these district meets, and there's 10 of them happening tonight, as Joe said, every one of these district meets is being timed by an accredited timer, right? So that we know that these times are legit. We know they're perfect. And the very reason why you can't take a look at earlier in the season, well, maybe they had this ridiculously good time, but if it wasn't a verified, vetted timing agency like we're using here tonight, well, then how could that possibly count? So completely levels the playing field for everybody in the state.
Yep, there's no events getting hand time tonight, anything like that. So it is, it's very, very fair. The state's done a nice job of trying to level the playing field as much as possible with these events. Should be a good one tonight. We've got a lot of great athletes here in Saint Ansgar tonight. We're going to talk about it as we go throughout those events. We'll try to give you a little preview and a little recap of what happens in each of those. On the stream right now, we've got the throwing going on. So boys discus, girls shot put, the high jump, and the long jump are going on as we speak. We're going to record some interviews and get those to you if we can throughout the night. And then, of course, we'll get your results when we have them compiled. Just like the state meet, there are multiple flights here with throwers. I believe they each get 3 throws in each of those flights. Then there'll be a finals where they have another three throws. So it will. The throwing events take longer at these qualifying meets than they do at a traditional meet. Look at that. Somebody just tossed the discus like a Frisbee. That was impressive. I don't know who that was, but all I could see was a disc flying through the air about 150 feet by my unofficial measurement. Looks like a red jersey over there giving that thing a toss.
I see a fair amount of shot put going on. I know long jump is going on as well. Are they capturing any of that footage? I'm maybe just looking at the wrong times, and maybe it's not something we can see right now, but...
They were just resetting the bar. It looks like maybe they're lining up to go again.
Long jump. How about long jump?
Oh, long jump. Sorry.
That's all right. I just wasn't sure if that was something they're hitting or not.
I'm like
tasking
here.
Duke doesn't get to talk. I'm actually looking at Duke's screen here, just seeing what's available. I see a track cam going on over there, which is just kids warming up. I know the audience doesn't get to see that. You'll see the track cam soon enough, folks. Shout out to Mike Johnson. Thank you for chiming in. If you have any questions, Joe, about the kids from Southwind, let them know.
He's your guy.
Perfect.
He's your guy.
Perfect. We will. And if you're listening and you're from an area and you want to help us with names, do like Mike did and comment and let us know you're out there and listening, and because we will. Like I said, we want to get kids' names right. I think Eric has said it before in the stream, and that the most important sound you hear is the name of or the pronunciation of your own name. So let's get it right. This is a cool deal. Part of the reason for doing this on Saints TV, one of the reasons we enjoy doing this is create this, what I'll call a legacy or a record of these events. We have daydreams of kids 20 years from now bringing these up at Christmas and saying, hey, do you remember when you qualified for state in the sprint med your senior year? And, showing their children at some point, some of this stuff. And obviously with the power of the internet and YouTube, we intend for these to live on forever. So.
Won't that be amazing? Today it's a dream, and 20 years from now it's going to be a reality. But it starts today. Yep. So thanks, everyone, for your support through the process.
And my point of that was they don't want to bring it up for their kids, and I'm saying their last name wrong, right? They want their name right.
Exactly
when
right.
20 years, they want it to be, why is he calling you that, Dad? I don't know, some idiot. So anyway, you can help us not be silly with that. So we appreciate it. I know some people sometimes go, I don't want to correct them. No, correct us, please. We'd love to have
Keep us honest.
Yep.
Jay Batch, thank you for your shout out. I'm glad to have you tuning in here to Saints TV. And Paige Malvin from Nashville Plainfield, thank you for your shout out. It does matter. It really does. Chime in on these chats. It's an easy thing to do. Even just to let us know you're here is fantastic. If you're in the stands, we're going to have some really, really great things going on. I really encourage you to nudge the person next to you and say, check out Saints TV. These guys are giving us a lot of details on these runners. Things that you don't get from the stands just sitting there. We want to offer a little bit of color to those who are watching from the stands as well. And if you were in the stands right now, you know the music is playing loud. You're probably not able to hear us anyway. I do see some phones out there with Saints TV going on them right now. So thanks if you're listening to us from the stands as well.
Yeah, it's one of the cool things I think that surprised us, right, as we started this, that people are here and watching, doing
Yeah.
both, and so that's kind of fun. And like you said, there'll be reasons to do that tonight. We're going to have results via graphic format on the screen for you. We're going to have heat times and lane assignments as we get to the running events. We'll have all of that lined up there for you as well. Looks like the girls' high jump is officially underway.
Saw a hug there on the last one. Obviously, we don't really know who these girls are. We can probably tell kind of where they're from for the most part. But if you recognize somebody out there, tune in. Keep an eye on it. Our job is to just, our goal here is to show you what we've got and make as much available as we can. Obviously, there's 4 events going on simultaneously in different areas here of the track. But what a great night. Yeah. Rain this morning, but perfect probably for the athletes in the moment.
Honestly, for most of these athletes, probably the best night of track in terms of weather that we've had all season. There is very little wind here on the field. There's a 10-mile-an-hour north wind, but this track sits east and west and is blocked by the entire town of Saint Ansgar, essentially. So a north wind here is a good wind. It basically makes no wind on the track, or very little. It's almost 60 degrees. It's over 60 degrees, 61 degrees. And like I said, pretty well calm here on the field. Across the way, I see Drew Powers getting ready for his long jump. Drew Powers comes in to tonight with the number 2 seed in the long jump. Young man from North Iowa jumped longer than him very early this season. I think it was almost 2 months ago. He jumped over 21 feet. Drew Powers jumped 20 feet 8 inches just last week. So those are the two to watch. Drew flies through the air. Cross there. Obviously, we aren't going to have an exact measurement, but he looks happy. I talked to Drew earlier today. I'll give you a little sneak peek. Drew and I had a conversation about his long jump tonight. I said, well, what are you feeling? What are you thinking? And last year, the shortest jump to qualify for state was 19 feet 6 inches. He jumped 20 feet 8 inches last week. I asked him, I said, tell me about your strategy here. And it was, I got to nail the first one. My first jump is always my longest. If I scratch the first 20 feet, gets hard for me. And I think that's some of that's a physical thing, right? You exert a lot of energy. Some of it's an injury-related thing with him. I think he's nursing an ankle. And after you land in that long jump hit the first time, you think about it the second time. So.
Well, I seen him. He was up here in the booth, actually, in the next door, getting taped up his ankle by track coach Drew Clevenger. So clearly not 100% on that ankle. Got it all taped up tonight, so hopefully he can muscle through it.
I asked him that. I said, so how does that affect your running? And he said, that's kind of the funny part. It doesn't. It's the long jump that gets that ankle going. That's why he tapes it up. He'll take that tape off and go sprint. I believe he's running the 400, the 4x4, and the 4x2 tonight. So Drew Powers has a full slate. Other injury notes for the Saints. We talked about Dylan Brum. Returned last week, ran an event at conference, and then scratched from his next 3 events. He is back to 100%. He's telling coaches and is running tonight. So that's a good update from a Saints injury perspective. Bad news from West Hancock and the Eagles there without Kellen Smith tonight. Senior Kellen Smith, who's a beast for them. I feel so bad for that kid. Not able to go tonight. He's scratched from every entry, it looks like. And I obviously don't have a connection to West Hancock and have not talked to him or the coaches, but I see he is not listed as an entry in any of his normal events, which is not good. Obviously, that's feel bad for him as he has to sit this one out here tonight. His senior year, last track meet, and not able to go. I hear injury related. I'm not exactly sure what, but anyway, shout out there to Kellen. Obviously, he would have qualified in several events, so I hate to see that he's unable to go tonight for West Hancock. Our last injury update, as I put my feelers out in North Iowa here to try to get some idea of how everybody's feeling. Clayton Towsley is back for North Butler. He was injured here on this track in St. Ansgar in early April at the meet here. Has not run since. Did not run in conference last week, but he has entered in 4 events tonight. So we will see him. Talented kid, very, very strong runner from North Butler. Clayton Towsley back in action tonight. We'll keep an eye on that, see if he's 100% or where he's at from a strength perspective. There it is. Thank you. I'm going to write that one.
Thank you, Ashley, for chiming in.
Yep. We got a pronunciation help in the chat. We love it. Yep. Keep them coming, please.
Peiki, is that right?
Peiki. And that's a North Butler athlete as well. Is it Trevor? Is that right?
We have Traeger and Tucker.
Peiki from North Butler, and they're both in multiple events, so we appreciate the help there from a pronunciation standpoint. We are, gentlemen and ladies, about 8 minutes away from action. We are 8 minutes from on the track action. Girls sprint medley relay is race number 1. The long jump, high jump, discus, and shot put are underway. We're trying to get you as much footage as we can. Obviously, we don't have names and all of that, but obviously you'll recognize your athletes as you see them start to get ready to jump, and we will have results and graphics as soon as we have them. We'll get them on the screen here for you tonight.
Yeah, I believe that long jump there was from Corbin Michaels. Is that hard to tell those guys apart sometimes? I believe that. I'm fairly certain that was Corbin.
We're going to go with, we're going to say it confidently and say that was Corbin. They are not twins, but you would not know it.
You would know it. They're 3 years apart. And, and especially on the football field, outside of a number on a jersey, you cannot tell the difference between those kids.
I always say thank goodness they have numbers for football because they are built exactly the same. I think they're the same height. Yep. They're just as tough. One's just as tough as the other one. I think they made each other that way, right? When you grow up with a brother as tough as Christian is, I think you become tough. And don't forget Noah, older brother, who does look different, but he's just as tough. So he set the example, and 2 little brothers and sister who we'll get to see here tonight as well. All athletes, all tough as heck. So fun to watch those Michaels kids from Saint Ansgar compete. We'll talk about them here in a minute.
As we take a look at the high jump pit, it looks like the girls are done. The boys appear to be warming up here. No bar at the high jump area. The boys are just kind of getting a good feel for the approach. So I'm sure we'll have some girls high jump.
I believe just like the running events there, they rotate there. So the girls' high jump is going on while the boys' long jump is going on, and then they will flip. Same thing, discus and shot. So shot put start girls, discus starts with boys, and then when those 2 flights are complete, they will switch. Looks like we have a jumper from West Hancock on the pad there, ready to go.
I will say I did preload the first half of the schedule last night for the times, for the seed times coming into the events. But when I get onto the live, whoa, that was a legs flailing jump there. Interesting technique.
Flies through the air.
That really was.
That reminded me of like
that really was
when like James Bond jumps out of an exploding building.
That's what it kind of does.
Yeah.
Probably that's got to add like a lot of distance, you would think.
It
probably does.
You know, I was just thinking about that. He's not. Yeah, doesn't worry about falling backwards too.
Yeah.
So we are going to get the official announcements here underway in St. Ansgar over the PA. You can probably hear those through my mic. We will get an anthem as well. So we will pause for the anthem here in St. Ansgar. National anthem out of the way. We are set and ready here in Saint Ansgar District 8 track meet. We almost got a second.
Job.
So good. Almost said to her again.
We almost got a second one. Let's set up the girls' sprint medley relay. Race number 1 here in Saint Ansgar. Girls 800 sprint medley relay. 2 sections, timed finals. Okay, so there are 2 races in every event here tonight that's gonna be a common. There's at least 2. There are 4 in some of the open races, right? So the medleys, the relays are all gonna have 2 sections, and like the open 4 has 4.
So what's the reason for that, Joe? For those who are tuning in for the first time, not used to watching track, stumbled on this Saints TV thing, why would there be 4 heats in some and 2 in others?
Great question. So in the relays, each team can enter 1, right? They can enter 1. So in an 8-lane track, we can handle 16 entries in 2 sections, right? For the open events, each team can enter 2 athletes in the open. So when we get to the 100, the 200, the 400, the 800, the mile, and the 2 mile, we'll round them. We'll explain that here in a minute too. But we'll round them the 2 mile to 2 miles. They can enter 2 athletes from each team. So we end up with more sections in some of those. We will have a single section of the 2 mile and the mile, and I'll explain that here when we get there as well. Also,
Be a long night if we did 4.
Exactly,
4 of those,
if we did 4 of those, and that's why part of the reason why we don't. So the girls sprint medley section number 1 looks like this. In lane 2, Rockford running Ritter, Pearson, Hillman, and Koenigsfeld. In lane 3, Belmont-Clemmy running Hudepol, Morris, Mullenbrook, and Swenson. In lane 4, Northwood Kensett running Hegesteg, Lytle, McHenry, and Costello. In lane 5, from North Iowa, they're running Vergoots, Eichenberger, Surga, and Koppen. In lane 6, it's Riceville with Picker, Leppa, Buran, and Koenigs. And in lane 7, Newman Catholic running Pager, Olson, Sheehan, and Hare. So that is section 1 of the girls' 800 sprint medley relay. The number these girls are chasing is something sub 158. Okay, the 24th best time this year is almost exactly 158. Last year, the last qualifier for state in the girls 800 sprint med won a 157.21. So again, 2 sections here. They will combine the times, so you can run in section 1 and win the race. There's no reason that you can't do that. The reason they get put into section 1 is previous time, right? They get seeded by the state, so all the entries get submitted from the coaches into the state athletic unions. They seed the meet then, and they split them into groups of 7. Section 1 is usually going to have 6 or 7 entries, and then all 8 lanes will be filled in section 2, generally speaking. So what you'll find tonight, again, if you haven't watched a lot of track, or it's been a while since you've been to a track meet, lane 4 is going to be the number 1 seed. Lane 4 in section 2 is going to be the fastest team coming into the night. Okay, so if you're watching from home, it's watch lane 4, and if your team beats lane 4, that's a good sign because they were the number 1 seed coming in to the night. So here,
and you can see that on our screen too. Let the seed times.
Beautiful. There you go. There's heat 1 and heat 2.
Did I say already that the seed times disappeared? Did I say that on the broadcast?
You did not.
Oh, I thought it. I didn't say it. I got 50 things going on. Sorry.
I understand.
So, yeah, I said it on the broadcast.
Did you?
I loaded up some stuff last night.
Yes,
Yeah?
you did.
Yeah.
You did. You referenced some of that first.
And then
half.
once we get started, they must have turned the thing live, and the seed times disappeared.
I gotcha. Gotcha.
Getting some feedback. I'm going to check with Weston on that. Big W has got some questions.
Big Dubs, you bet. Why
Let me
don't you
check with him here momentarily.
So you can see, do you still have that graphic on the screen, Duke?
I just jumped
Okay,
over.
perfect.
We just
No
saw
problem. No
Corbin
problem.
do the long jump. I'll get it back there for you.
Corbo.
There's a
Good
graphic
jump.
again.
So graphic here on the screen. Heat 1, Heat 2, you see them there, and what Duke was talking about there, there's your seed times, right? So that's how they split them. They're seeded into those times. It's generally considered better to run in the middle of the track, right? You don't have big sweeping turns. You don't have little tight turns, so that's why you get to earn the right to run in lanes 3, 4, and 5. So what we're gonna, it'll be kind of fun to watch some of these events. Like you said, you kind of get that as they're chasing that. I hear a whistle. My guess is we're going to get a test fire of the gun, and then we will get an official start to this race. As the camera pans over here, Section 2, girls 800-meter sprint medley relay about to get underway. Doing some explaining right now, and so there, just fill you in, there's a PA system that is down on the field, on the track, so that the starters can talk to the athletes down on the track and give them some instruction about when they can cut, staying in their lane, all of those things. Remember, a sprint medley is 100, a 200, and a 400. So the first runner here is running 100, going to hand off right away in lane 2. For another 100, then we get a 200 out of turn 2, and then turn 3 we get a 200 and one final lap to bring this thing home. So, district track in Saint Ansgar is underway. These heats are staggered as well, or these races are staggered. Handoffs are important. First set of handoffs, all the white flags you'll see in the air tonight, that's a good sign. White flags mean the handoffs were legal and within the handoff area. And nobody wants to get this far in the air to have a DQ. Here comes section number 1, girls sprint medley. In lane 3, Belmont Clemmy. Lane 4 with Northwood Kensett. And in lane 6, it's Newman, but this one's all Belmont Clemmy as they hand off here. 400 to go. Belmont Clemmy with the big lead.
A lot of congestion down there at what will be the finish line.
This is Swenson for Belmont Clemmy out front.
3,200-meter run. First call, once again, girls, 3,000 boys.
Northwood Kensett running Costello. Newman's dropped back to 4th. Anybody with better eyes can tell me who's in 3rd.
Yeah, we're moving this camera around. I gotta.
That we'll get used to jersey colors too, and then it becomes easier. Now we know Belmont Clemmy's running the whites tonight. Northwood Kensett, Costello closing fast.
Look at that, really closing.
Chloe Costello makes the pass in the sprint med section 1.
How much is left of this race? How far
This
do they go?
is it.
This is it.
Yep. So to the finish line goes Costello. Northwood Kensett's going to win section 1. Belmont Clemmy is going to finish 2nd. And 3rd must be North Iowa. That's the jersey. No, that's dark blue here is North Iowa. So that we will get you a team there on who that was. Riceville and North Iowa bring up the last two here in section 1 of the girls 800 sprint medley relay. Section 2. About to get underway. By the way, we're going to get you some times here. I'll try to get you those live on the air as they get updated in our system. And I have them. Northwood Kensett ran a 204.49. 204.49. That's just off their best time of the season.
Great job, Northwood Kensett girls, with a win on that first heat, right?
Section. Yep, section 2, led by the Saints in lane 4. They're going to run Ava Falk, Emma Hall, Mariah Michaels, and Natalie Bork. That minute 55.86 time that you see there on the screen is the 11th best time in 1A this year. So the Saints come in with the 11th best time of the year, and they're running in lane 4. Lane 1 is North Butler. Lane 2, Nashua Plainfield. Lane 3, Turkey Valley. 4, St. Ansgar, as we mentioned. Lane 5's Lake Mills. West Hancock's running in 6, Southwind in 7, and West Fork in lane number 8. Section 2, girls 800 sprint medley, brought to you by Farmers State Bank. Thank you, Farmers State Bank.
Thank you, Farmers State Bank.
Don't mention it.
Each of our races will have a sponsor here tonight as our Halo level sponsors, Golden Halo level sponsors, each sponsored a race here tonight, and we appreciate their support. Rockford's running Ritter. North Butler's running Knoll here on the inside in lane 1. She's got the long run around with that stagger. St. Ansgar's in lane 4. They come in with the best time. Ava Falk's going to hand it off to Emma Hall. Hall and the Saints out of lane 4. Again, 200s, then a 200, then a 400. The 200 runner for the Saints, Mariah Michaels. Mariah's got the baton. Mariah Michaels is absolutely flying up the middle here. Your mission as that runner is to catch that girl in lane 4,
yes,
right?
it is.
That's your mission. Is how do I catch that runner in lane 4 or in lane 5, who happens to be Lake Mills here tonight. Lake Mills running Reagan Eastfold. Nice leg from Eastfold. Natalie Bork has the baton for the Saints. Senior Natalie Bork trying to make that state meet for the 4th year in a row. She's chasing Natalie Larry of Lake Mills. They can cut now, so add these 400 runners, once they get to those cones in lane 3, can cut. Bork settles in behind Larry of Lake Mills. It's all Bulldogs and Saints here. Bork pulls even on the outside, middle of turn 3. And here comes Natalie Bork. Come on, Nat. Natalie Bork completes the pass.
No surprises the way Natalie Bork is running here. No surprises at all.
Natalie Bork headed to the state track meet for her 4th year in a row as the girls 800 sprint medley relay from St. Ansgar wins this one. Congratulations, Ava Falk, Emma Hall, Mariah Michaels, and Natalie Bork, your sprint med champion here at District 8 in St. Ansgar. They run a sub 155, the Saints girls do. Well, excuse me, just over. Officially 155.18. 155.18, take 3/4 of a second off of their best time of the year. Lake Mills finishes second with a 156.19. I told you I'd give you my best guess. My best guess is that makes it. That will be enough for Lake Mills. They ran a heck of a race as well. Lake Mills with Liebig,
I will
Gallardo, Eastfold, and Larry.
I will say that these results for the time on the screen is unofficial.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yep, thank you for covering that. That is just to give you some idea. If you want to do your own splits or that kind of thing, you can do that. But the numbers I have are going to be official, and we will get those on the screen into a graphic, right? Is kind of our plan here, Duke.
I got the girls' results now, and I am working on that.
So we'll get you those on the screen, but officially the Saints run a 155.18, Lake Mills 156.19, Nashua Plainfield with a 157.84 will also be in that discussion in 3rd place. All right, so race number 2, boys, sprint medley. Section number 1 has Rockford, Riceville, Southwind, Turkey Valley, Newman Catholic, and Northwood Kensett. This is section 1 on the track. With these staggers, it's fun to watch these things. You think you know who's winning, but you don't really know until about the 400 runner. You're like, okay, yep, they're clearly in 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
No boys, sprint med here.
We do have official results here. Joe will be sharing them with you shortly on the girls' high jump.
Awesome. We got girls' high jump results are in. We will get those to you. This is going to happen fast and furious until we get to the 2 mile, and then we get a little time to discuss.
Exactly.
These first couple of races happen in a hurry. And with 2 sections and lots of runners to go through, we'll try to keep up as best we can. Obviously, We always say on St. TV, you can see the action. We're just trying to compliment it. We're not necessarily trying to bring you the radio broadcast. It's more about complimenting what you see on the TV.
You got it here, and after the first full complete lap, these runners are allowed to kind of take whatever angle they want to improve their odds here. Let's see here, I got to get back to the right
Section
camera
1,
here.
boys 800 sprint medley. Going to have a nice race. The south wind charging, closing hard. Riceville out front. Then West Fork. Then Southwind in that order. Looks like it's Wildcats. We're going to win Section 1. Boys Sprint Medley Relay. Section 2 looks like this in Lane 1 from Saint Ansgar. The Saints are running Michaels, Clevenger, Beeland, and Sutcliffe. That's a change. Beeland running the 200 in the Sprint Med for the Saints. In Lane 2, Belmont Clemmy. Lane 3, Lake Mills. Lane 4, West Hancock. Lane 5, West Fork. In Lane 6, it's North Iowa. Lane 7, Nashua Plainfield. And Lane 8, North Butler. Your first runners on the track here for the Saints: Michaels, Belmont Clemmy, Gobelli. Lake Mills running Christian. West Hancock running Nito Mendez. Lane 5, West Fork with Schultz. North Iowa's got Wellhausen, Williams for Nashua Plainfield, and Becker for North Iowa. They will hand it off to Clevenger, Hobscheit, Delger, Bixel, Altic, Schaefer, Franzen, and Bartles. So those are the 100 runners in here in Section 2 of the boys 800 Sprint Medley. Time to beat here for the boys. Something under 140 gives you a chance. Gets you in the ballpark anyway. 138.8 is the 24th best time this year. The Saints here are in Lane 1. West Hancock has the 15th best time of the year in Class 1A, running in Lane 4. West Fork right behind them with a 139 coming into tonight. Again, the champions of each event here advance automatically to the state meet next week. So there'll be 10 auto qualifiers, 14 make it on time. Section 2, boys, Sprint Medley Relay, about to get underway. Corbin Michaels for the Saints. He'll be handed to Joe Clevenger. Joe Clevenger with the baton for the Saints. About 11-7 by my clock for Corbin Michaels. Really nice 100 out of Corbin. Joe Clevenger gets the baton to Max Beeland. Good handoff there. Joe Clev right around 12. Nice time for Joe. Max Beeland making up ground inside for the Saints in the 200. Nashua Plainfield out front. West Hancock in second. Beeland's going to get it to Sutcliffe for the Saints on the inside in Lane 1. Handoff trouble there for the Saints.
It's tricky to have a handoff issue on a race like this.
Yep, that's pretty much the end of your night when that happens. Daniel Sutcliffe got his work cut out for him. He's chasing West Hancock out front. We got a race for first here. West Hancock and West Fork. West Hancock in the lead. West Fork on the outside with Trevor Despenis. He's closing. Can he catch him? He does not. It is West Hancock, West Fork, Nashua Plainfield, Belmont Clemmy, and Saint Ansgar. Your champion in the boys 800 Sprint Medley Relay, West Hancock, officially a time of 138.57. 138.57. The Saints run a 144.5. That will not be enough. West Fork runs a 139 flat. That's going to be right on. That's the 25th, 26th best time of the year so far, so that'll be right on that edge. They'll have a night of watching results come in.
I bet you're
to
right.
see if their time is good enough. Nashua's 140.7 likely won't make it. So, not the start the Saints needed in that one. The girls do their job, win the sprint med, advance to the state meet. Boys have handoff trouble there between the 200 and the 400, and that was the, like I said, when you lose a second in that handoff, that is that's tough to make up for.
Here's the, check this out. Oops, hang on. Oops. Replay of the finish. Let me get to the camera. That's how close it was.
We got finish line cam here.
The Duke, what's the scoop cam? We might just call it here tonight. What
Yeah.
is the scoop? How did that one finish?
West
Got a good
Hancock
play.
and West Fork 1 and 2 here.
I think I marked it. Did I mark it in the wrong spot?
Well, one thing I know
Hold
for
on,
sure, Duke.
folks.
Hold on. Well, let me give you the 3,000 runners while you do that. That work?
Who's it sponsored by, Joe?
The LR Falk girls 3,000 meter run, one timed final, one section here. Lake and Evans of Saint Ansgar, Hanson Bransoy, Northwood, Kensett, Volker from North Butler, Heilsland from North Iowa, Zweibacher from Riceville, Kelly from Newman Catholic, Osborne, Northwood, Kensett, Bruggeman of West Hancock, Christensen of West Hancock, Schukard of Turkey Valley, Andrashik from Southwind, Lauren Andrashik from Southwind. I just like saying that last name. McMichael from Newman Catholic, and Abby Muller from the Saints are your 16 runners here in the girls' 3,000 meter run.
How many laps is that, Joe?
I have no idea. Because you see, they run a partial lap to start.
They do. I kind of had my camera off. I didn't see the start on that. I heard the gun, and this happens to me sometimes, running my camera, where it's like, well, where is everybody? And it's usually these girls kind of staggered. It's roughly 2 miles, right? It's not quite 2 miles.
It's a little
but
under.
close.
It's 7.5 laps to give you some actual answer instead of my smart aleck one. So they run that partial lap, then 7 more. To get themselves to 3,000 meters. The boys run 3,200 meters, which by my bad Mitchell County math is about 2 miles. So the 3,000 is just a 200 or so shy of 2 miles. Coming in tonight, here's one of these fun races. You've got the number 6 best time in 1A this year at 10:48.63. That's Lauren. If you're in the chat from North Iowa and you know how to say this last name, please help me. Heilsland. I'm going with Heilsland or Hillsland. She ran a 10:48.63 earlier this year. That's the 6th best time. Right behind her, Claire Zweibacher ran a 10:52 earlier this year. That is the 8th best time in the state so far. And then, not to be outdone, Addison Volkler from North Butler ran a 10:58, which is the 9th best time in the state. So you have, for the girls 3,000, the 6th, 8th, and 9th best times in the state coming in tonight, right here on the track tonight in the girls 3,000.
It's a lot of running for these girls, a lot of running. This is one of those races where obviously everyone's starting at the same place, but throughout the race, you kind of tend to need to be looking at the whole track. So obviously, advantage those who are sitting in the seats. Those at home only get to see whatever we're putting a video camera on, but we'll do our best to try and highlight these runners out here, give you an idea who's in the lead at any given time. But it's also important to note just kind of how the field is spreading out throughout the race. There's your leaders right now.
Talon Jacobson, North Iowa. Gavin Ficker, South Winneshiek. Austin Alte, West Fork.
I'm going to search around here, see if I can't find some results for you here.
Trey Geese, Nashville Plainfield. Stroker Coop.
While we watch the girls' 3,000 meter run.
West Hancock. Lou Powers, Saint Ansgar. And Trent Robertson, North Iowa. Once again, please report to the boys long jump area.
Girls high jump. All is in one flight, and I believe that is complete. We'll get you those results. That's what I'm looking for, is the girls' high jump results. I see your picture
it.
there. I can't make heads nor tails.
I can help you with that
of
if
it.
you want.
And I don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had looked at this, so we'll go through. You know what? I don't ever get to announce results. Joe, can I try this
Please.
one? Okay, we'll try it. And I may massacre the names here. As I am reading the photo that I have, I got to look at my own. Okay, so in first place from Lake Mills, Avery Eastvold with a jump, as I'm reading this, 5 feet 2 inches. Does that sound?
I follow now, yes.
Sound like a real thing? Okay, there was a tie for second place here. Between Kira Wood of West Fork and Abby Wagner of Kalmar South Wynn. They each jumped
5'10" or 4'10", I mean?
4'10". You got it. And so that was second. So third place obviously was tied. Second tied. So fourth place, Mackenzie Budak, Lake Mills.
Yep. I
We'll
like
go
it.
with Mackenzie Budak of Lake Mills, who jumped, and if I'm following my lines right, 4'10", she hit. How does that work? Hit 4'10" on the first jump? I don't know how that works. All right. But anyway, so she got fourth place. Joe, I'm not sure. Maybe you can break down how that works. It looks like they all three jumped 4'10" on their first jump.
Yep. So I have no idea what the tiebreaker is at that point. If they just split those points. Didn't we learn last week they split points in the high jump when there's a tie like that?
Perhaps. I'm just not sure how the others tied for second and she got fourth. Anyway, so maybe one of those things. Maybe we'll ask our special guest when he comes up later. Maybe
That's a
he'll
good
know.
idea. Let's save this one for a special guest that might have more information and certainly a heck of a lot more knowledge.
There you go. Briley Winnie from Saint Ansgar, congratulations on your fifth place finish with a jump of 4 feet 10 inches on your second jump. In sixth place, Alyssa Holthaus of Kalmar South Wynn.
Holthaus, I believe is how you say it.
Holthaus, okay. Also with a 4'10" on her second jump.
Fantastic. So we'll start to get those field results in here to you. Right now we have the girls' 3,000-meter run on deck. We talked about this is a good race, and their potential, we're going to have 3 state qualifiers in this race here tonight with Heilsland, Zweibaumers, and Volker of North Iowa, Riceville, and North Butler, respectively. Those 3 are out front here in the 3,000, 4 laps to go when they come by next time. 3 laps to go when they come by next time. Correction, there will be 3 laps to go. They're coming to the line now. This is North Iowa, Riceville, and then Volker from North Butler, about 25 meters behind. North Iowa has the slight lead. There's a lot of strategy that goes into these long races.
Sure is.
You never know till you get to that about last 300, see who's got a little kick left.
Yeah, when it's close like this, you just don't know. And sometimes the girl who seems like she's way out of place has a little surprise for everybody at the end of that. So you just never know.
Yep. We will get you some more of those field event graphics, too, at our break. So as a reminder, if you haven't been to a district track meet in a while, they insert breaks in these things to try to keep everybody on track and running at approximately the same time and give workers a chance to take a break and all that kind of stuff. So we will run the 3,200 for the boys next. Then we'll run the 4x8 girls, 4x8 boys, and there will be a mandatory 30-minute break. They'll literally set a 30-minute timer, and we will fill 30 minutes of air for you. And part of our strategy there is to get you some of those field results. Hopefully we have them by then, and we can regale you with the tale of the field events at our break. But first, 3,000 girls, 3,000-meter run underway. This is going to be a good one. Heilsland from North Iowa has the smallest of margins of lead on Zweibaumers from... I really like that name, too. A top 10 name here at the district track meet. Lauren Heilsland, Claire Zweibaumers, followed by Addison Volker of North Butler. You'll get a bell here when we know there's 1 lap to go. They also have a sign that is out there on the track, so the athletes, as they go by, know what they've got left. 2 laps to go here. The girls' 3,000-meter run. Brought to you by L.R. Falk Construction Company. Thank you, L.R. Falk.
Thank you, L.R. Falk. What a great Saint Ansgar business, huh? See these guys all
Been
over
here
the
for
place.
100-plus years.
100+ years. You got it.
Supporting the community and our school system for that entire time.
Placewell. 7th place, Brooklyn Place, North Iowa. 6th place, Briar Winia, St. Ansgar. 5th place, Alyssa Holthouse,
They're
South Winnebago.
reading the results of the high jump over the
Tie for second
over
place,
the loudspeaker right now.
West Fork and Abby Wagner, South Winnebago. And your winner with a jump of 5 feet 2 inches from Lake Mills, Avery Eastville.
Here come the leaders to the line. 1 lap remain for North Iowa, Riceville, and North Butler. Runners, like I said, ranked 6th, 8th, and 9th in the state in this event. And they're showing it here tonight. Zweibomber right there with Heilsland from North Iowa. 10:48.
Oh, you just gotta. What is the strategy? What is happening here right now?
She's got, looks like has a step on the inside, and she's happy just to run right there.
I sure feel
The
like it. She's
Riceville
been there the
athlete.
whole time,
Yep.
right?
Yep, and now she's making
Now
her
she's
move. We
making
said
her
with
move.
300 to go, we'd see who had what left. Well, here you go. Here's your 300 to go.
Girls and boys 4x800-meter relay. Once again,
Zweibomber, Heilsland. Here we go. This is going to be a race and a fun one. Coming in, the North Iowa runner had the better time by about 3.5 seconds, but it's all Riceville right now. Claire Zweibomber makes the pass.
Oh yeah.
They got a little lap traffic to deal with. Gets through that, and here comes Claire to the line.
Look at that stride.
Second is going to be the North Iowa athlete, Lauren Heilsland. She finishes second. Volker from North Butler in third. Officially, Zweibomber runs a 10:43.14. Lauren Heilsland runs a 10:44.71. Both of those times are going to be good enough to get them in to the state meet next week. Addison Volker at 10:52. You're going to, again, disclaimer, right? I don't know, but Addison Volker's getting in at 10:52 as well.
You got to believe that's true, don't you?
I think she'll be able to go to bed early tonight. Feeling pretty good about that time for her as well. To give you some perspective, last year the last qualifying time was almost 12 minutes. So she should get in there with that time as well. 3 great athletes in the girls 3,000 meter, and it provided a nice race tonight with Zweibomber, Heilsland, and Volker finishing 1, 2, and 3.
Still got some runners out there, of course. I used to run this race.
Did you?
I was terrible.
It's a tough one.
I was terrible. It's a tough race, and there's a lot to the strategy of how you run it. I thought it was really brilliantly run here by these 2 girls.
Yep.
Who took first and second in this one. Great race. Obviously, those who are still running, they didn't give any less to make it happen, so
For
they're
sure.
actually out there giving 100% right now.
Yep.
Finishing this thing strong.
Avery Kelly finishes in 4th from Newman Catholic, a time at 11:40. Alexandria Hanson Bransoy, Northwood Kensett finishes 5th. Lake and Evans of St. Ansgar finishes 6th. Kelly from Newman Catholic would also have a shot, I would say, of making that state meet with that 11:40 time. So she may have a long night watching returns there with that 11:40. She's going to be right there as well in terms of getting in on time. So great girls 3,000 meter run here tonight. Charlie Bruggeman, West Hancock, and Jessica Osborne, Northwood Kensett, finished 7th and 8th. Osborne 7th, Bruggeman 8th. Ondrashik from Southwind finishes 9th. The boys, 3,200-meter run, so the boys get to run a couple hundred meters more. They are going to run 8 full laps here. Your boys' 3,200-meter run brought to you courtesy of L.R. Falk.
Thank you, L.R. Falk.
Oh, your entries look like this. Jaden Roush, Turkey Valley. Lucan Knutson of St. Ansgar. Justin Rigg, Lake Mills. Newt Rogney, Lake Mills. Ezra Ameline from North Butler. Abe Conway of Southwind. Griffin Paulson, Belmont Clemmy, correction. Daniel Spooner of Newman Catholic. Riley Godden, West Hancock. Cody Hart of Riceville. Northwood Kensitz entering Weston Wyland. Nashua Plainfield with Luke Paplow and Brady Lensing. Riceville, Parker Evans. Landon Hillman for the Saints. Aaron Erkey of West Fork. Jake Larson, West Hancock. Zachary Heiken of Northwood Kensett. North Butler running William Nielsen. North Iowa with Jasper Worth. And your 22nd entry, Newman Catholic, Ben Schutt.
This is a really interesting staggered start here for these guys. They got 2 layers of staggers.
Yeah, can't run 2 heats of the 2 mile. We'd be here all night, right?
We
so
would
instead,
be here
they
all
stagger. And it looks like this. They do this at the state meet as well with 24 runners. And it gets wild.
It looks like it gets wild. We're going to capture the wild right here.
Lake Mills, Newt Rogney comes in with the time to beat, has run a 10:16 this year. That's the 16th best time. Right behind him, Ezra Ameline, who we've seen run here on Saints TV a couple of times from North Butler. The 21st best time, and Justin Rigg of Lake Mills with the 22nd best time of the year. These athletes are trying to run under a 10:30. Get yourself under a 10:30, you probably have yourself a legit shot at the state meet next week. Again, the winner automatically advances. And then 14, so there'll be 10 winners that get in 10 of these districts with 1 winner each. I'm not great at math, but I believe that's 10 automatic bids. And then 14 get in on time. I got to stop saying I'm not great at math, by the way, because I had a customer tell me, I don't know if I want to deal with you if you're not great at math. I was like, you know what? I should probably stop saying that. You're right. I'm pretty good at math on a calculator. How about that?
You're very good at math. I think you're pretty good in your head, too, in your own head.
I just don't want to set myself up for failure. So that's my disclaimer, right? In case I get a simple thing wrong like I did in football. I think for about 30 seconds I couldn't figure out what 16 minus 8 was. Remember that? I just had one of those just like, I don't know why, but it was 7 in my head instead of 8 for like a minute and a half. And you guys were looking at me like, why do you keep saying that? And I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong.
I honestly don't remember the exact situation, but I do remember there was a math issue.
So that happens. Here we go, boys. 3,200-meter run brought to you by L.R. Falk. Should be a good one. Like I said, Rogney of Lake Mills, top 10 name here again. Newt Rogney here in St. Ansgar at the District 8 track meet.
After 1 lap, these guys are still pretty tight here, but they are spreading out a little bit.
And this is, I can tell you just from looking at these times and looking through some times coming into tonight, there's a lot of coaching going on with these boys tonight about, hey, you don't have to win this thing to get in, but you have got to go shave 4, 5, 6 seconds off your time. Across 2 miles, we need you to be just that much better to make sure we can get you into the state meet on time. I'm sure that was happening tonight, as there are 3 runners who, if you look at years past and the kind of that last qualifying time, they are right there, but need to shave 3 or 4 seconds off their time.
It's a really big deal to qualify for state.
And this we kind of have a lead pack here that's kind of broken out. Looks like that consists of Ameline, Rogney, Rigg, and Paulson, I believe. The Belmont Clemmy runner, I think, is the other one in that lead pack.
The results of the girls' 3,000-meter run 8th place.
4 runners.
West Hancock. 7th place. Jessica.
Trying to separate themselves.
Kensett.
The 5th is hanging on. I think that is the Belmont Clemmy runner. It says, I'm not letting you get away.
Not a chance.
But they have separated themselves from the pack here.
4th place. Avery Kelly, Newman Catholic. 3rd place. Addison Volker, North Butler. 2nd place. Lauren Hilsman, North Iowa. And your winner in a time of 10 minutes, 43.14 seconds from Riceville, Clay Zweibaner.
Coming to the line here. 5 laps remain. The boys, 3,200-meter run. Ameline from North Butler. Rogney from Lake Mills. Rigg of Lake Mills. Roush. Excuse me, correction. That's Abe Conway, Southwind. That's your 4 leaders in that breakout pack. Griffin Paulson, Belmont Clemmy in 5th. Ameline and the 2 Lake Mills runners, along with the Southwind runner, kind of form that lead pack. Jostling for position a little bit there in the turn already.
It's no surprise that Lake Mills has 2 great runners here in this one, considering their success in the cross country season last year.
Yep, they have
had some great athletic programs just in general this year. Hats off to the Lake Mills team.
Boss is here, Eric. Got to be careful.
My boss?
The boss. The head boss.
The boss.
I think your wife's here somewhere.
Hello, boss. My boss would have brought me a hamburger.
4 laps to go here in St. Ansgar. Justin Rigg, Newt Rogney, Ezra Ameline, and Abe Conway. Believe that's Rogney, who has taken the lead. Ameline happy to fall in behind. And in the green shoes, Justin Rigg for Lake Mills. Every time I think that Southwind runner's going to lose that lead pack, he kicks it in and catches them again. Conway's run a really good race here so far tonight. Colton Winia in the high jump pit. You may see him as the camera goes by. Did not get over the bar that time.
We'll take a quick peek at that high jump pit here when we're done with this race. Or how many laps we got left here, Joe? 3 laps remaining. Is that what that little number down there means? Let's go. We'll focus on that here once we get these guys. These guys will take us right to us. Lead us there, boys.
2 Lake Mills runners there. Rogney is the smaller of the 2. He's out front. Rigg with the green shoes. Maybe that's how we'll tell them apart. Green shoes is Rigg. I'm going to mark my little sheet right here. Green shoes. How do you spell shoes, Travis? I think I got it.
Hey, good at math, but the spelling is a little slow.
Ameline just keeps fighting. He just every time Rigg or Rogney tries to get around him, he pushes back inside. The mental part of that, you said you ran this race, of this guy that just kind of, he's just right there. And every time I think I got a little kick here, and then he comes right back and kind of eye to eye.
Yeah. And you know what? I tell you what, I think you're better to be in second place for this race. And just kind of, you saw in the girls' race.
Yep.
Right? Just be in second place and let that person pace you, because if you're the guy in front, you're like, man, what am I chasing? Like, I'm just trying to keep you off of my back. And you just have, when you could focus on that thing and just will yourself to keep up with that thing and hopefully have the better kick at the end, it seems to me you're in a better spot.
Rogney, Ameline, and Justin Rigg.
Get a shot here of St. Ansgar's Landon Hillman, freshman Landon Hillman. Pretty cool to have him running in this one.
Yep, Landon's had a good season. Keeps getting better. That's what the name of the game is here, right? I've got a freshman that runs on this track team as well, or participates. He's a thrower. And that's the mission of those freshmen. Just get better. Just get better. It's hard being a freshman at a small school.
Yes, it is.
You're on, quote unquote, the varsity team a lot without a lot of participation opportunities, right? Where you end up, well, we only threw 2 JV events this year. And, yeah, that's not great, but you get a bunch of practice in. You get better every week, and eventually that'll pay off. And you've seen that with this group of seniors for the Saints. There's a bunch of those guys who, in 7th grade, I'd have told you, boy, they just aren't going to be very good at track. And they've made themselves into track athletes, and proved me completely wrong. Get in the weight room, get strong, go through Coach Clevenger's program, and pretty quick, 4 or 5 years later, you're running a 55-second 400, and here you go. You're right in there with everybody else. So kind of fun to see.
It really is fun to see.
And that's what 1A track, especially in these relay events as we get into those, becomes you got to have 4 dudes. You got to, and dudes, by the way, is boys and girls. Dudes is an athlete. That's what dude means. You got to have all 4 that are willing to give it and to go and to make the most of it. And then you got to have one special runner in that, right? That makes up the difference. But the one special runner can't do it without the other 3. If you don't have the 3 that are willing to go run you that 55-second 400, the guy who runs the 51-second 400 doesn't do you any good if you're running him with 3 guys running a minute 10. Follow my logic here?
I sure do.
It takes a village to be good at 1A track. It takes everybody participating, and that's cool to see that we get that here from a lot of these teams here tonight at this meet. Makes for a fun meet. Ameline out front, Rogny in second.
Point out our leaders here, Joe.
So they are in turn 3. They are in turn 3.
Okay. Let's get over there.
Coming to the line. This is their last lap, right? We heard the bell, I believe.
Got myself stuck in a little slow-mo motion.
Here comes Rogny. On the outside, Ameline's going to try to hold him off. Can he do it? We're going to have a race, ladies and gentlemen. 25 meters to go. Ameline for North Butler does it. He wins the boys' 3,200 meter. Rogny finishes second for Lake Mills. Officially a 10:11.88 for Ameline and a 10:12.05 for Rogny. Rigg finishes third, 10:18.66. 10:18.66. Again, all 3 of those guys have a legit shot of qualifying.
What a great race
tonight. Obviously, Ezra Ameline gets the automatic bid to the state meet next week, but Rogny and Rigg will be right there as well. I would say I'd be shocked if Rogny doesn't make it at that 10:12, and Rigg will be right there as well on that bubble. He'll be watching those times tonight to see if 3 runners from this event can find their way to the state meet. The boys' 3,200 meter brought to you by L.R. Falk. Abe Conway finishes 4th with a 10:29. Griffin Paulson of Belmont Clemmy finishes 5th with an 11:04.
Some more good finishes here. Like to see these strong kicks at the end of these races.
Lucan Knutson finishes 6th for the Saints with an 11:19 for Knutson. Jaden Roush of Turkey Valley finishes 7th. Daniel Spooner of Newman Catholic 8th. Cody Hart of Riceville is 9th.
Back to the high jump pit here.
Boys high jump underway. Girls long jump underway across the field from us as well.
Here is a replay of that finish.
Leave it to Duke.
That's how close it was.
Wow,
Can I
that
see
really
that
was
again?
close. I didn't realize it was that close.
Yeah.
Pretty close for 3,200 meters.
Yeah,
Yeah, you think about that as a percentage of 3,200 meters.
Landon Hillman finishing strong here, gonna beat the Nashua Plainfield runner to the line. Good job, Landon Hillman. Way to fight it out. Landon Hillman edges Brady Lensing. So let's talk about what's next. Girls, 4x8 meter relay brought to you by Johnson Oil. Johnson Oil, proud sponsor here, Saints TV, going to bring you the girls 4x8 meter relay. We have one timed section here. The girls 4x8. We have 10 entries in this one, so we have to run that stagger again. And in lane 1, it'll be Lake Mills running Renneker, Young, Silvara, and Blodell. In lane 2, Northwood Kensett with Rye, Hackenmiller, Reinkens, and Hanson Bransoy. In lane 3 from Southwind, T-Scotter, Franson, Hegeman, and Phillips. In lane 4, North Iowa, running Job, Hoffman, Binken, and Heilsland. In lane 5, it's the Saints. And they're running Kinsey Anderson, Amelia Porsche, Natalie Bork, and Lila Powers. In lane 6, West Fork running Ruckdaschel, Mayland, Wallace, and Heitzusen. Lane 7, West Hancock running Atchison, Marchand, Kuiper, and Johnson. In lane 8, North Butler running Anderson, Litter, Pittenger, and Ramker. And again, we have that stagger here, I believe, going on with the last team, the 10th entries, Gerholt, Paplow, Peterson, and Bullion. So this is Kinsey Anderson with the baton for the Saints. 4x800 meter relay brought to you by Johnson Oil. 2 laps apiece, 4 girls. Think that's 8 laps, about 2 miles of running.
Sounds to me like about 2 miles of running. And they'll make it happen fast.
Your best times coming into tonight, North Iowa, 10:08. That's the 3rd best time in the state in the 4x800 meter relay in Class 1A this year. The Saints right behind at 10:14 with the 7th best time of the year. Right now, it's Southwind with T-Scotter. Great carry from Josie T-Scotter out front. One lap in the books. Girls, 4x800 meter relay. They are not messing around running this meet, by the way. That 3,200 got done.
I can barely keep up with the ticker and the results and everything.
Yeah, it's crazy. The 3,200 got done, and I'm no joke. I think 10 seconds later, this 4x8 was underway.
There's nothing quite like a well-managed track meet. There's so many things going on.
Unless you're the announcer and you have all these cool stats you want to get
Well,
out, and you can't even.
That does make it tricky. That does make it tricky.
You know, but I also don't want to be here at 11:30. So I'm okay.
Could be. You know what? If it wasn't well run, we could be here at 11:30.
Yeah.
But that's off to the guys that manage these things. That's incredible.
AA Timing out of Ames, I believe, is the timing company here tonight. All-American, I think, is AA. Girls 4x800 meter relay. The Saints are running Kinsey Anderson this leg. Southwind getting a heck of a carry from Josie T-Scotter. Senior.
You know, I haven't seen tonight is Zach of All Trades. Is he out there somewhere?
No, not to my knowledge. We'll have to give a shout out to our camera operators here. Southwind completes the first leg in the lead. Ava Franzen, the freshman, has the baton for the Warriors. Saints in second, running Amelia Porsche. North Iowa, Becca Hoffman. Again, North Iowa, time-wise, is the team to beat in this thing. Right now, the Saints have about a 3-second lead over North Iowa. North Iowa and Southwind has about a 3-second lead over the Saints. Here comes North Iowa. Becca Hoffman for the Bison with a Z.
The Bison.
She's catching Amelia Porsche in a hurry. Amelia Porsche for the Saints in second. Southwind with Franzen in the lead. They come to the line here. They'll complete their first lap of 2. And the girls, 4x8. Second runners on the track for all teams now. North Iowa getting a great carry from Becca Hoffman, the senior. She has moved them into second, passing the Saints, and has Southwind in her sights. Again, they've run the 3rd best time in the state in Class 1A at 10:08. High jump pit excitement. If you hear a little cheering, the Southwind leaper. Is it a leaper when you're in the high jump?
Let's do it.
Just leapt a really tall bar. No idea how tall. But it's about the same height as him.
That's
so
very
I think
official,
that's good.
Joe.
Yeah.
That's very
He leapt a tall bar.
official.
That's all we know. And we will get you officially how tall here in a minute.
Wow, with these girls running, I can tell you. Let's zoom in here and just kind of see how tall that bar is.
Becca Hoffman for North Iowa makes her last corner. The south wind runner staying right there. Franzen, in fact, has closed that gap maybe a little bit after North Iowa got around her. She's peeled it back in. Portion third for the Saints. South wind going to make that pass. She's got a little kick left in her. This is Ava Franzen, just a freshman.
Wow.
Good leg from the freshman, Franzen. So Southwind leads it after two runners. Annie Hegeman, another freshman, Annie Hegeman, another freshman for Southwind, has the baton. North Iowa running Miriam Binken. Binken immediately makes the pass, goes to the front. The Saints running Natalie Bork on this leg.
Natalie Bork nearly missed that handoff.
Is that right?
One. Well, it was tight. I think the real estate was getting tight. There is only a limited amount of space they have to make that handoff, but Natalie did have to slow her jets down just a little bit to get that one in her hand.
Bork's got her work cut out for her. She tries to close that gap. Talked about Natalie and the Sprint Med team from the Saints here qualified already tonight. That's the Saints' only automatic qualifiers through a couple of events. We try to cover everybody, but this is Saints TV, so we may focus a little bit more there.
Yeah, it's possible. I think we've already made that disclaimer, but the name itself says that we're probably going to be talking a little bit about the Saints. We know these students a lot better. We've been following them all year, but we definitely don't mean to neglect the importance of all the other athletes out here.
Right.
So we appreciate anybody watching who's outside of St. Ansgar as well.
We sure do. North Iowa has the lead. Benken, the senior from North Iowa. Annie Hegeman, the freshman from Southwind. Southwind's got a couple of freshmen in this race that have run fantastic legs. Bork's maintaining, but I wouldn't say gaining here on her leg.
Yeah, it seemed like that. This is definitely a two-team race at this time. Obviously, like you said, Natalie Bork is maintaining, but the lead is substantial. One runner remaining?
One runner remaining, so they're going to finish this lap. Lila Powers is running the anchor leg for the Saints here in the 4x8. Hilsland from North Iowa, who we already saw earlier tonight run a great race. She's the anchor for North Iowa, and Southwind running Tessa Phillips here on the anchor leg. It'll be Southwind who will have the lead again.
They did this first runner as well.
They did the first and second runners, I think. So it's Southwind running Tessa Phillips. Hilsland for North Iowa.
Natalie finishing strong here.
She gets it to Lila Powers. Again, issues with the handoff. Saints got to figure out their handoffs here tonight.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not quite as important in the 4x8, but still, you don't want that thing to land up on the ground.
I think it certainly costs them a few steps, and you're right. If that thing causes you to kick out of your lane, you're automatically DQ'd.
Gripping the baton a little tight. Nerves probably district track. Got to settle down, be in the moment.
North Iowa's taking a commanding lead here. Their last runner here, Hilsland, doing a really nice job in lap number one, creating a pretty good gap back to the Southwind runner of Phillips. And here comes Lila Powers for the Saints. She is closing fast.
It really
on
is.
Southwind.
If
she can maintain this pace, she will give the Saints a chance. Lila Powers has closed that gap in about half, I would say, in the first half lap, 3/4 of a lap. And she's reeling in Phillips from Southwind.
Look at that forward lean on that. She is just trucking down the track.
North Iowa, Southwind, Saint Ansgar, your top three here with 1 lap to go in the 4x800 meter relay. Lila Powers reeling in Phillips. She's going to make that pass. The question is, does she have enough to catch North Iowa.
She is closing that gap fast. And you're right. You don't know what this North Iowa, the strategy is on this one, but Lila Powers is really looking good
She's
here.
coming. Here comes Lila Powers. 300 to go for the North Iowa runner.
And Lila gets passed by, who passed Lila there?
That's a lapped traffic, we call that in the racing business.
Got fresher tires, though.
Yep,
so.
she's got fresher tires, so she's a lap down.
Got it.
That runner's a lap down. So, yes, great point, though. The runner in blue is the leader. Lila Powers in red is in second. The runner in between them is a lap down. North Iowa and Hillsland coming to the line. Now it's about time. If you're Lila Powers, you got to dig, right? Dig.
Dig.
North Iowa's going to get the automatic. You've got to find a way to power through this last one. Lila's doing that really well. And get in on time here if you're the Saints. North Iowa finishes in 10 flat. 10 minutes, .13. North Iowa's time. The Saints, 10:07.6. The Saints shave off 7 seconds off their previous best time. And although they didn't win it, I will tell you right now, the Saints are going to the state meet in the 4x8.
10 seconds shaved off of their best time. What a great performance.
North Iowa shaves 8 seconds off of theirs, 8.85 seconds off of theirs to run basically a 10 flat with a few hundreds tacked onto the back. So congratulations to the girls from North Iowa, Job, Hoffman, Binken, and Hillsland, who qualify automatically for the girls' state track meet next week in the girls' 4x800 meter relay. The Saints will get in on time with a 10:07.61, and Southwind of Kelmer will be right there in consideration as well at 10:13. If it goes like last year's did, the last time to qualify last year was 10:31. So
10:31 was the 24th best time in the state. Right?
Last year.
Got it.
So this year's 24th best time is like 10:50. So by all accounts, there's no reason Southwind shouldn't get in as well.
Agreed.
But I'm not making any guarantees up here. You'll have to watch the returns. Just like in November, we'll just sit and watch the TV and watch for returns here tonight. But a really good time and a great carry from a couple of freshmen for Southwind. So good night for the girls to start this one. For the Saints, the boys are going to try to continue that good night with the boys 4x8. The boys 4x800 meter relay brought to you by Johnson Oil. Thank you, Johnson Oil. The entries look like this. Northwood Kensett in lane run 1, easy for me to say, running Tufty, Nelson, Jacobson, and Peterson. In lane 2, Nashville Plainfield running Smith, Hanson, Blanchard, and Muller. Lane 3, your Saints with Remster, Tykestyle, Hunter Hillman, Christian Michaels, and Jace Schwiesow. The Saints come in with a 10:46 on the season. North Iowa, the team to beat here in lane 4, running Green Sky, Potter, Grunvold, and Hillsland. Have we heard that name? Yeah, we just did. I believe those would be brother and sister. Or maybe cousins. I don't know. Maybe they're not related, just have a really strange last name that happens to be, theirs. Says the guy whose last name is Beeland. Lake Mills.
What's so strange about it? This is not one you're used to.
Just there's an E in the wrong spot. I really want it to be Hillsland, and it looks like Hillsland, and I don't know which one to say. So if you're out there in the chat from Buffalo Center, Titanka, yeah, there you go. Any other North Iowa style towns, please help me with that last name. Hillsland, Heilsland, I'm not sure, but they can both run, I can tell you that. Lane 6, Turkey Valley. Lane 5, I missed them. Lake Mills, Renneker, Brandenburg, Van Rokel, and Thompson. Lane 6, Turkey Valley, running Busta, Neiman, and Cruzy. No, I didn't stutter. There are 2 Bustas, a Burke and a Hugo. In lane 7, West Hancock, running Callis, Collins, Bruns, and Hinders. Lane 8, West Fork with Ward, Sturgis, Mask, and Martinic. In our stagger, we have 10 entries here again. Riceville running Ebert, Dwine, Vance, and Felper. And North Butler with Anderson, Miller, Klinkenborg, and Nielsen.
Got a little Mitchell County math quiz for you.
Yeah, bring it.
This is more of a story problem. We'll let them start here.
North Iowa comes in with the 7th best time on the year, running an 8:23, which is an incredible 4x8 time.
That really is. Okay, with 15 teams here at the district track meet, and only 10 runners running this race in the only heat of the night. What can you deduce from that, utilizing your Mitchell County math?
That there are 5 teams that did not enter?
Oh my goodness, this you're good, man.
Yes.
You are good. Anybody out there who may question Joe's not only ability to do math, but to actually creatively solve a
think
problem,
logically, yeah.
a problem, a story. We call it a story problem.
Story
math,
problem.
right?
I believe so.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
proving yourself worthy, young fellow.
Thank you. That's pressure. Live on TV like that.
I knew you could handle it.
Tyke Remster has the baton for the Saints. Out front, it is North Iowa, the team to beat. This is Brogan Green Sky. Top 10 named number 3 of the night already with a Brogan Green Sky. Lake Mills, running Renneker in second. 1 lap in here. Created a little separation. Those top 5 teams have kind of broken away here. With, I believe that's a Wildcat. I believe that's Riceville. Try not to let him get too far out. Tyke Remster and Brogan Green Sky. Saints and Bison. Remster pulls
bit of a
along
battle.
side, and Green Sky kicks it into 10th. Remster's not giving up. He comes back for another attempt at the pass and makes it happen that time.
Strategically does it at the beginning of that curve, maybe trying to maybe get in front of him here a little bit.
Slingshot move.
I
The
think
slingshot
it
move
feels
around.
like that.
All right.
Is that a technical term? Or
We're
going to
call it that. That's a Joe term. Tyke Remster
Wow.
with the kick. Tyke Remster running a fantastic 800 leg here in the boys 4x800 meter relay. Remster gets the baton to Hillman. Green Sky for North Iowa hands it to Jackson Potter. So it's Saint Ansgar, North Iowa, Lake Mills, Nashville Plainfield are your top 4. North Iowa with Potter quickly to the lead.
Quickly to the lead. I have to say, though, I've been so impressed with Hillman this year.
Hillman's
And
the
every
closer.
race is like a little better than the last one. Maybe not even a little better than the last one. The kid surprises me. What a heck of an athlete.
Nashville Plainfield moves into 3rd. They're running Jace Hansen on this leg. Lake Mills in 4th with Brandenburg. Hunter's done a nice job of reeling that North Iowa runner back in.
Yes, he has.
These runners have another lap to go. Did anyone tell them? Because it looks like they
well,
are.
let's see how they respond right now.
Been impressed with the North Iowa runner Potter. You get up into his peripheral vision and he just speeds up just a little bit. That seems to be North Iowa's tactic is we'll let you catch us, but you're not going around us without a whole lot of energy being expended.
You mentioned slingshot earlier. It feels a little bit like that, you know.
Like, yeah, I'm going to
It's like
let
I
you
see
burn a
coming.
lot of energy getting up beside me, and then I'm gonna demoralize you by pulling around. Let's see if they can do it again. Does Potter have any for Hillman? At this point, he does not. We said Hillman's the closer. Here comes Hunter Hillman. To the lead go the Saints. North Iowa in 2nd. Nashville Plainfield in 3rd.
Man, Hillman looks good, doesn't he?
Hunter Hillman, who discovered he knew how to run an 800 about 30 days ago. And meet number 1 when he ran like a 10:04, and they were like, that's really good, Hunter. Why don't you go do that again? And he has done it all year since. He's running a couple of them tonight. Hunter Hillman closing like a beast, and he'll get that baton to Christian Michaels, who has it for leg number 3 and about a 5-second lead over North Iowa. North Iowa running Grunvold, Gavin Grunvold. Grunhove, excuse me. And he's flying.
It's fair to say that I'm looking at about 4 guys that are flying right now.
Right.
And the gap is closing in spite of him flying.
Everybody chasing Christian Michaels. Grunhove for North Iowa is just in a whole different gear at this point.
He really is.
You can see why they've run it 15 seconds faster than anybody else in this race. In large part, it's because of this young man who's going to do the same thing in the distance med.
Man, he's good.
Because he runs this leg in the D-Med as well and runs it at about this pace.
That is insane after 1 lap, the lead that he has taken for his team.
Nashville Plainfield moves into second. They are running Blanchard. Lake Mills in third with Van Rokel. The Saints and Christian Michaels in fourth. But this one's all North Iowa at this point. Does Lake Mills and Nashville Plainfield have anything for them?
You can take a look at the gap there. You got first, second, and third place.
Christian Michaels has done a great job of not letting this group get away, right? He's doing his job of, hey, I can't run a 2-minute 800 like the guy in first can, but I can run a 2:15 and give my team a chance, and that's exactly what he's doing right here, giving it everything he's got. Christian Michaels with a nice leg for the Saints. Lake Mills has officially moved into second place with Van Rokel. But it's North Iowa out front, although that gap is closing.
Seems to be.
Lake Mills has closed it a touch. Nashville Plainfield in third, the Saints in fourth. North Iowa has the baton out front. Isaac Hilsland. Lake Mills in second. Hayden Thompson has the baton for the Bulldogs. Nashville Plainfield anchored by Avery Muller and St. Ansgar's Jay Schwiesow in fourth. As advertised, North Iowa impressive in this one.
You know, it felt like their strategy for North Iowa was, keep it close the first two runners because I tell you what, runners 3 and 4 are phenomenal here.
Yeah, two great 800 runners here to close. He stretched that lead back out. 30 meters maybe, something like that is the lead for North Iowa. North Iowa with Hilsland. In second is Lake Mills running Thompson. Nashua Plainfield with Avery Muller, but here comes Jay Schwiesow. Schwiesow's catching Muller and the Huskies of Nashua Plainfield. The Northwood Kensett anchor leg is running really well here. That's who's up there giving a run for the money. He's a lap down, but he is keeping up with the leader. In fact, he's going to pass the leader at this point. Nice leg out of him. Here, Jay Schwiesow makes the pass for third. Schwiesow moves past, and the Saints move past Nashville Plainfield for third place. Again, this is time. You got to dig deep. We're not winning this race. We're not getting to that auto qualifier. Can we get it on time? And the Saints are going to be right there. They're looking to run something under 10:40-ish to have a legit shot, probably to make this under 10:45 for sure. Excuse me, 8:45. I don't want to say 10. 8:45. North Iowa wins the 4x8. Lake Mills is going to finish second. A great leg out of Jay Schwiesow. And he's going to finish in third. North Iowa runs an 8:24.89. 8:24.89 for North Iowa. Lake Mills with an 8:32.8 and Saint Ansgar with an 8:35.86. Nashua Plainfield at 8:37. I tell you what, the last qualifier last year got in on time with an 8:40.67. If that's true again this year, 4 teams from that race will make it to state, if that's true. North Iowa, Lake Mills, St. Ansgar, and Nashua Plainfield all have a legit shot of qualifying for the state meet in this event.
That's more than our share, if there's 10 of these things, isn't it?
That is more than our share.
Feels like we're being a little greedy there.
You are
correct.
correct.
In St. Ansgar tonight.
So it shows you the quality of the 800 runners here in St. Ansgar. That is, for the Saints, their best time coming into tonight was 8:46. They run an 8:35.
Wow.
Good performance from the Saints, 4x8. They put themselves in position to earn a spot on time. We won't know that until all the results are compiled. 11 o'clock, midnight tonight, something like that, before you know officially if you get it on time. Congratulations to the North Iowa boys, 4x8, made up of Brogan Green Sky, Jackson Potter, Gavin Grunhold, and Isaac Hilsland. They qualify automatically for the boys' state track meet next week in the 4x8. At this point, it's break time here in St. Ansgar.
Is it break time already?
Break time.
I can't even believe it.
30-minute break. The clock is running, so we are 29 minutes and 47 seconds to go. I don't know. So no, the clock's not running. Never mind. There, it just started. The clock just started. So 30 minutes from my mark, we will be back. And we're going to stay here. We're going to try to give you some – we're going to get a commercial break in here, Duke, or how do you want to do this before we roll into some of the other results and talk about what might be next? You tell me.
Let's hit the ad right now.
All right. We're going to go to some ads, and we'll be back.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school and just thinking, I mean, how great they were and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers. Whether a ref makes a bad call or it's opposing players or fans trying to get us out of our element, that our ultimate goal is to win, and doing things that are unsportsmanlike aren't going to get us any closer to that goal.
Because in life, many things will not go your way, and by learning now to hold your head up high when defeated and stay humble after a victory will better influence your life for the years to come.
The Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union encourages positive behavior.
Pride, respect, leadership, and sportsmanship on the court and in the stands.
Remember what a great privilege it is to see your team compete.
Thank you for your attendance. Enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game.
The score of any game is generally forgotten over time,
But the actions of players, coaches, and fans are remembered.
Sportsmanship is an attitude that can have a positive influence on everyone around you.
In the stands and on the court.
How do you want to be remembered?
Support your team positively and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
Asses at the concession stand. The burgers are so good tonight, guys.
They are flying off the shelf over there. 30-minute break here in Saint Ansgar. Good start to the night here. This has been a well-oiled machine. An hour and 15 minutes into this thing, we are at the mandatory 30-minute break.
27 minutes to go on the track break, but during that time, the throwers keep throwing.
Yes, yep, the field events continue. So let's just recap. Can we recap quick, guys? Is that all right?
I sure would like that.
Quick. I know you've got the scroll across the top, but let's go through our first three running events. Look like this: the girls 800 sprint medley, the Saints of Saint Ansgar with Natalie Bork, Mariah Michaels, Emma Hall, and Ava Falk qualify for the state track meet with a time of 1:55.18. And the boys 800 sprint medley relay, the team from West Hancock, made up of Nito, Mendez, Bixel, Ford, and Kelly, run a 138.57, and West Hancock wins the boys sprint medley relay. And the girls 3,000, Claire Zweibaummer from Riceville, who gave Lauren Hillsland everything she wanted in that race. What a fantastic 3,000-meter race with less than or a little over a second separating first and second. Both of those two runners, and potentially Addison Volkler, will, in third, make the state meet there, we believe. The boys' 3,200-meter, Ezra Ameline wins that one and automatically qualifies with a time of a 10:11.88. Newt Rogney from Lake Mills runs a 10:12, and Justin Rigg of Lake Mills runs a 10:18. Again, the opportunity for all three of those runners to make it to the state meet in on time. One automatic qualifier, everybody else has to get in on time. And the girls 4x8, North Iowa wins it with a time of 10 minutes, 0.13 seconds. St. Ansgar finishes second with their best time of the year, taking almost 10 seconds off at 10:07.6. Southwind runs a 10:13 and finishes third in the girls 4x8. Boys 4x8. North Iowa wins it with a 10:24.89. Lake Mills finishes second with a 10:32.83. And the Saints finished third at 8. Did I say 10 again? 8.35 or 8:35.86 seconds. We believe as many as 4 teams from the boys 4x8 have a legit shot of making the state tournament the state meet on time. So the Saints run a great time there at 10:35. That's 11 seconds better than their best coming in to tonight. So we're on a 30-minute break. Up next is the girls 4x100-meter shuttle hurdle relay, followed by, of course, the boys 110 shuttle hurdle relay. So shuttle hurdle is next. We are about 24 minutes from getting back on the track. The discus and shot put events are still going on. We have some official results here from field events. Am I right on that? Let's see if I can find them. Do you have a picture of that? They're not in.
I got a picture.
They are right here. Girls high
Okay.
jump. Your winner is Avery Eastfold of Lake Mills, who jumps 5 feet 2 inches. Second place, Abby Wagner from Southwind. Kara Wood ties for second as well. She also jumped 4'10" on her first jump, just as Abby Wagner did. So they both get second. And third, Budak from Lake Mills, also jumping 4'10". Holthouse from Southwind at 4'10", and fourth, Briley Winia from Saint Ansgar jumps 4'10" and finishes fifth in the girls high jump. I have boys high jump official results. I don't believe we've gone through them yet. So let's work in reverse order.
Let's do it.
They look like this. Tied for 8th, Flores of Southwind and Bartles of North Butler, who both jump 5 feet 4 inches. In 7th place, Johnny Adams of Riceville, 5 feet 4 inches. In 6th place, from Northwood Kensett, the Viking Cooper Juleseth jumps 5 feet 4 inches. In 5th, Kyson Lamb of Belmont Clemmy with a jump of 5 feet 6 inches. In 4th, the Saints' Colton Winia, who jumps 5 feet 6 inches as well, finishes 4th. In 3rd place, from West Hancock, Nolan Vasky, who jumped 5'10". The Belmont Clemmy's Braden Doherty jumped 5'10" in an earlier try, apparently, because he finishes 2nd. And your champion advancing to the state meet in the boys' high jump here in St. Ansgar, Caden Barton Franzen of Southwind with a jump of exactly 6 feet. I told you that was the high bar he jumped over.
It was a high bar.
It turns out it was a 6-foot high bar that he jumped over. So congratulations to Caden Barton Franzen of Southwind, your boys' high jump champion. Shall I continue? I have long jump as well.
I think you should. We got 21, about 22 minutes remaining.
Boys long jump. And again, I don't believe we've been through these, so we will we'll get these to you.
Can you, whatever they need?
I think that he wanted to do an interview.
Oh, yeah. Okay, just tell him to let me know.
All right, so we're going to go down to the field for an interview. But let me get you the boys' long jump results. In 8th place, Talon Jacobson of North Iowa. In 7th place, Alex Manis, Lake Mills. 6th place, from West Fork, Austin Altick. In lane 5, Trey Geis of Nashua Plainfield. In 5th, Trey Geis, Nashua Plainfield. And finishing 4th for St. Ansgar, Drew Powers jumps 19 feet 3 inches. Finishing 3rd, Giovanni Garcia from West Hancock jumps 19 feet 8 3/4 inches. 2nd place, Stroker Coop of North Butler, who jumps 19 feet 10 1/4 inch. And your champion of the boys long jump here, District 8, from North Iowa, Trent Robertson, who jumps 20 feet 4 1/4 inches. Congratulations, Trent Robertson, your long jump champion here in St. Ansgar. He'll be at the state meet jumping next week. The girls' long jump is still underway, so I do not have official results for the girls' long jump. As soon as we have those, we will get you to them. You guys let me know when you're ready for interview. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going because I have some more field event results. Let's do girls' shot put. The girls' shot put looks like this. In 8th place, Emily Hovden, South Wind. She throws 29 feet, 11 1/4 inch. In 7th place, Grace Baker of South Wind. She threw 30 feet, 4 3/4 inches. In 6th place, Lindsay Cruzy of Saint Ansgar with a throw of 31 feet, 3 1/2 inches. In 5th place, from Saint Ansgar, Josie Jar throws 31 feet, 6 1/2 inches. In 4th, Addison Friedlow from West Hancock. She throws 31 feet, 9 inches. In 3rd, Briley Dickman of West Fork with a throw of 33 feet, 5 3/4 inches. In 2nd place, Eden Lamborn of Nashua Plainfield, 34 feet, 10 1/2 inches. And your champion, girls shot put here in St. Ansgar from West Fork, Brecken Dickman. The throw of 36 feet, 3 1/4 inches. Congratulations, Brecken, the girls shot put champion. And finally, the last for now, we'll get to others, but the last that we have complete, the boys' discus is also complete. So girls' discus is underway, as is the boys' shot put and the girls' long jump. Those are the field events that are not yet complete. They're over there running them or throwing, I guess, would probably be throwing and jumping those as we speak. So let's go through those boys' discus results. They look like this. In 8th place, from Lake Mills, Aiden Stensrud. In 7th place, from North Iowa, Jamison Kramersmeyer. 6th place is Dax Sunken of West Fork. In 5th, Justin Mills of Northwood Kensett. In 4th place, from St. Ansgar, Braden Halverson with a throw of 126 feet, 10 inches. In 3rd place, Ray Gretelat, West Hancock. A throw of 128 feet, 3 inches. Your runner-up in the boys' discus, Hunter Hillman from St. Ansgar with a throw of 133 feet, 1 inch. And your champion, boys' discus from Nashua Plainfield, Eli Kalanoff. Eli throws 139 feet, 11 inches to win the boys' discus championship and advance to the state meet next week. Congratulations, Mr. Kalanoff. So if we look, I'm going to go do that right now. The discus numbers were not great tonight. Your Saints did not set personal best tonight. I think Coach Sherman told us last time, never bet on hurdler or discus thrower.
He did say that.
There's just so much that goes on in terms of scratch, get over that line, get it out of bounds, there's just so many different moving parts there that there's a lot going on there. So I know both boys will be disappointed in those numbers. They had better numbers throughout the year, but that's how it goes. That's why they compete, right? That's why we run them. So a good night for Nashua Plainfield there in the discus, 139 feet, 11 inches. But what's interesting, that's part of what I wanted to look up to see what he had thrown prior to tonight. And if I go look, he's thrown almost 143 feet a couple of times this year. So he, didn't exactly didn't make a personal best for himself either. So he's probably not pleased with that either.
Probably true.
Advances to the state meet either way, and has a way to go do it down there, which I guess is probably more important, right?
Probably
go advance and go throw that personal best number next week. So those are the field events that we have results for at this point. Duke, I'm sure, is frantically getting those up on the screen for you. So at some point you'll start to see those, won't we, Duke?
How about right about now?
How about right about now?
Well, he's working on that. Paige Melvin, thank you for the pronunciation help. Mueller. Jake Pierce, is there a link to the results? Well, one, yes, right here, you're on it. Saints TV, we got the results. We got the ticker on the top. If you're looking for the list of results, that's aatiming.com.
Yep, and you'll see the live results right in the middle of the page. If you click on that, it will take you to, so you can go look up heats and all that stuff, official times if you want those. Like I said, we're going to scroll them across the top here as we go throughout the evening as well. So let's check that clock. 15 minutes exactly left in this one. 15 minutes to go here in the break. And then we will run the shuttle hurdle relay. So the girls run a 100-meter shuttle hurdle relay, right? 4x100-meter shuttle hurdle relay. There will be 2 timed finals for both boys and girls. So the girls will run first. There are 7 entries for the girls and 7 entries for the boys. So 1 heat of 3 and a heat of 4 is what that'll look like. The 4x100-meter shuttle hurdle relay brought to you by Saint Ansgar State Bank. Thank you, Saint Ansgar State Bank.
Ooh, thank you, Saint Ansgar State Bank. Hey, if a shout out to all those wonderful volunteers willing to run the concession stand tonight. You know, there's a good chance that they'd also like to be watching the meet. I got the camera here on the concession stand. There is a crowd of people taking advantage of this 30-minute break, and they are just busting their butts inside that concession stand to serve people as quick as they can. I know their griddle is going. They're flipping burgers back there. Thank you for, honestly, everybody. Like you said, it does take a village to make one of these work. These guys, they don't actually get to see much of the action. Now, I believe Saints TV is streaming in there, so they do get to kind of see what's going on, but
they can see themselves at this point even on their own TV.
They potentially could.
How exciting! But it takes a village. You said it. Look at the people around this meet, not just the officials and the community volunteers, but the folks in that concession stand that are making all that happen over there. It takes a lot of people to make all this happen, and what a great night here in Saint Ansgar. We are glad to have this district track meet here in town for the first time on this track. I believe this track's 5 years old. So a great night here and a good way to kind of display all of the talented folks and people and beautiful facilities that we have here in Saint Ansgar. If you took a picture of this place 15 years ago versus how it looks today, you would not recognize it, and that's a credit to a whole lot of people in this community that made that happen. And, special thanks to, you know who you are, special thanks to all of you who helped make this place what it is here today, something that we can all be proud of here in the Saint Ansgar community. And I think that's true. I know a lot of you out there are listening from all over North Iowa. There's a lot of really cool facilities and cool places here. Small school, rural Iowa does it right. And we may be biased because we live here, but man, I think it's really cool, really special what we can do here in North Iowa with our school systems and how they're maintained and our facilities up here. What a cool thing for all of our kids to get to compete in lots of places around North Iowa and get a great education on these great campuses here in North Iowa. So we are about 12 minutes away from the action resuming here on the track. They are calling the girls shuttle hurdle relay teams right now to check in, so it won't be long, and we will get underway here in 5 or 6 minutes. We'll give you the rundown of those shuttle hurdle relay teams as they get ready to compete. I will give you a little preview. The girls shuttle hurdle and the boys shuttle hurdle both are going to feature 2 of the best hurdle teams in the state. So you get to watch that tonight here live on Saints TV. You're in for a treat. If you like to watch the hurdles, you are going to see a couple of teams that do it expertly.
7th place, North Butler. 6th place, West Hancock. 5th
We should have.
Northwood Kentridge. 4th place, West Fork. 3rd place, South Winship. 2nd place.
Our camera crews up here in the booth in Saints TV land. We're getting them all situated, trying to get them a little nourishment here during the break so they can hold that camera up and point those cameras for the last half of this meet, or maybe last 2/3 of this meet. Are we a third of the way through? We aren't, are we? We're a quarter of the way through, and they make us take a break. Allegedly. Field events, what do we see over there, guys? We have the boys shot put going on. Am I right there? And the girls' discus, I suppose, is underway as well. Our special guest tonight lives in that discus shot put land until it's over, so we may not see him for a bit. And then we'll get you some insight from the pit firsthand. 60 years of track experience about to join us here in the booth for the second half of this one. 60 years. You heard that right. Been a track coach here at Saint Ansgar for 58 of those 60 years. But we're not going to reveal who it is. If you can guess, then that's fine. That probably narrows it down a bit. If you know anything about Saint Ansgar Athletics, you probably know this guy. But we're going to keep it a secret. You got to stay tuned to figure out who our special guest is.
7th place, Jaden Roush, Truckee Valley. 6th place, Lucan Knutson, St. Ansgar. 5th place, Griffin Paulson, Belmont Clemmy. 4th place.
So girls long jump, girls discus, and boys shot put are the 3 events that are not done yet. So we have not given you those results because we do not have them. But as soon as we get those, we'll get them to you. If you go to aatiming.com, as we mentioned earlier, you can go look through those results. If you're looking for somebody we didn't name off, you can find out their results here as well.
Do you have a stutter? I mean, every time you say that, it sounds like you're saying AA timing.
AA timing. It's 2 A's.
It's 2 A's? Oh, it's not a stutter.
It's not.
AA timing.
It's not, yes.
Like All-American,
That's
perhaps.
right. I believe that is. I think I've decoded their website and their address. I believe it is All-American timing. Out of Ames, Iowa, they're timing like 7 of these meets tonight. Of
That's
the 10.
insane.
So they're everywhere. They must have multiple crews. They came in here lean and mean and efficient, and I like that. When you can roll in to time one of these things with 3 guys and a little tiny car full of equipment and set it up in 20 minutes, it was 1 guy, 1 official, and a little tiny SUV with a back seat full of stuff, and do a great job of timing one of these things and keep us running. That's pretty awesome.
Depending on our throwers, I can probably get us a shot of that little SUV. It might be down there.
Let's see if it is. There it is. Do we have is this a Nissan?
It is a Nissan.
That's a Nissan.
Or a Nissan, depending on where you're from.
I think it's a Nissan Rogue, perhaps. So
we got to blur out the license plate there so that you can't see whose it is.
But that is the timing official, and I'm being told from my producer that it is 1 official and a little car.
You know what's insane? That's actually where we usually park the production truck, but they said our production
truck, right?
But they said nope, timers are more important. Timer. Specifically.
Mm-hmm. Breaking news here in Saint Ansgar: there is a orange glowing ball of fire that has appeared to our west. I believe they call that the sun. It doesn't shine often in May in this part of the world anymore, but we have blue sky and sunshine, ladies and gentlemen. It is 60 degrees. There's almost no detectable wind here on the field. There is a 9-mile-an-hour wind, but you can't really feel it here, especially inside of these plywood walls. I don't feel it at all. But I also don't see the flags down on the field moving, so that gives me some hint that this is a pretty nice night for the runners, too. They deserve it because they have run in some poor weather. The temps haven't been as bad as usual, but the wind has been relentless for these poor runners.
Yeah, it really has.
It's been funny to kind of watch some splits for our Saints, and I had a conversation one night with one of our young runners, and I said, "But your split was like 3/4 of a second faster than last week." And he looked at me and he said, "Yeah, the 30-mile-an-hour wind was at my back this time instead of in my face." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, I get it." So
that's great.
It is as a track guy, Eric, you understand that wind makes a difference.
Oh my goodness, does it ever?
So, nice night here for the district track meet in St. Ansgar. We talked about volunteers. Thanks to everybody who helped make this happen here tonight. It takes a bunch of people to make one of these things. There's kids everywhere. You know, I noticed you look over at the throwers over there. There's a bunch of freshmen and sophomores who aren't throwing at the varsity level that are over there picking up shot puts and discus and doing their job to help pull this thing off here tonight. So
those shot puts look heavy.
They do. They do.
Hey, Joe, Connie Jenkins has a question for you. Thank you, Connie, for chiming in. Do you have team standings?
Team standings. Let's look. To be honest, I don't know. I do. Should we start with the girls? Girls team standings. 5 events scored. Okay, so I'm going to here we go. Girls shot put, girls high jump, the 4x8, the 3,000, and the sprint med. Those are the 5 events scored. Okay?
Got it.
I'm just going to give you, you know what? I'm going to give you the top 5 because they're close. 5th place with 20 points, North Iowa. 4th place, South Wind with 21 points. In 3rd place, through 5 events, Lake Mills with 24 points. In 2nd place, West Fork with 28 points. And your leader through 5 scored events, Saint Ansgar with 31 points. So girls district meet through 5 events is led by your Saints with 31 points. They have a 3-point lead over West Fork and a 7-point lead over Lake Mills. If we switch to the boys' side of the ledger, 6 events scored for the boys because the long jump is done. So we're going to add the long jump to that. Yep, so long jump, high jump, discus, 4x8, the 32, and the sprint med are scored for the boys. And let's give you the top 5 here as well. In 5th place, North Iowa. In 3rd place, we have a tie. Nashua Plainfield and Lake Mills are tied for 3rd with 25 points. West Hancock is in 2nd with 31 points. And your district meet leader through 6 scored events for the boys are the Saints of St. Ansgar with 36 scored points. So the Saints lead both the boys and girls races through 5 and 6 events scored to this point. So good start for both teams.
Start. I actually don't know the answer to this. I suspect I know. Like the team standings don't really mean anything as it pertains to the state. Really, we're qualifying individuals and teams in events, but the winning team today won't see like any sort of what?
That is the one benefit is you get a banner. There is some hardware.
You
get
a
district champion. I think the kids get medals, and I believe there's a banner or something you can hang up in the gym kind of thing. But there is no, hey, as a team we advance or we get to go.
Got it.
You know, like wrestling has individual events, but then they also have a team-style event.
Yes.
That does not happen with track and field. It's too hard to pull off.
You bet.
So you get to say you won. You get a little hardware, but the show kind of ends at that point. So
and different than cross country, who would qualify an entire team of enough
point.
individuals. Of course, that's a pretty simple sport when you compare it to track, but definitely a running sport where the individual results would qualify your team to the state meet.
Yep, that's a great point. That's probably the best comparison. Is that doesn't exist for track and field like it does for cross country. But it's a cool thing. It's something you can hang your hat on as a student, and I think it's cool that they do that. But it does. We talked about last week how that conference meet is these coaches work really hard to set those lineups to score the maximum number of points to really win those conference meets.
Yep.
The district meet is different. Coaches set these lineups to advance the maximum number of events and the maximum number of kids
that makes
to
sense.
That state meet. That is at least the coaches I've spoken with, which were Saints coaches. That's their mission, right? Is how do we get as many kids?
Full disclosure,
right?
Saints coaches.
I'm speaking for the others. I assume they're doing the same. But this is how do we get the right events down there? How do we get the maximum number of events down there? And then how do we maximize who has an opportunity not just to get there but then to place too? Right? Is how do I get there? If I run this lineup in this relay, we might qualify. Right, but not really have a legit shot when we get there versus if I create a lineup in relay number 2 that looks like this with those same kids, now I can place. We might finish 5th with that combination in a different relay. So we talked about last week how hard coaching high school sports is hard. I don't care what sport it is or how you do it, but I think track adds the complexity of you got a lot of kids to manage in this whole thing, and you have these exercises to go through to try to figure out how do I keep everybody engaged and get as many people to that final step, and get them to that state meet while providing the best opportunity for everybody. So it's hard. It's hard to do that.
Yeah, so here we are. We have 20 seconds left here in our break. Everyone is kind of taking their positions. I can see the timer going back. But one other question for you on that. So why not, if you have like the fastest kid alive, why not just enter them in every event and just win the whole thing?
Great point. Because somebody at the state thought of that and said, well, wait a minute. Let's try to keep this as balanced and fair as possible.
Yeah.
So we're going to say you can only enter 4 events. And that counts the field events. So if you throw, you can only run 3, right? If you throw Hunter Hillman threw discus tonight, so that's one of his events. He's only running 3 events here on the track because he, quote-unquote, burned one of his 4 in the discus event. So, yeah, it is. And you're going to see that as we go on throughout the night. Nashville Plainfield for the girls, has the hammer here tonight. She'd win every race that she entered. Okay, that might be extreme, but pretty close, right? Cadence Huck is special.
Yes, she is.
She's going to win multiple state championships again this year, and so she is limited to 4 events. They had to make some really hard choices if you're Nashville Plainfield on where they're going to put her. And we'll talk about how they did that. But let's set up the girls 4x100 meter shuttle hurdle relay. Section 1, North Iowa, West Hancock, and West Fork are your 3 entries here in Section 1 of 2. Section 2 will have Lake Mills, Northwood Kensett, Saint Ansgar, and North Butler. So North Iowa here in lane run, running Beckler, Hallberg, Lopez, and Olson. West Hancock with Johnson, Nelson, Marchand, and Nielsen. And West Fork with Schoening, Dickman, Meyer, and Wood.
I've done the best I can to set my camera up here for this one. I'm going to try and follow these girls through
with the
camera we have upstairs. But it is amazing how fast this happens. So bear with me here. I'll try and make sure that these girls are included as I run this camera.
These girls in shuttle hurdle are shooting for something under 114. Last qualifier last year, 113 and change. So,
shuttle hurdle relay. What does this mean?
That's a good question. Essentially, we have 4 runners who aren't handing off a baton. There's no baton here involved, but they're going to go in opposite directions. So we're going to start to our right, go down to our left. There's a line at the end of each set of hurdles, and once the girl breaks that line, the next runner can start out of the blocks and go back the other way. So there's 4 runners that are each running 100 meters and jumping hurdles along the way. We learned last week from our special guest, who will be here pretty quick. There aren't many states who run this one, right? This is one of the ones you said there's 5 or 6 states that even run this race anymore. So kind of cool that we get to see it here. And like I said, you're in for a treat. We'll talk about it in Section 2. The Northwood Kensett girls absolutely fly in this thing.
Yes, they do.
And your Saints are right behind them. So you'll see the 3rd best and 6th best shuttle hurdle team in the state coming up here in section number 2. But for now, section 1 is underway. Break officially over. West Fork out to the lead here. Should have had 3 entries in this one. Looks like we must have had a scratch. So we only have 2 entries running.
I believe you're correct.
We have West Fork and North Iowa. So West Hancock not running. West Fork on leg 2. How's that new camera working with it? That is pretty good.
Just got to keep up with them. I'm not positive exactly right, but so far so good. Especially now if we start to see a gap here.
3rd runner on the track. West Fork out front. West Fork with Meyer. North Iowa, Lopez. And the seeds in the sections are all determined by their best time coming into tonight. Section 1, looks like West Fork running Wood. On this leg, they're going to win Section 1 shuttle hurdle relay. Shuttle hurdle relay brought to you by Saint Ansgar State Bank. Thank you, Saint Ansgar State Bank. Section 2 coming up. Looks like this in lane 1, Lake Mills with Anderson, Sauer, Sterenberg, and Larry. In lane 3, the aforementioned Northwood Kensett Vikings with Thorson, Hegesteg, Wallen, and Moore. They ran a 107.43 a couple of weeks ago. That is the third best 1A time in the state this year. In lane 5, Saint Ansgar with Kenzie Peterson, Mariah Michaels, Briley Winia, and Aspen Falk. They ran a 109.98, the sixth best time in the state in Class 1A. And in lane 7, North Butler running Brinkman, Sorodiak? Help me out if you're in the chat. Sorodiak? I think. McCandless.
I like it.
And Rose. Those are your 4 teams here. Section 2, girls shuttle hurdle relay, brought to you by St. Ansgar State Bank. The third and sixth best teams in the state in the Class 1A level on display. Watch, if you really, really like watching hurdles, watch Lindsay Moore from Northwood Kensett. She's going to run the anchor leg here. If you created an AI image robot of the best hurdle form, it would look like Lindsay Moore.
I knew you were going to say that because it is so true.
It's so fun to watch. It's like a work of art, literally. And if you've ever tried to jump over anything, you know how hard it is. And then to do it that perfectly is just, it's fantastic. So this is going to be a Northwood Kensett St. Ansgar show here in lanes 3 and 5. The middle 2 lanes would be your teams to beat here. Kenzie Peterson is running leg 1 for the Saints. Macy Thorson for Northwood Kensett. Alexis Anderson for Lake Mills. And Lainey Brinkman for North Butler. Section 2, shuttle hurdle relay.
On your marks.
Starter has a hand in the air.
Set.
And we're off. Section 2, shuttle hurdle relay. Kenzie Peterson for the Saints. Northwood Kensett out front with Thorson. Northwood Kensett with the lead. Running Emma Hegesteg, the senior. Saints running Mariah Michaels, just a junior. Mariah running a fantastic leg here in the shuttle hurdle. She makes up a little ground there on Northwood Kensett. Morgan Wallen for Northwood Kensett. Briley Winia for the Saints. Briley Winia. Briley with a great leg.
Great leg.
Here it comes. Comes down to this. Lindsay Moore for the Vikings. Aspen Falk for the Saints. Lindsay Moore just kicks the leg up over. So impressive. Aspen Falk, no slouch herself, right there with her. But Lindsay Moore and the Northwood Kensett Vikings win the girls' shuttle hurdle relay. The Saints finish second. Times look like this. St. Ansgar runs a 106.43. Coming into tonight, their best time was 109.98. So they take 3 seconds off of that time. Northwood Kensett. Here we go. Okay, a little timing issue. They fixed it. Northwood Kensett runs a 106.65. The Saints run a 108.47. That makes more sense.
That does.
Like,
it looked like they were a little delayed getting that Northwood. And interestingly, we're talking like what's the race has been over 10 seconds,
right.
And we're talking about they were a little delayed.
Little delay. Yeah, that's how fast that happens.
Pretty amazing how fast that can happen. But it was delayed getting Northwood's timing, and you're right. There was a slight error that got fixed, and all better. Northwood wins that one.
106.43. Is that right? I'm gonna go look. So what I'm doing. Little production truck information here. Back here in the truck, we're going to bring up if the website doesn't crash, and it just crashed, but which happens a lot on this website. But we'll the bound website.
Got it.
There's just a billion people doing the same thing I'm doing, clicking on it, trying to figure out how good a time that was. In Class 1A, the best time coming into tonight was 106.45. 106.43 was the best time coming into tonight.
My goodness.
The girls shuttle hurdle relay team from Northwood just ran a 106.63.
Wow.
0.65. 0.65 is what they ran tonight. The best coming in was 0.43. So just 0.2 off the best time. That is the second best time in the state. They actually improved their position there. So the Saints they go from 109.98 coming into tonight, and they run a 108.47. So again, not an automatic qualifier. The Northwood Kensett, congratulations to them. They automatically qualify. The Saints are getting in as well.
Are you pretty sure about that, Joe?
Pretty sure about that.
I think you're right.
With a 108.47. So Lake Mills finishes third, North Butler fourth, and North Iowa officially fifth. Boys, we moved the hurdles back a little bit. We run 110 meters here. The 110 shuttle hurdle relay brought to you by Saint Ansgar State Bank. 2-time finals looks like this. In lane 1, North Iowa. Running Hanson, Price, Schaefer, and Brandt. In lane 3, Lake Mills with Price, Helming, Steeny, and Jensen. And in lane 5, North Butler with Asher, Booz, Thorne, and Miller. That is section 1 of 2-time finals, boys, shuttle hurdle relay. They're chasing the time under 106. Likely got to be under 106 here to have a shot of getting in on time in the boys shuttle hurdle relay. The Saints do not have an entry here. If you're following along from home with the Saint Ansgar fans, there are, again, coach's decision, right? You got to enter where you think you can, and that part of that decision tonight was we're not going to enter the shuttle hurdle. We're going to save some races for guys to run somewhere else. Section 1 underway. North Iowa, Lake Mills, North Butler. North Butler in the lead. Lake Mills in second. North Iowa in third after leg number 1.
I don't know about you, Joe, but hurdles are tough for me.
Yeah, like I said, jumping over anything is tough for me. So I tons of respect for these folks who can do this. And we talked last week about how keeping those steps in order and in line and trying to 3-step everything is so important. And to watch someone do it well is impressive. North Butler getting a nice leg here from their third runner, McCandless. Or excuse me, this is the boys. North Butler's Jack Thorne. Steeny for Lake Mills, Schaefer for North Iowa. And last runners on the track here, North Butler out front with Jackson Miller. Chasing him is Lake Mills with Jeremiah Jensen. North Iowa's running Levi Brandt. North Butler wins section 1. Lake Mills finishes second. Section 2 looks like this. Nashua Plainfield in 1 with White, Felsky, Zimmer, and Evans. Lane 3, West Hancock running Ford, Peterson, Subject, and Smith. In lane 5, Southwind running Weiss, Timp, Barton, Franzen, and Ort. And in lane 7, Northwood Kensett, Mills, Tiedemann, Juleseth, and Robinson. West Hancock coming into tonight has run the second best time in the state in 1A with a 1:01.
We're in for a treat then.
The bad news is no Kellen Smith tonight. We talked about that off the top. Kellen Smith is hurt and unable to go tonight. So Jacoby Subject, freshman Jacoby Subject, is going to run their third leg tonight. I'm sure a talented runner, but hard to replace senior Kellen Smith for that one. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in this race with one of their guys not able to go. That might open the door for Southwind or Nashua Plainfield here. Should be a good race.
Yeah, so tell me the time difference here. You get the freshmen in here. Let's do some math here, right? What's going to be the difference?
Right. So
we don't know, of course, until it's over.
Right.
What would be the expected
1:01 is their expected time. So they ran a 1:01 with Kellen Smith. So it'll be interesting to see if that's 2 seconds and they run a 1:03 tonight. I would say the coach would probably take that running away from here, right? If they can do that. So it'll be interesting to watch that. We'll keep an eye on that. Like I said, 1:01 was their number coming in tonight with Kellen Smith, who's unable to go due to injury.
Pick up your punch tickets from the young lady, JC, down by the finish.
By the way, Southwind here, no slouch in this race either. They come in with the 24th best time with a 106.39, and right behind them, Nashville Plainfield, 106.97. So anything can, and this is a shuttle hurdle, anything can happen.
Yes, again.
And the shuttle hurdle relay. And we're about to find out what that anything might be on a night like tonight. Boys discus results going across the top. Finish line cam on your screen. Also happens to be the starting line cam for the shuttle hurdle relay. It serves dual purposes. Maybe we should get a sponsor for the finish line cam and for the shuttle hurdle starting line cam.
We probably should.
How about that?
I think we probably should.
Merchandising. If you want to sponsor the shuttle hurdle start line cam, you let me know. Section 2. Southwind out strong. West Hancock, though, right there. Nashville Plainfield in third. Northwood Kensett in fourth. After that first runner. Second runner's on the track. Southwind and West Hancock. West Hancock takes out Southwind goes over a hurdle, but doesn't cost him much.
Oof. Runner down.
Nashville Plainfield runner.
That's
down hard.
Tough thing about those hurdles.
Here's that freshman we talked about running for Kellen Smith. Yeah. Pretty good to me. Looks pretty darn good to me. I don't think they're going to have a significantly different time. West Hancock out front in this one. Substantial lead over Southwind.
Look at that. Look at that form again. We talked about this during the Northwood.
This is Mitchell Smith, who played along nicely on Saints TV. He wins it for West Hancock in the shuttle hurdle relay. West Hancock is your champion with a time of 101.46. So we said they came in with the second best time at 101.04. Replacing Kellen Smith with the freshman cost them just 0.4 of a second. And they still run the second best time in the state all year. Congratulations, West Hancock. Boys shuttle hurdle relay qualifying for state. Southwind of Kelmer runs a 105.05. 105.05. They may have a sleepless night tonight as they watch the returns on times. That's going to be very, very close. The last qualifier last year was 105.13.
Oof, that is close.
Okay, they just ran a 105.05. So we'll see. This year may be different, but they are going to be very, very close. So Southwind, we said we got to see some quality shuttle hurdle teams here tonight, and we did just that. They did not disappoint. Up next, the girls' 100-meter dash, brought to you by Beeland Ag Risk Services. A better way to buy crop insurance, period. Girls' 100-meter dash, 4 sections, looks like this. In Section 1, and Eric, let's go back. Why do we have 4 sections again? Do you remember the answer you asked me? I provided the answer. Yeah. Did you retain?
It's an individual event, right? Sure. It's not a team event, so we can enter two entries per team, I believe is what you said.
You got it, 2 entries per team, so we have 4 sections here in Section 1. Trulio from Southwind, and we had Mike out there who said he'd help us with pronunciations for Southwind. I'd love some help with this one. Dahlia, Trujilo. Help me with that pronunciation if you know. She's in lane 3. Lane 4, Sheehan from Newman Catholic. Lane 5, Eichenberger from North Iowa, and Gobelli from Belmont Clemmy in lane 6. That is Section 1 of the girls' 100-meter dash.
Once again, Nashville Plainfield boys coach, please report to the right vehicle.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Trujillo, is that correct?
Got it. Trujillo, thank you. So Dahlia Trujillo in lane 3 for Southwind. Thanks for the help with the pronunciation there. White flag in the air, so Section 1 of the girls' 100-meter dash about to get underway.
Duke, what cam you need here? Do you need a gunman? Oh, I guess we got him right there.
Starter, I think we call them in track.
Yeah, probably starter. That's better.
And we're off.
Duke is running the timer manually to give you an idea of what's happening in these races. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Especially in the 100, we may not be very accurate. Northwood Kensett, I believe. Eichenberger wins Section 1 of the girls' 100-meter dash. Emma Eichenberger with a 14.83. Gobelli from Belmont Clemmie. Trujillo from Kelmer in third. Section 2, the girls' 100-meter dash. Nito Mendez in lane 1 from West Hancock. Ramirez from West Fork in lane 2. Ritterath from Riceville in lane 3. Hermanson of St. Ansgar in 4. Kunin from Turkey Valley in lane 5, depending on if you're from Hampton or Turkey Valley. It's Kunin or Kennan. We'll go with Kunin. In lane 6, Pickar from Riceville. In lane 7, Hawker of North Butler and Brierly of Rockford in lane 8. That is section 2 of 4, girls 100-meter dash. So as we look here at the finish or at the start line, you can see one hand in the air means we're getting close. And then that starter in the green jacket has one hand down. When that hand comes up, they're set, and we are about to get underway. The time to beat is 14.83, set by Emma Eichenberger in Section 1 of North Iowa. Section 2 is off. Nito Mendez, West Hancock, on the inside with a nice lead. Good race from her. Isabella Hermanson from St. Ansgar is going to finish second. Nito Mendez of West Hancock runs a 13.62. Isabella Hermanson runs a 15.06 to finish in second for the Saints. So the time to beat is now 13.62, set by Vanessa Nito Mendez of West Hancock. Section 3 of 4, girls 100-meter dash. Little, Northwood Kensett in lane 1. Lane 2, Paulson of St. Ansgar. Lane 3, Weber of Turkey Valley. Lane 4, Pazier of Newman Catholic. In lane 5, Nashua Plainfield's Low. In lane 6, Belmont Clemmie's Callis. In lane 7, from West Fork, Addison Wentz. And in lane 8, Macy Malvin of Nashua Plainfield. 13.62 is the best time coming into Section 3 here. These are timed finals, so they just combine all of the best times. Starter making an adjustment to his speaker system down there. We talked about the kind of the PA system that's on the track here. One arm in the air. Section 3 about to get underway. Girls 100-meter dash. Sounds like our crack camera squad on the field's getting an interview ready. We'll bring you that here in a minute. For now, it's Nashua Plainfield in Section 3. That's Lau. Out front, that's a tight race. Let me get you those results here officially. Marley Lau, or Low, of Nashua Plainfield with a 14.41. Paulson of St. Ansgar with a 14.49 finishes second. And Maya Pazier from Newman Catholic finishes third with a 14.57. So Vanessa Nito Mendez of West Hancock still has that lead from Section 2 with a 13.62. In section number 4, girls 100-meter dash in lane 1. Ulick from North Iowa. Lane 2, Liebig of Lake Mills. Lear in lane 3 from West Hancock. In lane 4, Macy Thorson, Northwood Kensett. Zwieber in lane 5 from Wynn. In lane 6, Avery Eastfold of Lake Mills. McCandless, North Butler in 7. And Hannah Hillman of Rockford in lane 8. Macy Thorson, Northwood Kensett, is the runner to beat. Comes in with a 13.04. Macy Thorson here in lane 4 is your runner to watch. Not far behind her, Chloe Zweebomber from Southwind at 13.2 coming in tonight. We should have ourselves a race in this one. Here we go. We are going to have ourselves a race. Lake Mills and Northwood Kensett. Lake Mills running Avery Eastvold and Thorson from Northwood Kensett. It's Avery Eastvold gets the win, 12.97 seconds. Avery Eastvold, congratulations, your girls 100-meter champion. She advances to the state track meet next week. Macy Thorson right behind her at 13.06. Again, she's going to have to get it on time. I think she probably does that with a 13.06. That's a pretty good time here. Last year's 13.16 was the time that got in. She got a 13.06, so she's going to be right there. Congratulations, Avery Eastwold in an upset.
I told him.
Came in with a 13.57, ran a 12.97. Took 0.6 of a second off of 100. That's impressive. Great performance from Avery Eastwold and Lake Mills, your girls 100-meter dash champion. Boys 100-meter dash, 4 sections brought to you by Beeland Ag Risk Services. In Section 1, Lane 3, Gellner, Nashua Plainfield. Lane 4, Cruzy from Turkey Valley. Lane 5, Wangsness from North Butler. And in Lane 6, Stepflug from Lake Mills.
Just a second, Cheesy.
4 sections here for the boys. Section 1 is underway. This is Wagsness and Gellner. Wagsness, Gellner, neck and neck. I believe Wagsness gets him. He does. 12.97 is the time. Aiden Gellner in second with a 12.84. Those would be your 2 times to beat. As we move into of note, just as we kind of recap, the boys shuttle hurdle, Nashua Plainfield took that hard fall. They did get DQ'd. Nashua Plainfield boys shuttle hurdle team did get DQ'd, as did the West Fork girls team and the West Hancock girls shuttle hurdle team. So in the girls race, West Hancock and West Fork both get disqualified. False start for West Fork or for West Hancock and a DQ for West Fork. So we had 3 teams. We said never bet on a shuttle hurdle, and that is why. One of the boys teams, that would be Nashua Plainfield. We saw that one happen, and we had a false start and a DQ in the girls race. Does not change the top 2 in that. Section 2, boys, we heard the double start there. That means we had a false start in this one. When it rains, it pours.
I think they did that. They did that for Duke because he's working on a technical problem here, and he's also got the timer, so that was kind of them.
So false start here. Someone will be eliminated, unfortunately, before their night even starts here in the 4x100. You hate, or excuse me, in the 100-meter dash. You hate it.
Oh, my goodness.
Section 2 is Aukus from Lake Mills, Tolsty from Turkey Valley, Thompson, Newman Catholic, Praska from Riceville, Crow from Rockford, Duvet from North Iowa, Butler from Northwood Kensett, and Penfold, Northwood Kensett. That will be section number 2. Riceville gets the W with Matthew Praska in lane 4. Matthew Praska runs a 13.26. Keaton Crow from Rockford finishes second. Butler from Northwood Kensett in third. Turkey Valley's Tolsty, by the way, was your false start.
Turkey Valley boys coach, please report to the right vehicle finish line once again. Turkey Valley boys coach, please report to the right vehicle.
Brody Wagsness is your leader after 2 heats from North Butler, 12.97 in the boys 100-meter dash, brought to you by Beeland Ag Risk Services. Section 3 coming up. Lane 1, Daniel Olson, Newman Catholic. Lane 2, Brett Bear, West Fork. Lane 3, Richards from Nashua Plainfield. In lane 4, Bam from Rockford. I love saying that name. In lane 5, Bethke from Riceville. In lane 6, Lorenzen from North Iowa. Lane 7, Nunez from Saint Ansgar. And Waters in lane 8 of West Fork. On the track is section number 3 of the boys' 100-meter dash.
Okay, sorry about that. Trying to keep the 100-meter hurdles timer going and doing this. Sorry.
Technical difficulties here in the booth, but I think your stream is uninterrupted. Am I right about that, Candle Genius?
I believe so. I'm not sure how Duke's timer is going, but yeah, if there's discrepancies in the timer, we apologize, but we're going to do everything we can to make sure you get to see your runners run.
We need 3 more Dukes is what we need.
We're lucky to have one.
We
Duke.
are lucky to have one. Bam! Out front. Rockford.
Bam, indeed.
Bam. Wins section 3 of the boys' 100-meter dash with a time of 12.01. That puts him in first place. Trace Bethke of Riceville in second with a 12.46, and Brent Bear of West Fork with a 12.61. So it's Bame, Bethke, and Bear, your top 3 in that heat, also your top 3 compiled. Going into section 4, so now we have our 8 highest seeded runners coming into tonight. In lane 1, Nito Mendez of West Hancock. In lane 2, Frito of Belmont Clemmy. In lane 3, Grieve of Southwind. In lane 4, Hobscheit of Belmont Clemmy. Bixel, West Hancock. In lane 5, Coop in lane 6 of North Butler. Flores in lane 7 from Southwind. And your Saints are running Corbin Michaels in lane number 8. Hobscheit comes in with an 11.4, his best time on the year. 11.4 for Aiden Hobscheit of Belmont Clemmy. That is the time to beat coming into tonight. He is in lane 4. We had a surprise in the girls' 100-meter dash. Let's see if we get a surprise here in the boys. Watch Brady Bixel in lane 5.
Thank you, Paige Melvin. Name pronunciations, as we said earlier, the most important word in a person's vocabulary is a name. We want to make sure we get those right.
I believe that's Marley Lau, right? Is what we decided, or Marley Lowe. Excuse me, Marley Lowe is the correct pronunciation.
I think Lau. I think Paige is saying it's Lau. L-O-W is the pronunciation.
100-meter dash, heat 4 underway. Brody Bixel, as predicted by your announcer, not your average Joe.
Not your average Joe is not
wins
your average.
The 100-meter dash. Brody Bixel with an 11.48 from West Hancock is your boys' 100-meter champion. Congratulations, Brady. Congratulations, Grandpa and Grandma Pruin out there as well. It's fun to know people from all over. You get to cheer for other people's kids.
Well, I'm glad you're here, man. I really am.
Brady Bixel wins the boys' 100-meter dash with a time of 11.48, and he'll be going to the state meet to run the 100-meter dash.
I got a treat for you, boys.
Yes, sir.
We got an interview down in the throwers area.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So,
bring it on, Duke.
Bring it.
Here we go.
Ray. So you were throwing discus and shot put. How do you think you did?
I did pretty mediocre in my opinion. I came off a big PR Monday, so I'm not feeling real too hot about it. So.
What was that PR?
142.7.
What about shot put?
I haven't PR'd since April 11th, so.
What is your favorite TV show?
My favorite, I mean, obviously everyone loves Raymond.
Raymond.
Yeah, you never seen that show?
No.
It's a pretty good show. It's a reality comedy TV show.
How long is this interview?
What's your favorite dinosaur?
My favorite dinosaur is the Triceratops.
Thank you for your time.
And there you have it.
Saints TV contributor Mully Mullenbeck helping us out with the West Hancock thrower there. I don't know if we got his name at the beginning.
Ray Gretelat.
It is Gretelat. Gotcha. Thank you. And so we talked about that.
great.
We didn't think any thrower was probably real thrilled with their results tonight, and Ray definitely was not.
Hasn't PR'd since April 11th.
No, he's going to get her here tonight, maybe.
Thanks for helping us out, Ray and Molly, of course.
Molly.
First interview, first time contributing on Things
Yes,
TV?
that is his first.
It's kind of an awkward interview, but it was good.
You
Awkward
got to
in a
start
good way.
somewhere.
Yeah.
You got to start somewhere. Yeah, I love it. Girls Sprint Medley Relay on the track, brought to you by Milk House Candles. 2 sections of this one. So this is a distance medley. What's that mean, Eric?
Distance medley. What you trying? I'm trying to run the camera
Okay,
and answer
never
the
mind.
quick
Then I'll
pop
answer
quiz
the
question. But I was supposed to ask you.
Okay, you asked me. What's a D-med?
What is it? What is a distance
Well,
medley,
you see,
Joe?
it's 4 runners who run a relay. The first runner runs a 200. The second runner runs a 200. So that's 2 200s. That's 400.
400 so far.
The third runner runs a 400. And the last runner runs themselves an 800.
But Joe, that isn't fair.
It doesn't seem fair to that 800
It doesn't seem
person.
like an even split of the work.
No, right? Yeah, exactly right. These races come down to that 800 runner in many, many, many cases. You are correct. Section 1, Newman Catholic, West Hancock, Northwood Kensett, Belmont Clemmy, Lake Mills, and Rockford. 400 runners are about to get the batons. That's Hare, Kuiper, Rye, Coolers, Thompson, and Winters. This is section 1 of 2. There are 2 sections here, so they'll combine those times. Keep that one in mind.
Yeah, just because they win here doesn't mean that they're going to advance the state, correct?
That's correct. They could. They certainly could. Again, they seed these, so you're running in section 1 because your time coming in puts you in that spot. Doesn't mean you can't go beat it tonight. The runners can cut. The 400 runners can cut in, so they get in a single file line after that turn 2 here of the 400 runners event. So you can start to see where everybody lands in this race.
Yeah, it's sure tough to know until that time, isn't it?
The problem for announcer guy is you lose track of who's who. When they're in their lane, you can just look and see it. But here we go. Lake Mills is in the lead here. Ella Thompson with a nice carry for Lake Mills. West Hancock is in second. Northwood Kensett third. Newman Catholic fourth. Belmont Clemmy in fifth. And the Warriors of Rockford.
The exchange zone tells you a lot. Like you said, the 800 is so important in this one. The first 800 is pretty much a sprint, right, with your 200, 200, 400. And the 400 is, I would say, the worst of all sprints.
Right.
That's a tough run for anybody, and being a portion of this one, it comes down to the 800. A lot can happen here.
A lap and a half to go here in section 1 of the girls' distance medley relay. Lake Mills has the lead. Newman Catholic getting a good carry through the first half lap. They move into second. West Hancock in third. Northwood Kensett.
Look how tight that is. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 teams really close together. A couple absolutely within range behind them here in this first. I want to call it a heat, but you keep calling it something else.
Section. Heat, section, same difference.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a problem with heat. They changed it. It was always heat.
Yeah, I
when was
wonder.
growing up.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. And the website still calls it a heat. The printouts call it a section.
Okay, good.
No idea. I know
Nothing
at state
wrong
they
with
call
that.
them sections. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that they're finals. They're sections because it's not a heat that then feeds you into a final. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
It is an actual, this is the finals. It just split into 2 groups. See what I'm saying?
I'll take that.
Versus, because
like
I know when we get to state next week, there will be some events that have preliminaries. They have heats that run, and then based on time, the top 8 runners get to run a final the following day, for example. So I don't know if those are heats and these are sections. If you know, type it down below in the chat.
Joe, I'm glad you're here. Man, I'm learning so much.
I might have just, how does that line from that movie go? Everyone in this room, having heard that, is now dumber or something along those lines.
No, that's not the case here.
I'm hypothesizing. I do not
You're
know.
the opposite of that.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not at all what's
We
happening.
get Coach up here, then it's just going to...
Right. We're going to have to start a list for Coach when he gets here so we can start asking him some of these questions. Newman Catholic. Ella Petrie, the senior for Newman Catholic, is going to win Section 1
There's a kid
girls
sitting on the
distance
track.
medley
Better get
relay.
out of the way.
That's right. That's funny. Northwood Kensett finishes in second. Newman Catholic runs a 5-minute flat. That's a 7-second improvement for them. Northwood Kensett at 5:02. West Hancock 5:03 in third. Lake Mills finishes fourth, followed by Rockford and Belmont Clemmy. Section number 2.
We should go look quick. Oh, hang on. Let me fix that.
While Duke is fixing that and Joe's taking a look at his stats, I want to remind you at home, make sure you stay hydrated. Much like these track runners, you also need to stay hydrated.
Here is a moments ago Saints TV contributor.
Wow. Big Dill?
Big Dill. That's a shot put attempt.
Dill and Hansen.
Not quite live, but it happened just moments ago.
Just tossed it a country mile. That's
You
the
better
official
watch
measurement.
out. Better watch out for us up in the booth with
That's
that
right.
throw.
That's
That
right.
was an impressive throw. They almost didn't have lines drawn for that one.
Girls distance medley brought to you by Milk House Candles. Riceville in 1, Southwind in 2, Saint Ansgar in 3, Nashua Plainfield in 4, North Iowa in 5, Turkey Valley running in lane 6, North Butler in lane 7, and West Fork in lane 8. Guys, we have the 3rd best, 7th best, and 13th best time in the state in this one. And we have a special runner in Cadence Huck who will be running the 800 for Nashua Plainfield.
Look out for the screen for you.
This will be a fun race to see where she's at when she gets the baton versus where she finishes. I'll give you a little hint. You'll want to pay attention to that. So St. Ansgar comes in with a 4:30, which is the 13th best time in the state this year, run by Jewel, Clevenger, Bork, and Powers. And in lane 4, it is the aforementioned Nashua Plainfield with Frost, White, Ike, and Huck.
Charge that.
And they've run the 3rd fastest time in the state. And in lane 5, that North Iowa team comes in with the 7th best time in the state. So again, another one of these races, very likely 3 members of this district find themselves at the state meet next week. But they have to go prove it here tonight.
We'll see something competitive if that happens.
And you think,
I mean, the
that
race
has
would
to
be
help,
competitive.
right? When there's
Absolutely.
you're chasing that. Hey, I got to get it on time, and she's ahead of me. I got to find a way to cut this distance in half. Don't have to win it, but I gotta have a better time. And I think that's huge. So the first leg on the track. These are the 200 runners with Woltoff, Shimmick, Jewel, Frost, Job, Schmidt-Rose, and Wood.
No, that is not the actual lead. They're in lanes. They are staggered. Don't get excited now.
Yeah, who knows who's in the lead at this point? And you're watching handoffs, making sure things go well there. It looks like they do. St. Ansgar's Hannah Clevenger, senior Hannah Clevenger, who wasn't able to run the last couple of years. So good to see her on the track here this year, running the distance medley, 200 leg number 2. Here we go. We're going to the handoffs for the 400 leg. This is Natalie Bork for the Saints. The Saints are in lane 3. Another handoff.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit. It couldn't have cost you a few steps. You need every step here when you're going against NP.
So the 400 runners, it's Ike for Nashua Plainfield, Hoffman for North Iowa, and Bork for St. Ansgar. Inside, Riceville getting a really nice run here. That is Greeley.
Runners merge now, so, what
here
you
we go.
see are actual distances.
Yeah, now you can start to get a picture of who's where. North Iowa moving up. North Iowa going to make the pass here. I believe that's a pass of Riceville. They go to the front. Here comes Natalie Bork from 5th place, now 4th, now 3rd. North Iowa out front, but here comes Natalie Bork.
Wow.
North Iowa, Saint Ansgar are your leaders. Saint Ansgar running Lila Powers.
Here's the results of the girls' 100-meter dash.
Hillsland running for North Iowa. This is her.
Is that Huck in second right now?
Cadence
right?
Huck, yes, in second. And watch Cadence go. She is a special runner. We've talked about that. And she's about to put it on display here for you. The race is for second. Can Lila Powers hang with North Iowa and Lauren Hillsland? That's the race to watch. Cadence Huck and Nashua Plainfield will sail out in this one. Lila Powers right there, stride for stride with North Iowa for the Saints. Cadence Huck out for a stroll.
She's just out for a stroll.
Controls that breath so well, it's amazing. Lila Powers makes the pass on North Iowa. Powers moves the Saints into second. Great first lap from Lila Powers.
Huck extending her lead.
Dash once again, 400-meter dash, last call, boys and girls.
Lila Powers doing her best to keep stride with Cadence Huck. That is not an easy job, and she's doing it really well. Extends her lead over 3rd place North Iowa. Again, North Iowa had the better time coming into tonight.
She lead there with between 1st and 2nd places.
Probably got to beat 432 or so. That's the number that the Saints are chasing here to get in on time. Cadence Huck and Nashua Plainfield are going to win the girls' distance medley relay and advance to the state meet next week. The Saints and Lila Powers are trying to get in on time. Powers digs deep here. Powers all alone, racing the clock. Lila Powers finishes 4:27.82. Again, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the girls' distance medley team should qualify for state from St. Ansgar with that time. Last year's time, the last qualifying time was 4:32. The girls just ran a 4:27. Nashua Plainfield wins it with a 4:18.69. Nashua Plainfield runs a 4:18.69. St. Ansgar in second with a 4:27.82. North Iowa hangs on for 3rd with a 4:31.46. And Turkey Valley 4:32.12. South Wind 4:33.37. North Butler 4:33.56. Why did I just go through all of those? Because 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th were separated by a second. And
1 second.
Yeah, and all 4 of those times are within a second of the last qualifying time last year. So again, that you may have just seen 3, 4 of the state meet teams next week running on this track. There are multiple teams from that race will make the state meet next week in the girls' distance medley. A lot of talent here tonight in St. Ansgar. Let's move on to the boys' distance medley relay, brought to you by Milk House Candles. 2 timed sections, Newman Catholic in lane 2 with Brass, Cole, Steitel, and Spooner. Lane 3, Riceville, Felper, Dwine, Vance, Hart. In lane 4, Southwind running Real, Living Good, Franzen, and Dahl. In lane 5, Turkey Valley with Wheeler, Busta, Roush, and Neiman. And in lane 6, Belmont Clemmy with Plesh, Duran, Martinez, and Paulson. That is section 1. There are 2 sections of this distance medley relay brought to you by Milk House Candles.
Did you know that of your 5 senses, Joe, that nothing triggers memory the way scent does?
Scent does? That does not surprise me. I did not know, but it does not surprise me.
They're true to scent. They really have true sense, and they really can take you places. Sure, what just happened in the
Duke
room right
Scoop
there.
is slamming doors. He is sending a message here in the Saints TV booth. I don't know what message he's sending, but he sent it.
I really don't know either.
That was an accident.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a message. Just, whoops.
Section 1 underway. The first 200 in the books. Handoffs happening now in turn 3. The second 200 runner.
Reilly is the Southwind first runner.
Reilly, thank you.
Last name.
Belmont, Clemmy, and the Broncos appear to be making that handoff first. Southwind right there with them. They will cut here at the cones in turn 3. We'll start to see the cut here. Section 1, boys, distance medley. This Southwind team has run a 4:04 coming in tonight. 400 runners are on the track. Belmont Clemmy with Martinez has a nice lead over Southwind and Franzen. Newman Catholic with Steidel in third. .400 runners coming to the line where they will make their handoff to the 800 runner. Southwind.
Wow.
Franzen.
Look at that.
Closing hard.
What a
Oh,
run.
Nelly.
Here comes Franzen and Southwind. Handoff is made. Southwind, Belmont Clemmy. Riceville. Newman Catholic are your top 4 here in Section 1 of the boys D-Med. Southwind, Belmont Clemmy. This is the 800 leg of the distance medley, section number 1. Brad Dahl, sophomore from Southwind, has the lead. Pacing Belmont Clemmy's Griffin Paulson, also a sophomore. Newman Catholic in third. The Wildcats of Riceville in fourth. One lap to go. Section 1, boys D-Med. Got to beat probably 3:48. Got to be under 3:49 to have a chance to make it on time based on the numbers we've seen throughout the state this year. That's the number they're chasing. As we preview Section 2 here, that probably means the Saints, they aren't going to win. I'm just going to break the news to you. North Iowa has an elite distance medley team, so the Saints probably got to take 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds off their best time coming into tonight to have a shot at making it on time. But in Section 1, it's going to be Southwind followed by Belmont Clemmy. Southwind, Belmont Clemmy. Newman Catholic, Riceville are your top 4 in Section 1. Southwind runs a 4:07. Belmont Clemmy a 4:08. Newman Catholic a 4:13. Riceville right behind at 4:13.8. So we move to Section number 2, boys distance medley, brought to you by Milkhouse Candles. In lane 1, West Fork running Altic, Dornkamp, Despenis. Help me with that one in there, by the way. If you're anybody from West Fork, Trevor Despenis.
I found a Candle Genius hat out there.
Oh, beautiful. Lane and Ruckdeschel is the 800 runner for West Fork. In lane 2, West Fork with Peterson, Vasky, Nito Mendez, and Baltzer. In lane 3, Saint Ansgar with Klein, Beeland, Clevenger, Hillman. Lane 4, North Iowa with Norland, Robertson, Potter, and Grunwald. In lane 5, Northwood running Mills, Lorenzen, Bison, Juleseth. In lane 6, Becker, Escher, Ameline, and Pakey. In lane 7, Lake Mills with Manis, Bacon, Price, and Van Rokel. And lane 8, Nashville Plainfield with Williams, Geis, Blanchard, and Jace Hansen. This will be a great race. We saw 2 of these 3 teams finish within a few hundredths of each other with Northwood and Saint Ansgar in the conference meet last week. North Iowa has run the 8th best time in Class 1A at 3:40 this year. We talked about 3:48-ish getting you in on time. They've run a 3:40. So they are the big favorite with Grunhove, Gavin, being kind of the hammer in the 800 role here. Hunter Hillman and Cooper Juleseth will be the 800 runners for St. Ansgar and Northwood Kensett, respectively, chasing North Iowa. This will be a fun race. And we're off. The Saints with Tyson Klein. Good to see him back. We talked about he's been injured. He is back here running that first 200. For the Saints, North Iowa with Norland. Mills for Northwood Kensett. Tyson Klein digging, looking for Max Beeland. Clean handoff to Beeland. Beeland's got the baton for the Saints. North Iowa running Robertson, Northwood Kensett with Lorenzen.
Go when you're ready.
Beeland for the Saints. Handing off to Joe Clev. Joe Clevenger has the baton. Good clean handoff there. Nashville Plainfield out front.
But and now we get to know who our leaders are.
We go. Yep, as they come to the line, Joe Clevenger has a tall task ahead of him. He's got to pass about 7 guys here in his 400. He's got to keep it close. Hunter Hillman, we know he's got closing speed. Joe's mission here, just like Max and Tyson's mission, keep it close. And he's doing just that. Joe Clevenger running a great 400 leg. He's chasing West Fork and Despenis out front. Lake Mills in second. North Iowa in third. Nashville Plainfield. What a great race this has been. Hunter Hillman has got to go. He has got getting the baton in 8th here for the Saints. Hunter Hillman, again, tall task ahead of him. This has been a really well-run race from West Fork, North Iowa, Lake Mills, Nashville Plainfield, and Northwood. But it all comes down to the 800 runner in these races. We've talked about that. And we're about to see it. Hunter's got closing speed. I don't know if he's got 100 closing speed, which is what he's behind at this point.
That is a tall task for sure.
North Iowa has the lead. West Fork, Lake Mills, Nashville Plainfield right behind. Juleseth has the baton for Northwood. Hillman running for the Saints.
Hillman looks a little gassed right now. 1 lap into this. I'll tell you I would be.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think I'd have made it that far, especially the second 800 of the night. Makes it that much harder. North Iowa way out front, running Grunhove. Lake Mills in second with Van Rokel. West Fork in third with Ruckdashel. West Fork running really, really well here tonight. As is Lake Mills. North Iowa is going to win the boys' distance medley relay, followed by Lake Mills. West Fork. Pakey for North Butler gets them into third. North Iowa runs a 3:42. Lake Mills a 3:45. West Fork a 3:48. Those three teams, I would say, would have a chance of getting in on time. Obviously, North Iowa is in with that 3:42. Lake Mills and West Fork will be very, very close. Girls 400-meter dash is next on the docket here. Brought to you by American Soy Organics. The girls 400-meter dash split into 3 sections. Section number 1, Evelyn Heitsusen from West Fork in lane 2. Lane 3, Ricky from Belmont Clemmy. Lane 4, a runner from Lake Mills, not even going to try. Lane 5, Nelson with West Hancock. Coonan in lane 6 from Turkey Valley. And Harms in lane 7 from West Fork. Lila, let's go with Lila, the freshman from Lake Mills, in lane 4.
Man, they are moving this meet along quickly.
They really are.
Moving.
I barely have time to like update the graphics.
It is happening fast. Let's get you an updated team score while we're kind of thinking about it. West Hancock in the boys race, if you hadn't noticed, has won like all of the last, 6 races. So they now have a commanding 20-point lead over the boys and of Saint Ansgar, and the girls, the team race, Saint Ansgar has a 7-point lead over Southwind. Just to give you a quick update.
Oh, we got a special guest. We got a special guest, Joe.
There he is.
Welcome, welcome, special guest.
Right there. Nope. Yep, I'm over here. All right, we got to get you some volume, though. I would bet you're muted, maybe, for.
Duke, you're amazing. Even with everything going on in here, he's got the timer going.
Did use my thumb. Learned that trick last week.
We're joined in the booth by special guest, Coach Rich Sherman, Saint Ansgar Saints.
Welcome, Coach.
Thank you. Good to be here.
We had rave reviews, and you joined us last time, so we're glad you're back. To now there's bigger shoes to fill. You got to try to keep up with what you did last time. You got to try to top that. We got to get a little better every time. So,
I'm usually not invited back to a second occasion. I feel real good about this.
That's how desperate we are, sir.
I love it. I love it.
And I assume you've told your listeners about the 10 qualifiers and then the next 14.
Yep.
Okay.
We've talked through that. So we've got to be a long night for a few folks as they sit and watch for those kind of like election returns. You sit and watch and see what's happening there, right? In section 1 here, the girls 400-meter dash. Evelyn Heitsusen from West Fork wins it with a 104.64. 3 sections here, the girls 400.
A little perspective on that. Last year in the shuttle hurdle at Northwood, the 6th.
Coach, I'm going to move that closer to your mouth there a little bit, if you don't mind.
The 6th place team qualified for state.
Yeah.
So I mean, you just don't know.
You just don't know. Yep, exactly.
On the boys' side, I can give you the cutoff points from last year.
Yep, and I've got some of those too. We've been trying to keep track and try to talk about like who's going to be close, who's got something to watch, who can go home and start baseball and softball season.
That's right.
Which isn't a bad consolation prize. If you're the baseball coach, that's not so bad.
No.
We can go to that next.
Yeah.
So, Section 2, girls, 400-meter dash. In Lane 1, Gerholt from Nashville Plainfield. Lane 2, Atchison from West Hancock. Lane 3, Litter, North Butler. Laney Hanna in Lane 4 from St. Ansgar. Gray of North Iowa and Potter of North Iowa in 5 and 6. Temp of Southwind in Lane 7 and Ramker of North Butler in Lane 8. And they are off Section 2, girls, 400-meter dash.
Brought to you by American Soy Organics.
Thank you, American Soy Organics.
For better candle making. Wax for candle makers.
Lainey Hanna for the Saints.
Running well. Wow.
Really good start for Lainey.
Yeah.
Lainey Hanna for the Saints coming to the line here, leading the 400. The
Great job, Lainey.
North Iowa runner Gray in second. So the girls 400-meter dash, section 2, Lainey Hanna with a 109.16 and Alexis Gray in second with a 110. So the time to beat going into the final section is Height Susan from West Fork with a 104.64. That looked fast. Shit, was fast. A 104.64 is the time to beat going in. I have bad news for Evelyn, and that's that Cadence Huck is in this one. So she's about to run a 56 and change here and take that lead. Cadence Huck, the best 400 runner in the state coming into tonight. She ran a 56.19 a few weeks ago. So she comes in with the best 1A time girls 400 in the state. Again, it's just a special talent here. Cadence Huck in lane number 4. For the Saints, Amelia Porsche will be in lane 5. Hannah Hillman's in 1 of Rockford. Neiman of Turkey Valley in 2. Sauer of Lake Mills in 3. 6 is Chloe Costello of Northwood Kensett. In lane 7 is Mullenbrook of Belmont Clemmy. And Heckenmiller of Northwood Kensett in lane 8. Section 3, girls 400-meter dash, brought to you by American Soy Organics. Cadence Huck right there. Not using the block, starts standing up there in lane 4. Watch her start from there to the apex of corner number 2.
Oh, it'll be good. Fun to watch.
There she goes, just like that, just bang. Fun to watch.
Now we know that the fastest is lane 4, right?
Yep.
Second fastest is lane 5. Third fastest is lane 3. Then we go out to 6 to 2.
And alternate from there. Okay.
Yep.
So Porsche for the Saints looks to be in second based on that stagger, chasing Cadence Huck, Nashua Plainfield. She flies through lane number 3, and again, if you're Amelia Porsche, it's how do I get it on time? What do I got to do here? She probably needs to run a 103, maybe 102, maybe. If you look at last year's times, and it's hard to tell with the girls because they don't publish them the same way the boys do. Cadence Huck wins the girls 400-meter dash in a time of 58.37. Amelia Porsche finishes second with a 103.46. 103.46 for Amelia Porsche in second, and Sauer from Lake Mills in third. Chloe Costello, Northwood Kensett fourth. Mullenbrook, Belmont Clemmy in fifth. So that's the girls 400-meter dash won by Cadence Huck. She's probably got a shot to win the state championship in that race, right, Coach?
Yeah, she actually won the state championship for Nashua 2 years ago. She won 4 events.
4 events.
Last year, they finished second by 1 point, only because the team ahead of them scored in another event.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Did she win 2 events last year? Did she win the mile and the 8?
And the 8.
Yeah. Yep. Boys 400-meter dash has 4 sections. So we got 4 of this one. In section number 1, Hayden Helgeson of Lake Mills, Scarlett of Northwood Kensett, and Jack Ward from West Fork are your 3 runners here in section 104. Boys 400-meter dash, brought to you by American Soy Organics.
And this is where the seed times ran out and stopped showing on the website. So
gotcha.
I I don't have those on the screen for you anymore from here on out. Sorry, folks. But hey, what you ran in the past doesn't matter. It's what you run right now.
That's right.
That's a fact.
You know, what's kind of ironic is, because I'm an old timer, but in the 60s and the 70s and up to 85, we had districts.
Okay.
Okay. After 1985, they went to 4 classes, and they didn't have enough all-weather tracks to do that. So we eliminated the districts and went to the best qualifying time throughout the 12 meets.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You would send it to Boone. Here's what he threw at Rockford.
Yep.
Or wherever. And then they took the top. Somebody in Boone made the decision. All right, these 24 will qualify. Now that all sounds really good on paper, but here, let me give you an example of what happened to us in 1992 at Saint Ansgar. We had 12 meets scheduled.
Yep.
We had 3 meets.
That actually happened.
That happened. Yeah. So the 4th meet was supposed to be the Rockford Relays on a Friday night. Got rained out. So I go back to my house. I called Jim Aarons, who was the athletic director at Clear Lake, and I begged. I said, Jim, can you get us in? We need a chance to compete, to qualify.
Yep.
He said, Coach, come on down. We'll put you in lane 8 in the slow heat. I said, perfect. I get a call Saturday morning. Rained out. They got 3 inches of rain that Friday night. Also.
Oh, man.
So I'm still back to my house, and I start calling some friends. And, word of mouth comes and tells me that Storm Lake is having their relays today because they got rained out Friday night, but they're going to have it Saturday afternoon.
Yep.
So here I am with a yellow Greyhound. I'm the driver. I don't have an assistant, so I'm driving the yellow Greyhound. All the boys have to call the parents because saying, we're not going to be in Clear Lake. We're going to be in Storm Lake.
We're actually moving. Yeah.
So we go to Storm Lake, and really, really nice of those people to let us in. So we're in lane 8, slow heat. We win the 4x1, we win the 4x2, and we win the 4x4. Bucker Adderall throws 149 in the disc to win that. He qualifies in the shot. So if we had not been able to get to Storm Lake, we would not have got to state. I mean, that's just what you had to do at that time.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's just crazy.
It is. Gavin Squire out front for the Saints here. In section number 2, we got Lenz of Nashua Plainfield, Bowood of Northwood Kensett, Jackson Newman Catholic, Squire from St. Ansgar, Southwind with Kanowski, Stanbro for West Fork, and Tulsi for Turkey Valley.
And here's the other changes. Okay, now you ready for this?
Yep.
If you qualified, if Joe Beelan qualified in the 200 dash, and as Coach Sherman looks at his time and said, Joe qualifies, but I'm not going to let him run. I'm going to put him in a relay.
Yep.
So I get to state, your event doesn't count. So that means some kid's staying home because you were the one of the 24.
But yeah, I got you. But you had to make a coach's decision of which one, because I'm so fast, which one you're going to run me.
We had to make the decision,
Yeah.
So you get down to state that year in 92, and Kirk Lowenzi was the state champion 200. In his preliminary race, there was only 6 runners.
Yep.
Everybody else had qualified out.
Yep.
So we get into the finals, and there's only 4 runners. So the state said, "Oh, this is not right.
Right.
Because, you're cheating a kid staying home because you qualified, but you're not going to compete."
Right. Yep.
Now the way it reads, Joe Beelan qualifies this year in the 200. You go to state, that's an event.
Yep.
You could put you into
you could
3
move,
relays,
but that counts.
No, that counts. And the thing to remember, each coach, when they send a relay card in, they put on 6 names.
Yep.
So when they get to Des Moines, 4 of those 6 have to compete.
Gotcha.
And so you could have, theoretically, you could have 2 different runners, but most coaches don't do that.
Right.
The 4 that qualify usually run, but in case of an injury, sickness, or whatever,
yep,
you do have a couple substitutions.
Interesting. Yep. And those have to be turned in before tonight, who your substitutions are?
Yeah. In fact,
right? They had to be.
There's Coach Clevenger's. I've already got all his alternates.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's sent into Des Moines, into Boone.
Yep.
And they say, all right, here
you can only run 4 of these 6.
Yeah, 4 of these 6. Yeah.
Doug Corson says Kirk was my hero.
Yeah.
Hello, Doug Corson. Section 3 of the boys 400-meter dash is on the track. Young from Belmont-Clemmy, Wagsness from North Butler, Jacobson, North Iowa, Johnson, North Iowa, T. Scotter, from Southwind, Stevens from Rockford, Percy from Nashua Plainfield, and Stensrud of Lake Mills. So the time to beat the compiled standings, Jack Ward of West Fork has the best time at a minute .73 coming into Section 3 here. There are 4 sections of the boys' 400-meter dash.
Oh, we got our dislike on the stream.
Oh, thank goodness.
Gotta get one. That's
Thank
good.
goodness.
That's a good luck charm.
Southwind,
It really
Brody
is.
T-Scutter. Followed in lane 4 by Walker Johnson of North Iowa, but it's going to be T-Scutter who wins Section 3, the boys' 400-meter dash, brought to you by American Soy Organics. So, Walker Johnson, by the way, finishes second. Wagsness of North Butler. Wangsness finishes third. The 4th section here, interesting. And again, we talked about how many times the coaches have to make tough decisions about who we're putting where, right?
Yeah.
You can see that on display here in the boys' 400-meter dash. We have an injury, number 1. I know there's a kid that from West Hancock not running tonight because he's hurt.
Yes.
But we also have just some people who have decided to enter relays instead of the 400 open. So it's kind of made this race wide open. Section 4, Evan Hinders is going to be in lane 1 from West Hancock. Pitzenberger from North Butler in 2. O'Connell, Newman Catholic in 3. Drew Powers is your favorite in lane number 4 from Saint Ansgar. He comes in with the 39th best time tonight at 52.73, but still 2 seconds ahead of the second seeded guy, Caden Kobliska of Riceville with a 54.83. Teague Smith, West Hancock in lane 6, Gobelli in lane 7 from Belmont Clemmy, and Bethke in lane 8 from Riceville. So, like I said, if you look through this district, there's a bunch of guys who can run this thing in 52 seconds. They're just not in the race tonight.
They're not here, no.
Yeah.
No. They're in the relays.
Exactly. So that opens things up for Drew Powers here.
Yes, it
He
does.
has himself a really good shot at winning this race. I talked to Drew earlier today, and after this came out, and he was like, "I'm just gonna go let it all hang out, no pressure, just go run." So there you go. That's the right attitude to have here tonight, and let's go see what kind of time Drew can put down.
Coach's words to him: run fast, turn left.
There you go. Kobliska.
That's good. That's good advice.
Kobliska from Riceville and O'Connell from Newman Catholic are the 2 most likely challengers here for Drew Powers from St. Ansgar in lane 4. Section 4, boys 400-meter dash, brought to you by American Soy Organics.
I missed it.
And they're off.
I got you, Coach.
All right.
Duke's got you covered.
Drew Powers looking strong here early in the boys 400. There he goes. Chasing Kobliska, I believe that is. No, correction, that's Teague Smith. That's Teague Smith on the outside from West Hancock. Kobliska's inside of Drew Powers. Drew Powers has the lead with 100 to go here in the boys' 400-meter dash. Drew Powers is off to the races. Drew Powers is going to win the boys' 400-meter dash, and he'll qualify for the state meet next week. In second place, it's going to be Riceville with Kobliska. Drew Powers runs a 53.34. Kobliska with a 55.16. Noah O'Connell, Newman Catholic, finishes third, and Gobelli for Belmont Clemmy finishes fourth. Teague Smith, West Hancock in fifth. Congratulations to Drew Powers, your state meet qualifier in the boys 400-meter dash.
Give me 5. Can you give me 5 over?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. we got a quick
Too many headsets.
interview here.
We do have an interview.
Check this out.
Sorry here, Coach. Where is that? Oh, there it is. There it is. I was wondering why that was a little snug on me.
Started to pull on the neck, was it?
All right. No, it's too many wires around here. I don't know. I think so. I'm not sure. Something was hung up on something.
Discus and shot put today. How do you think you did?
I PR'd by 1.5 feet in shot. Not the best in disc, but it's all right. I made a state in shot.
So you're only a sophomore, and you got 2 more years. Your goals for the years to come?
Hopefully make the state in both this next few years. Break school records. About it.
Last question, what's your dream vacation?
Probably somewhere in Alaska, up in the mountains.
Nice. Hey, good job today, Brad. Thank you for your time.
St. Ansgar's Braden, don't call me Braden, Brad Halverson with Mully Mullenbeck on the interview there. Do you call him Brad, Coach, or
Yes,
does
I call him Brad. He had a PR tonight. He threw great.
Yep.
He threw 48-4, I think it was.
48-4 in the shot put.
Yeah,
So did he win it? We have not
he won it.
officially revealed. He won the shot put.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And
That's awesome.
And Lindsay Cruzy in the disc set another PR in 131 feet, which puts her about 3rd or 4th in the state.
Awesome.
So we had a really good night.
That's awesome. So assume Lindsay won the discus as well then?
And Josie Jar got second. So.
No, I don't
So,
want it.
yeah.
She can maybe make it.
Is Josie going to be, she'll be staying
100
the night watching the returns as well?
Yeah, she'll be watching the returns. That's right. Usually she threw 109. Usually 100 feet makes it. But,
Yep.
you never know.
You never know. Yep, I understand. That's why that was my disclaimer to start this. Like, I'm going to guess or speculate, but don't hold me to anything. Yeah. Girls 4x200 meter relay. There's 2 sections. This is section 1 with Riceville, Rockford, North Iowa, North Butler, Northwood, Kensett, and Newman Catholic. So 2 sections here. The girls 4x200 meter relay brought to you by NIAC.
You know, NIAC is an excellent place to get an education, Joe.
It is. I went to NIAC.
So did I.
I chose NIAC first.
Yeah, you chose NIAC.
I'm one of those guys. I keep waiting for him to offer me the chance to make the commercial, but I'll just keep holding my breath, I guess. You remember those commercials for they? It was a big deal for a long time. I don't know if they do that anymore.
Put in a good word for
Can
you.
you? I'm sure that's just what they want. Is me advertising.
I know people. I know people.
You probably do, Rich. That does not surprise me. 4x2. We're 1 lap of 2 in, 2 runners in. We're handing off to the 3rd runner here.
How many sections, Joe?
2 sections for both boys and girls here. Back to relay, so it's a little easier with the time the sections out here.
You know, I see this beautiful night tonight. It takes me back to, I'm going to age myself here, but 1989, okay, boys district is next week. Girls district was week like tonight.
Yep.
We're at North High West Union. It's 50-mile-an-hour winds. Guess what they did? They changed the directions. You ran clockwise.
Ran backwards.
They
You ran clockwise. You ran with the wind. So, consequently, you were cheating the kids because, like the 100-meter dash, the only one that qualified was the winner because everybody else had a better time because we're running in to the wind.
Yeah.
And so when we had this, at that time it was a 45-minute period break. So we went to the head of the
Roger that
to the head guy, Dr. Steve Story. I'll not forget his name. And I said, Steve, why can't we run with the wind like 5 other districts are? Because we'd called around.
Yep.
He said, Coach, we only run one way at North Central, and that's counterclockwise. End of discussion.
End of discussion.
So it made a difference.
Oh, for sure.
We go to the state. We finished out of the the trophy by 1 point,
Josie Jar at
which
the
we would have
district
gained
track meet.
had we been
Josie,
able to
how
run
are you today?
just a normal,
I'm doing pretty good.
normal
I think
100 or
our
normal
team's
200.
doing really well
Right.
in the races.
They
and
ran
they're throwing
they ran the
and
hurdles
stuff
with
and other
the
field
wind. They ran
events.
the
So
100 with the
yeah,
wind.
it's been pretty
They
good
come
night
out
so
of the
far.
chute for the 200 with the wind.
Sure. Yeah.
Everything else was clockwise.
I threw a 109
And the
at
other
all
districts, there are 5 districts that did that.
Yeah.
Please specify.
In discus.
And that's why you can't do it anymore, right? I
Well,
noticed
you
it's in
can-
the rules.
it's
I
in
read the
rule
book today,
That's
and I was
why
like,
it's in there.
that's
And
fascinating.
I had nothing to do with that, but I did complain. I can promise you that.
Yo, I don't blame you. It's, like you said, this is about making it fair for the kids,
Yes,
right? That's what it's
that's
supposed
why
to be about.
That's what we're doing here, right?
Right. Yeah,
Go
let
drink
kids
some
compete, give them the fairest opportunity to do that. All right, here we go with the girls. Section number 2, Belmont Clemmy in 1, St. Ansgar in 2, South Wind in 3, Lake Mills in 4, West Hancock in 5, Nashua Plainfield in 6, and West Fork in 7, Turkey Valley in lane 8. You're in for a treat here. Lake Mills, West Hancock have run the 8th and 14th best times in 1A in the state coming into tonight, and South Wind and Nashua Plainfield and St. Ansgar are not far behind, all within a couple seconds of that. So this will be a good one here in Section 2 of the girls 4x2. Your first runner for the Saints is Briley Winia. Hobscheit for Belmont Clemmy, Shimmick for South Wind, Lake Mills running Liebig. West Hancock with Nito Mendez. We've seen her a couple times tonight. Looked really good. Nashua Plainfield with Frost, West Fork with Weaver, and Turkey Valley with Schmidt.
I don't know what just happened. Didn't catch that. That was not the normal voice of the.
We got. It sounds like we have an exciting interview coming your way soon. I don't know if that's good exciting or bad exciting.
Track is so much fun, you guys.
This has been a ton of fun. We appreciate everybody out there tuning in. You know, I've got a couple of messages from some folks I know who are maybe watching multiple grandkids at different places, right? So they're able to be at a grandkids district meet in Clear Lake, and they can follow along and watch the other grandkid here. So that kind of stuff's cool. That's why we do this, right? It's cool to be able to get a little exposure for all these kids. 4x2, Section 2. Lake Mills, West Hancock, Nashua Plainfield, Southwind, and St. Ansgar.
And let's remember, you know, they're timing the baton, so we got to pass the stick. It's got to be efficient on the handoffs. That looked good. That looked good.
Winnie gets it to Michaels. Mariah Michaels, she is flying again.
Yes.
Man, she's fast. Her
turnover is just unbelievable.
Big stagger here again, so it's a little hard to tell who's where. The mission here, right? Catch the girl in front of you. Third set of handoffs coming up. Michaels is going to get it to Jewel for the Saints. That stagger starts to come into play here.
Like the shades by the West Hancock runner. What do you think, Coach? Do sunglasses make you go faster, or they slow you down?
They might slow you down.
Hey, Ava Falk has the baton for the Saints. Inside, she's moved the Saints to the third.
She's running good.
Lake Mills.
Those sunglasses slowing the opponent down.
Come on, Ava.
Lake Mills in first. West Hancock in second. Southwind's going to finish third. St. Ansgar in fourth. Lake Mills runs a 149.23. That's a really, really good 4x2 time. West Hancock 150.9. Southwind a 152.16, and St. Ansgar with a 152.55. Again, going to be close to getting in on time there.
That's 2 seconds faster than we've run all year, so.
Good effort from Winnie and Michaels, Jewel, and Falk here tonight. And the girls 4x2 brought to you by Nyack. Boys 4x2 brought to you by Nyack. Two timed sections again.
Okay. I mean, you've been doing awesome.
2 time sections again. Newman Catholic in lane 2, North Butler in 3, Nashua Plainfield in 4, Turkey Valley in lane 5, Riceville in 6, and Rockford in lane 7. For the boys, 4x2. There will be 2 sections here. So in this 4x2 for the boys, this is going to be another interesting one. You've got West Hancock, who comes in here running in Section 2, North Iowa and Saint Ansgar, all three within about a second of each other. So it'll be really interesting here when we get to Section 2. This ought to be a very, very close race. We got Sutcliffe, Remster, Brum, and Powers.
Which, that's a He-Man effort from Drew Powers.
He-Man?
Yep.
He just finished winning the 400.
Right.
Last
right.
event.
Just
finished.
Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes
his
ago.
pulse is down now to maybe 120.
Yeah, right.
About time to call Dad up in the stands and say, hey, how's it going? We just looking at him.
Yes, we were.
You missed out on all the fun.
I'm going to have to get my own monitor. I'm bringing my own monitor next time. Now that this is the Saints TV booth, we're going to put a screen in each corner of this
I think
thing.
you're right. We might even have some hanging outside the window here.
Sure.
We're racing.
I'm sorry about that, guys. We're racing.
We are racing here in section number 1 of the boys 4x200 meter relay, brought to you by Nyack.
In a situation like this, you always hope for a false start from the first heat. Just give Drew another 4 or 5 minutes.
Just give him, right. Let's reset this race.
Yeah.
Let's start over.
You should have somebody down there with a fake gun.
Somebody's just yelling bang off on the side. Trying
or just clapping their hands.
Careful, boys. The state could be listening.
Yeah, right. 4x2, section 1 of the boys. Handoffs coming up here. This will be Cole for Newman, Bartles for North Butler, Blanchard for Nashua Plainfield. Start to see, looks like Newman has separated themselves just a touch. Hard to tell. Newman, North Butler, Nashua Plainfield, I believe, are your 3 out front. No, correction. That's Newman back there, which means up there is
really hard to tell.
Really hard to tell. Oh, Turkey Valley. Yeah. That's Turkey. We're going Turkey.
Turkey Valley.
Looks like a turkey.
Yeah.
Turkey Valley of Jackson Junction. You ever been to Jackson Junction?
Yes, I have.
It's quite a place. Reminds me of Otranto. With a school.
Yeah, with a school. School's out in the country.
Yep, it is.
That's North Butler.
North Butler. North Butler wins section number 1 of the boys, 4x2, time 141.72. 141.72. Turkey Valley is second with a 142, and Nashua Plainfield finishes third. Good times from all of them. They all improved their times considerably here tonight, coming in. Section 2 looks like this. Northwood Kensett running Bice, Tiedemann, Dunkerman, and Lorenzen in lane 1. In lane 2, West Fork with Schultz, Altick, Dornkamp, and Despenis. In lane 3, the Saints running Sutcliffe, Remster, Brum, and Powers. In lane 4, Peterson, Smith, Kelly, and Bixel of West Hancock. In lane 5, North Iowa with Lopez, Green Sky, Norland, and Robertson. Lane 6, Belmont Clemmy with Frito, Doherty, Johans, and Hobscheit. In lane 7, Lake Mills running Steeny, Higland, Delger, and Gall. And in lane 8, Southwind with Reilly, Scholney? No idea. Landon, Barton Franzen, and Grief. So the team to watch here, West Hancock, like I said, come in tonight with about a second advantage over North Iowa and Saint Ansgar.
On your mark.
Saints running Sutcliffe here. Jackson Peterson for West Hancock and Lopez for North Iowa. West Fork with Schultz. This is going to be a tight race. This will be a fun one to watch. Daniel Sutcliffe. First runner for the Saints. North Iowa.
Lost their turn 3 camera.
With Lopez.
They did a run out of juice. They may run out of battery.
Handoffs First set of handoffs look to be clean. Here comes Remster for the Saints after a nice carry from Sutcliffe. Belmont Clemmy, Southwind, Lake Mills, West Hancock. Everybody's in this one, as predicted.
You know, Tyke Remster had a great carry in that 4x8.
Yeah, he sure
I had
did.
him at 2:04,
Wow.
which is a PR by 8 seconds. This Dylan Brum now running for
Dylan
the
Brum,
Saints.
yeah.
Just running down people.
That's awesome.
Look at him
Good
go.
to see him healthy. We haven't seen him be able to run like
Hasn't
that.
been healthy all year.
Drew Powers has the baton. 200 to go here in St. Ansgar. This is Bixel for West Hancock. Brady Bixel says, "Happy birthday,
Wow.
Grandpa Pruin," as he hauls West Hancock
Come on, Drew.
to the championship
Come
in
on,
the
Drew.
4x2.
Come on, Drew.
In second place, North Iowa, third place, St. Ansgar. We'll get you those times. West Hancock finishes 133.92. 133.92 is your time. That is a over a second improvement for West Hancock. North Iowa, 135.74. And St. Ansgar at 136.11 finishes third. That'll be another one of those watch the clock kind of nights for St. Ansgar with 136. I'm afraid that's about a half second slow.
Well, hey, while they're setting up the hurdles, I got a special treat for you in the form of interview.
Interview coming up.
Okay, we're here with Josie Jar at the district track meet. Josie, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. I think our team's doing really well in their races and their throwing and stuff and other field events. So, yeah, it's been a pretty good night so far.
So, I have to ask, what'd you throw?
I threw a 109. I don't know the inches.
In shot put or discus, please specify.
In discus.
Nice, nice.
How does it make you feel qualifying as your last year?
It's pretty good. Obviously, this is the year to do it, so I'm excited that I could pull it off. And, yeah, I'm really excited for the state track meet. I don't know if I've qualified yet.
Go drink some Carpenter coffee.
Cart over there. We're sponsoring them. I mean, they're sponsoring us.
There you have it.
I don't know what Carpenter coffee is, but it sounds
That's
delicious.
sound advice. Well, you know what? They're not even they're not a Saints TV sponsor, but you know what? I have been to Carpenter Coffee in Northwood. I think they have a trailer here tonight, maybe.
Yes, I
Something
see it over here. At first, I thought it said cold something else, but it says
I
cold
did
brew.
too. I did too. Cold brew, and I was like, "This is a school." It did not look like brew.
This is a school
It's
event.
a flag, right? So you can't always see those letters.
I can't believe you guys are talking about that.
I will put a plug in for Carpenter Coffee. I think they're doing a great thing in
Carpenter
Northwood.
Coffee of Northwood.
Of
Oh,
Northwood.
I got it. I
yes.
got it.
It's
That's why I didn't know what Carpenter Coffee was, I guess.
great product, and I will say great people running it. I think they're just. I should know their names probably because I think if I walked in, they would know mine. But
I got you.
Tremendous little business in Northwood.
Carpenter.
It's in Northwood.
Yeah, I was going to say, Josie didn't mention it, but, you know, she had a PR by 10 feet tonight.
10 feet? Are you
10
serious?
So humble Josie forgot to mention that part.
She's been throwing like that in practice, and I kept saying, you can do it in a meet, you can do it in a meet. She said, I always choke up. I
She
can't
decided
choke
not
up at this meet.
You're
This
right.
is it for you,
This
dear.
is the one.
And she, broke her PR by 10 feet. I'm so excited for her.
That's great.
Well,
That's
Coach,
fantastic.
you must be an excellent motivator.
No.
You-
I didn't threaten her or anything like that.
That's good.
No, because I watched her. I have her in practice, and I see her throw over 100, 105, 106.
All the time, right,
All
yeah.
the time. And then
Yep.
she gets to me, she throws 99. So I said, tonight's the night.
Picked a good time to do it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's enough to get her in. That'd be fun
Yeah,
to see.
I would. Previous years, 100 normally made it. So, like you say, we got to wait for the elections.
Yep. Girls 100-meter hurdles, 3 sections here. This is Ruiz Bork of West Fork, Olson from North Iowa, and Walrod of Belmont Clemmy. So there are 3 sections here. The girls 100-meter hurdles. That was Section 1, 19.58 for Alyssa Olson of North Iowa. She's your winner. Section 2, in Lane 2, Johnson of West Hancock. Hobscheit in Lane 3 from Belmont Clemmy. Lane 4, Schoenig of West Fork. Lane 5, Wiley of South Wind. Sorodiak in Lane 6 of North Butler. And Hallberg from North Iowa in Lane 7. Here is your timed final, Section 2 of 3.
Joe, you must have been a great English language student because you're right on in those names.
It was it's something I've learned over the years. I've met a lot of people over the years, and we're getting better at it.
Third place, 44 points, North Iowa.
All right, so Section 2 here. Time, the starter's arm is in the air. We're about to get underway here. Section 2 of the girls' 100-meter hurdles brought to you by Focus Insurance Team. Thank you, Focus Insurance.
How's the battery on the transceiver?
If you guys were up here, you'd be hearing Duke. He's like talking on all of his 3 headsets. He's coordinating battery change-outs on cameras, camera angles. I don't know how he does it, but I'm just going to sit up here, continue to look pretty, and do my job.
I can see how he does. I know you got your back to him. He's actually using his toes.
Is he?
Yes.
He's got to be. I just can't.
He absolutely is.
It's awesome. Oh, the runner from West Fork here in Section 2. Schoenig. She wins it here, Section 2, time of 18.64. Wiley from South Wind in second, and Sorodiak in third from North Butler. So Schoenig has the time to beat going into Section 3 of the girls' 100-meter hurdles, brought to you by Focus Insurance. Section 3 ought to be fun. We've got, again, 3 very, very talented runners here in the middle. In Lane 1, Sterenberg of Lake Mills. Lane 2 is Rose from North Butler. Kinsey Peterson from Saint Ansgar in Lane 3. Lindsay Moore, we watched her hurdle before. We talked about the form there. You get to see that again here from Lindsay Moore, Northwood Kensett in Lane 4. Morgan Wallen in lane number 5 from Northwood Kensett. Lane 6, Aspen Falk for St. Ansgar. Eden Nielsen from West Hancock in Lane 7. And Alexis Anderson from Lake Mills in Lane number 8. We have the second best time in the state. Lindsay Moore ran that earlier this year, the second best time. She has a 15.49 coming into tonight. So her teammate has a 16.49, which is the 14th best time. And Kinsey Peterson's right there with a 27th best time in the state coming into tonight. So Peterson needs a run right here. She's got a shot. Her and Falk both have a shot to make it in on time here with a good 100. And they're off here, Section 3. Lindsay Moore, Northwood Kensett, Wallen, Peterson, Falk right there. Nice run from both Peterson and Falk. Here comes Falk. Peterson. It's all Lindsay Moore, followed by Wallen, and then a dead heat between Falk and Peterson. Lindsay Moore runs a 15.3. Morgan Wallen a 16.95. Aspen Falk finishes third with a 17.25. Kenzie Peterson runs a 17.33. Finishes in fourth for the Saints. So the Saints go third and fourth there in the girls' 100-meter hurdles, brought to you by Focus Insurance Team.
Mike Johnson chimes in. Southwind's runner is Willie. That E messes with you.
That E does mess with you, Mike. I agree. Willie. We're going Willie. I like it.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. And again, if you have pronunciation help, please, we'd love to have it. And you won't insult us in any way. We'd love to help get it right. So
not at all.
Looks like, is that Ava Falk? Just barely by
look at that. We got our slow-mo cam.
Aspen Falk.
Or Aspen.
That's Aspen.
There we go.
And you showed Aspen. You showed that as accurate. You had Aspen as third place on that?
I have. Let's go look. You're saying in the events, I have the girls' 100-meter hurdles. Aspen is third. Yep.
Got it.
So
look
that's
at that.
There's
what
the picture
8
right there.
Look how good that timer is. Here, hold on. This is what he's looking at here, Coach.
8 100s. That's what that looks like.
Coach, that's what he's looking at right there. Aspen and Kenzie.
They're that close. So we're going to move on to the boys' 110-meter hurdles. Again, Coach explained to us last time, we spread these out a little more to account for the stride length, right?
Stride length, right. It goes 15, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15. And the girls are 13, 10, 10, or 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, and then 10 at the end.
10 at the end. Okay, gotcha.
I was going to make a comment. You notice we got the hurdle set up. You know, we have 62 workers from the town working.
62?
62 workers, volunteers that are helping get this track meet running now. Isn't that wonderful?
That is fantastic.
That is fantastic. Who sets that? Who coordinates all that?
Coach Clevenger. It's part of his job.
One of those other duties as assigned.
Yeah, that last sentence on the contract. And other duties as assigned.
That's a big one.
We, really, talking to him, we don't have to ask twice.
That's great. Help. People want to help, want to be a part of it.
Yep.
There's 1,200 people live in this town. That's 5% by my Rich Sherman taught math.
There you go.
Of 5% of the town's here tonight helping out in this thing. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Section number 1 of the boys, Colton Winia for the Saints in lane 4. Colton Winia out front in this one. There's a freshman that's going to be very, very good at this.
Just learning. He'll be really good by the time he's in.
A great night for Colt Winia there. He comes in 20.14. That's a PR for him. All 3 of these boys just ran by our freshmen here tonight. So good to see that. There's the future, right? In a few years, we'll be talking about these guys winning the 110-meter hurdles. Section 2 coming up here, boys, 110-meter hurdles. Noah Hansen from North Iowa in 2. North Butler's Thorne in 3. Booz in lane 4 from North Butler. Lane 5 is Jensen from Lake Mills. Schmidt in lane 6 from West Fork. And Ramos Ramirez from Belmont Clemmy in lane 7. Section 2 of 3, boys, 110-meter hurdles, brought to you by Focus Insurance Team. Well-run meet so far, Coach Sherman. Just seems like it's just ticking right along.
Yep.
So we had a couple interviews before you joined from a couple of the boys that threw, one of ours, one of West Hancock's throwers, and neither one of them were super impressed with their own performance, thought it was a tough night. Tell us what makes it a tough night to throw tonight.
Were they shot or discus?
Discus.
Yeah.
Both were disc.
The circle was a little bit damp.
Damp.
Not bad, but we didn't have a wind. They're used to throwing with a wind or against the wind. Whatever. Yeah. So
Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like the boys' discus results, nobody chucked it, right? No. 136 or something won it, which is
disappointing for us because both of our kids threw over 140 last night practice. So we just
it happens, right?
Yes, it does. We peaked at the wrong time. We should have waited 24 hours.
I hear you.
You know, what's kind of funny about the throwing events. Now, either one of you guys are not old enough, but you know that back in the 1960s, and I was one of the theater, we had football throw. Football throw was an organized track event.
A football throw?
Football throw.
Seriously?
Yes, organized track. In fact, I was at the state tournament. I was a quarterback in high school, so just natural.
Yep.
Yeah, we had the football throw as an and they stopped it in 1963.
So through 1963,
we had football throw as a throwing event.
That's great. I did not know that.
I didn't know that.
I think it was Iowa's answer to the javelin.
Sure. Yeah, a little safer, right? Throw the pigskin instead of a sharp spear.
And of course, you know, they wanted to at one time include the softball throw on the girls' side.
Yep.
But the girls' union just vetoed that.
They said no thanks.
Take more time. You got to have more space. You know, but we had the football throwing up to 1963.
Section 3 of the boys' 110-meter hurdle. Robinson from Northwood Kensington 1. Price from North Iowa 2. Evans, Nashville Plainfield 3. Mitchell Smith from West Hancock in lane 4 has the 4th best time in the state in 1A at 14.95 coming into tonight. He's a special hurdler as well. Weiss, perhaps, from Southwind in lane 5. Subject from lane 6, West Hancock. And Helming in 7. Ort in 8. Mitchell Smith, who played along nicely on the Saint TV stream of prom, so we appreciate him. We'll give him a shout-out for that. Mitchell Smith wins the boys' 110-meter hurdles. Congratulations, Mitchell Smith. He punches his ticket to the state meet next week with a time of 15.52. 15:52 for Mitchell Smith.
Coach, got a comment here. You're hard to hear. Can you put your mic just right here?
There?
See where I'm at?
Yeah, how about that?
That's perfect. Yep,
Okay.
You're not going to breathe into it or anything.
Okay,
so you'll be
that's
good.
what I was worried about.
Yep. Nope.
It took me my breath to get up these stairs. So
It does mine too, so I feel you. What a beautiful night it has turned into. The sunset.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
It's just perfect.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Quite a night here. It's been a good night. Good night all around here in St. Ansgar. We move on to the 800-meter run brought to you by K2 Agronomy. Girls 800, 2 sections of the 800. Again, each team can enter 2 individuals in these individual races. So we
I want to interrupt you there, Joe. Before we get into this, while they're tearing their hurdles down, we're going to throw it down for an interview. Quick.
Beautiful.
So you can take a break, take a breather, and there we go.
Natalie Borg.
What have you been running today, Natalie?
The sprint med, the distance med, the 4x8, and the 4x4.
Have you qualified in anything?
The sprint med!
Congrats! Why do you point at that?
So you look at it instead of looking at it.
Yeah. I did that too.
Oh, wait, Lauren needs to interview.
Natalie Bork with the interview. Natalie Bork, who learned to be fast from watching her fantastic runner, Uncle Joe, I'm sure.
Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe.
I think that sounds
I'm
about right.
sure there's a connection.
There's
there.
got to be. There's got to be some, she got some speed from me, just through osmosis probably, mostly. But maybe, you got to know what slow looks like to know what fast is. That could be too. So congratulations, Natalie. Proud of her. She's worked hard at this track thing and had a great career. She's going to top her off down in Des Moines next week. And then she's going on to run at Wartburg. She's going to run track and field at Wartburg. So
She'll join Lindsay Morris going to Wartburg.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been trying to recruit her for 4 years. Finally, I gave up. I talked to her grandmother this morning at breakfast. I said, I've just given up. I'm not sure she wants to come to St. Ansgar.
I love it.
She said, well, that casino money might have made a difference.
Don't give up, Coach. Don't give up. Don't give up. Natalie actually got a Saints TV scholarship.
Yeah.
That's not out of the question here.
Right? Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
We got scholarship money of our own here, right?
That's right.
I love it. Girls 800 meter. This is section 1 of 2 on the track.
You got the. Never mind.
West Hancock's running Marchand. Koenigs for Riceville. Hare for Newman Catholic. Wenthold for Southwind. Height Susan. West Fork. Muller for Rockford. Blodell for Lake Mills. Paplow, Nashua Plainfield. Pittenger, North Butler. Atchison from West Hancock. And Young of Lake Mills are your Section 1 girls 800-meter run brought to you by K2 Agronomy.
Thank you, K2 Agronomy, for your sponsorship, helping make Saints TV possible.
We get to see Cadence Huck here in Section 2 again. Again, if you haven't seen her run an 800, you're in for a treat. Comes in with the best time in the state, running a 2:11.09. That is blazing
I
fast.
run a 100 than that. I just couldn't. Excuse me.
I think that might be 3rd or 4th in the state in all classes.
All classes.
Yeah. Yeah. She's just an amazing talent.
So Section 1, 800-meter run. Final lap here. About 50 to go. Wenthold from Southwind, but here comes Height Susan from West Fork, just a freshman, Evelyn Height Susan here. makes the pass to win Section 1 of the girls' 800-meter run. She runs a 2:43.45, and Wenthold from Southwind with a 2:44.68. Muller, Rockford in third, and Marchand, West Hancock in fourth. Moving on to section number 2 of the girls' 800-meter run, brought to you by K2 Agronomy. Minders from North Iowa in 1. Lane 2, Kinsey Anderson of Saint Ansgar. Lane 2, Becca Hoffman from North Iowa. Cadence Huck, Nashua Plainfield in lane 4. Lila Powers from Saint Ansgar 5. T. Scudder from Southwind. Sticka from from Turkey Valley. Hanson Bransoy of Northwood Kensett. Newman Catholic's Kelly. Reingans from Northwood Kensett. Belmont Clemmy Swenson and Ruckdashel of West Fork are your 12 runners here in the girls' 800-meter run, section number 2. They are all chasing Cadence Huck and her best time in 1A in the state of 2:11.09. To give you some perspective, last year, if you ran about a 2:30, you'd qualify for the state meet. And she's running a 2:11 here, or has
Pretty
run
good
a
chance to
2:11.
qualify, then, I would say.
Probably.
Fairly good chance.
So a couple runners to watch here for you. Kinsey Anderson and Lila Powers here. If you're a Saints fan, keep an eye on both of them. They likely, Lila Powers has a good chance as she runs her race here tonight. Kinsey Anderson needs to shave probably 5 or 6 seconds off of her time, have a personal best here to give herself a shot. Becca Hoffman of North Iowa in that same discussion along with Josie T. Scotter. So this is another one of those races where there may be 3, 4, 5 girls from here that make it to the state meet out of this race.
Yes.
A lot of talent here tonight.
She can just drag us along with her, and that's a big thing.
You bet. Yeah, when you're chasing the greatness of Cadence Huck out front, you get a couple extra seconds in there. Looks like Huck is out front. Powers for the Saints. Yep, okay. And then is that the Northwood Kensett runner in third?
I think it is.
So it's Huck, Powers, and that is North Iowa. The North Iowa and the Northwood Kensett jerseys are exactly the same. They just have a different name on them. They have to be made by the same company.
It does make it tough for us, doesn't it? It does
so
make it tough.
That is the North Iowa runner. Since we called her the wrong team, we'll get you a name. North Iowa, Becca Hoffman. Cadence Huck. Followed by Powers. Hoffman. Kinsey Anderson's got her work cut out for her. She's got to try to close that gap. I believe that is T. Scudder from Southwind in fourth. Lila's run a good race to this point. Can she finish? Yeah, that's the hard part, right, of that 800 is that last 100.
That really is.
Cadence Huck.
A big grizzly just jumps there.
Yep. There we go. Lila Powers kicks it into gear. She's catching Cadence Huck.
Does she ever kick it into
Cadence
gear?
Huck wins the girls' 800-meter run. Lila Powers finishes second. Cadence runs a 2:21 for Nashua Plainfield. Lila Powers with a 2:23. That is a 3-second improvement on her personal best.
PR.
Yeah, that's great. Becca Hoffman runs a 2:26. Josie T. Scotter finishes fourth with a 2:27. Kinsey Anderson with a 2:34 in fifth place. I'll go ahead and stick my neck out. I think all 4 of those girls make it.
Make it.
The top 4 there make it.
Wouldn't that be exciting?
That's
I really would.
A heck of a race here tonight in the girls 800. We talked about the talent there on display in that one. Boys 800-meter run. We have 2 timed finals again, so we have I think there's 25 entries in this race. So there's going to be 12 runners in race number 1. Dahl from Southwind, Martinic from West Fork, John Polito of St. Ansgar, Henry Miller of North Butler, Peterson from Northwood Kensett, Mercado, Belmont Clemmy, Hall from St. Ansgar, Shutt, Newman Catholic, Fikert of Southwind, Stevens of Rockford, Weissman of West Fork, and Parker Evans of Riceville are your 12 runners here in Section 1 of the boys 800-meter run, brought to you by K2 Agronomy.
Those are the results of the boys 110-meter hurdles. 8th place, Lance Holman, Lake Mills. 7th place, Camden Booz, North Butler.
So Section 1 is underway here.
5th place, Jeremiah Jensen, Lake Mills. 4th place, Jacoby Subject.
Somebody needs to remind the Northwood Kensett runner he's got to do 2 laps.
They'll remind him, unless he's got this in him for the whole 2 laps. This would be interesting.
He's moving. He is moving. Looks really good off the start here. That's Peterson, a sophomore.
He might just be the rabbit.
Yep, he might be too,
he'll
right?
He'll drop out on the last corner.
Yeah, his job is to go set the pace, right?
Set the pace, yes.
Northwood Kensett, Belmont Clemmy, North Butler. North Butler's got a couple of entries, so that's Miller. That is Miller. Polito and Hall for the Saints are hanging in there. 5th and 6th, I believe.
Correction on the boys shot put. 2nd, 3rd place are exchanged around. 3rd place is Dylan Hanson, St. Ansgar. 2nd place is Gavin Crump, West Fork.
Peterson for Northwood so far been able to maintain that pace. He's kept his lead.
He really has. I'm impressed, guys.
Absolutely. North Butler with Miller. Miller's just a freshman. Nice race out of him. He's going to make the pass.
Once in a while, you'll have somebody come out of the slow heat that will place.
Yep. Peterson says not so fast.
Yes, yeah.
He does not let Miller go around him, and this south wind runner is closing quickly here. I believe that's Dahl. Yeah, number 1. That is Brad Dahl from Southwind, who tries to get the kick here at the end. Can he catch Miller from North Butler? He doesn't, and Peterson proves me wrong and maintains that pace the entire time. Runs a 2:22. That's a good time. Good time for Peterson, 2:22, just a sophomore. Miller from North Butler finishes 2nd, and Dahl of Southwind finishes 3rd. The Saints come in 4th. John Polito runs 2:28 for the Saints and finishes 4th.
Weather thing for him. Rain.
Is it down?
Right there. Corner.
All right, that was Section 1 of the boys 800-meter run. Section 2 brought to you by K2 Agronomy. Looks like this. We've got 13 runners. Durand for Belmont Clemmy, Ebert, Riceville, Hillsland from North Iowa, Van Rokel from Lake Mills, Juleseth of Northwood Kensett, Baltzer of West Hancock, Brandenburg of Lake Mills, Callis, West Hancock, Bird of Nashua Plainfield, O'Connell from Newman, Anderson of North Butler, Hoffman, North Iowa, and Mitchell of Nashua Plainfield. So this is Section 2, boys 800-meter run, 2:03.51 from Cade Van Rokel of Lake Mills is the number 1 seed coming in here tonight. So he'll be the runner to watch. He'll probably, based on what we saw earlier, try to set that pace. Let's see if we come out of turn 2 with Van Rokel up front. He's trying to, and it looks like he's got company, so it's Van Rokel.
I've got a feeling it's beginning to rain out there, the way the ponchos are coming out.
The ponchos are coming out here in St. Ansgar. We have raindrops. We complimented what a nice night it was one too many times.
Slam and Sammy says, hey, guys, we got to cover the cameras because there's a 100% chance of rain. And about that very moment, the ponchos start coming out. Who knew that Slam and Sammy was such a weatherman?
Yeah. Prognosticator of weather.
Prognosticator.
It is the smallest little tiny storm you've ever seen, but if it's like the one that hit us this morning, it'll last 8 hours.
I'll just sit and hover.
1 lap to go, section 2 of the boys' 800-meter run, section 2 here. We have Van Rokel and is that Cooper Jewel, Seth? Is that Northwood Kensett? Or is it North Iowa? I believe.
It's getting in there for you.
I think it's North Iowa.
It's North Iowa. It is Hilsland. Isaac Hilsland from North Iowa. And Van Rokel of Lake Mills.
Those two have been battling all spring.
Van Rokel with the kick. Lake Mills and Van Rokel. The rain must be getting more significant. Now people are leaving.
They are.
Van Rokel from Lake Mills going to power himself to the championship here. Wins this district 800-meter run. Congratulations to Cade Van Rokel, who advances to the state meet next week. Runs a... Come on, computer. Uh-oh. Apparently, I wonder if a raindrop got into the
timing software?
Into the timing somewhere.
Had I known that, I would have started my stopwatch because I've been right on, Experience.
Experience helps, does it not? Yes,
Yeah.
it does. There we got him, Dave.
I apologize to everybody at home. I have not been putting the stopwatch in the last few races. I've been trying to coordinate camera changes and battery swaps and getting live results and the ticker updated, which I finally got caught up on. So I guess the timer had to sacrifice for all that. But thanks for everybody for watching out there. We got 445 people on the stream right now.
445 people.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Live.
It really is.
We'll have a couple thousand views by morning, too. That seems like that's how that works. So we have a results issue at the boys' 800-meter, just updating on the website. So I don't have official times for you. We know who won. Van Rokel from Lake Mills is your champion. I just don't have a time for you.
What's the next race, Joe? I'm looking for the runners. Where are they at here?
dash.
200.
200.
So
Okay,
turn
so
three.
they are over here.
Yep, girls, 200-meter dash, 4 sections. In section 1, Callis from Belmont Clemmy, Julik from North Iowa, Mayer of Saint Ansgar, and Hegman of South Win are your 4 runners here in section 1 of 4. Girls, 200-meter dash, brought to you by the Saint Ansgar American Legion.
Thank you, Saint Ansgar American Legion, for your sponsorship of Saints TV.
Eric, if one of the 445 people out there want to be a part of this Saints TV sponsorship thing, have themselves a business, and they want to be a part of this, what should they do?
It's actually really easy.
They could bring us up some food to the booth. I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, that would be great.
That'd be great. That'd be a good step.
You don't get a chance to eat it until the meet's over, though. That's the only issue there, right? Honestly, just email Eric at saintstv.com. It's that easy. And say, you know what? I want my business on this thing. Like we said, this is the very last stream of our initial year. We actually start a new season here with baseball coming right up.
A fresh opportunity to join, buy a package to be a sponsor of Saints TV for the 24-25. Boy, isn't that crazy to say? Seasons.
Ooh. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And we'll throw that Give Butter link back up here in a minute as well if you want to. If you don't have a business, but you'd like to, maybe you just spent $12 to get in here tonight for the two of you, and instead you want to donate $12 to Saints TV to keep this stream going and free, we'd welcome that as well. We have a system for you to do that. Quick
we
and
really
easy.
do. We really, really do. And 100% of those proceeds go back to the Saint Ansgar School. A great opportunity to...
one of the cool things we did just last week, we awarded $8,000 scholarships to Saints athletes who are going to participate in athletics at the next level. We just awarded 8 of those last week, and we really appreciate the support. It enables us to do that as well as give money directly back to the school to pay for things like officials and uniforms and equipment. And as Coach knows, it takes a lot of dollars to keep this whole thing rolling.
Yeah, how special we're able to do that in our initial year of doing this. I mean, and honestly, it's not us. It's the folks out there who are willing to contribute. So scan that link if you're at home and you're watching this and you appreciate being able to see this from home, from the comfort of your own home, your dry home.
Right. Section number 2, girls 200-meter dash, brought to you by the Saint Ansgar American Legion. Krukenberg in 1, Dickman in 2, Hofert in 3, Schmidt in 4, Bothwell in 5, Grunwald in 6, Ramirez in 7, Kuiper in 8. Section 2, Presley Dickman from West Fork.
Might be in the wrong heat.
She's running an impressive race. Came in tonight with no time, so she had not run this race. Is that part of why she ended up in this? She runs a 28.42. 28.42. That's a very good time. That is the new time to beat. Krukenberg from Newman Catholic is second. Kuiper from West Hancock third, and Schmidt in fourth from Nashville Plainfield. Section number 3 of the girls 200-meter dash, brought to you by the Saint Ansgar American Legion. There we go. That's better, Coach. Thank you. I got a little light in here. Alexis,
we got a light switch if you want it.
Will it mess everything up back there? If it doesn't, we should turn it on. Alexis Frein in lane 1 from St. Ansgar. Barron in lane 2 from Riceville. Koenigsfeld, Rockford 3. Hudepole in lane 4 from Belmont Clemmy. Patton, Nashville Plainfield in 5. 6 is Thronson from Turkey Valley. Knoll in 7 from North Butler. And Schroeder from Riceville in lane 8. It is raining somewhat seriously now.
Now I can finally see it in the video. That means it must be real.
This is not good news in terms of when you're trying to get in on time. You don't want to have to run in rain when no one else is. I'm also afraid that I hear thunder, which means this thing is off.
Don't say that.
I know. I'm hoping it's just the rattle of the bleachers here. I haven't seen anything in the sky, but the storm's coming from the north, all behind us here.
Where you can get a better look at what's going on out here weather-wise.
Let's look at the lights.
Yeah, it's coming down pretty hard right now. Section 3 of 4, the girls' 200-meter dash. I'm trying to find the starter here. Are we going to start or are we going to delay? Can you tell?
It looked like they had a...
I heard a whistle. We're getting ready to go. Starter's hand is in the air. Frein from St. Ansgar is in lane 1. For you Saints fans out there.
Duke, we got all cameras covered to your knowledge?
He's on the other headset back there. I can hear him. Section 3 underway, girls, 200-meter dash.
Yeah, I gave all the kids covers, so as long as they were doing their jobs, then yes.
Everything's covered.
Well, your finish line cam was covered from the start, so should it be...
We did lose the battery on that, and I've been SOSing for help for the last 10 minutes, and I haven't gotten any. So
we lost the battery. I thought we had the big battery plugged into that.
The camera is good, is my prediction, but I think the transceiver is...
You could.
Needs a swap.
So I guess I got the camera.
Heat 3 is won by Patton of Nashville Plainfield, a time of 28.94. Hudepole. Belmont Clemmy second. Thronson of Turkey Valley in third. And Alexis Frein from St. Ansgar in fourth. We move to section number 4 of the girls' 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Haugland from West Hancock. Wallen in lane 2. Eastvold in lane 3. Thorson in lane 4 of Northwood Kensett. Zweibaummer from Southwind in 5. Barnett in lane 6 of North Butler. Hannah Hillman from Rockford in lane 7. And Gallardo of Lake Mills in lane number 8. Macy Thorson, Northwood Kensett, has run a 26.95 this year. That's the 13th best time in Class 1A. She would be the runner to watch in lane 4. The rain is trying to let up. Maybe that's my wishful thinking, but it appears to be getting a little bit better. It is not going to be a long rain. It is not going to last long. We just got to survive this one. 200-meter, section 4 of 4, girls, brought to you by the Saint Ansgar American Legion. Thorson, Northwood, Kensett. Macy Thorson, followed by the Lake Mills runner of Eastfold. We saw her have a really good night earlier tonight in a different race. Reagan Eastfold, just a freshman from Lake Mills. I believe she's going to finish second. Macy Thorson runs a 26.94. Reagan Eastfold finishes second with a 28.05. Morgan Wallen finishes third. And Presley Dickman of West Fork finished fourth. She ran in that second section. I believe we talked about her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She
that was
ran,
a fourth-place finish.
Yep, she is going to finish fourth in this one. Macy Thorson, congratulations. Your girls 200-meter dash champion here in St. Ansgar. She'll advance to the state meet next week. The boys 800-meter, we finally have that time. Van Rokel ran a 10:05.61. 10:05.61 for Van Rokel. Lake Mills and the boys 400. Boys 200-meter dash. We have 4 sections here brought to you by the St. Ansgar American Legion. This is Boost of Turkey Valley, Winters of Rockford, Gellner of Nashua Plainfield, and Subject of West Hancock. Subject, West Hancock. Just a freshman. That's not good.
Not
that
good.
was lightning and thunder, which means we're about to go under a 30-minute delay.
Officially under delay.
30-minute delay.
So they will clear this place
camera,
out,
Duke.
get kids under cover here. Big lightning strike that really came out of nowhere. There hadn't been any up to that moment. You generally don't see that.
Nope.
But I'm sure that will cause a 30-minute delay here in St. Ansgar. Can't ignore that one. Sometimes at baseball, we turn our back and say, that was 15 miles away.
Yeah,
We
I
didn't
didn't see
see
a
anything.
thing.
I'm pretty sure that was just like a transformer blowing up. But this one was way too close for comfort. They will get kids off of this field here and undercover.
And out of the bleachers.
Out of the bleachers.
Stay off from the football field, please. Athletes, please stay off from the football field surface. Thank you.
All right, so folks are heading underneath the shelter of the concession stand, so that's not going to help you if you're looking for a cheeseburger.
Right. You know what we can do throughout this break? We don't do it right now, but let's make sure we cover those field event results that we didn't get in. I believe that would have been
good idea.
The boys' discus.
I've
the
been
boys
showing
shot
them all
put,
night
girls
on the
discus.
ticker,
You've
so
got-
they've been on the
perfect
broadcast.
I'm going to go check that camera, Duke. You want me to go check that camera right now down there, right, at the finish line, Cam? I'm going to do that.
Who you got? Over.
Lights on your way by.
I sure will.
Well, Coach, we got 30 minutes to kill at least, so you got any more good stories?
You want some stories?
Yeah,
I could give you some stories.
So it might be a good time to cover some of this. So we covered it last time, but if anybody's tuning in this time, Coach Rich Sherman, who's been coach and educator here in St. Ansgar for what you said, 58 years,
Yeah, 58.
60 total, right?
Yeah,
58
yes.
here in St. Ansgar. So we got a ton of experience here. We got Coach Sherman. We got cords all around him. So while he gets unwrapped, we'll kind of set the stage there. Obviously, been around this program, been around North Iowa, because you said the first 2 years you weren't far.
No,
You were
Nashua Plainfield.
Nashua Plainfield.
Yeah.
So 2 years in Nashua Plainfield. The last 58 here in St. Ansgar, working with athletes and students. That's pretty cool. So.
So you want some stories?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can give you some stories.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
1972. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We have the district meet in Osage. We win it. Qualified 14 events.
Wow. 14.
So we're all excited. The state meet that year was in Cedar Rapids
Okay.
at Linmar High School. They had one of the few all-weathers. So my wife's pregnant.
Okay.
And she's due.
Yeah, sure.
So an old German wise tale is, if you want to advance the pregnancy, eat a piece of rhubarb pie.
Okay.
So on Thursday night, before Friday, before we leaving, my wife had a piece of rhubarb pie. And 1 o'clock, the contraction started. So I get in my 67 Chrysler, and we're driving to Osage to deliver this baby. We get out at the TV tower, and the water breaks.
So you're only halfway to Osage at this point.
And my wife says, now listen. And she's very demanding. She said, listen, you got 2 choices. You can either drive a lot faster or you can stop right now because this baby's coming.
Okay.
So I decide I'm not that brave, so I drive faster.
We'll hit the gas, yeah.
Yeah, and
Good
I'm not a fast driver. I'm going 75, Joe, 75. And we get to the Mitchell County Hospital. Wheeler in a wheelchair. 10 minutes later, the baby's born.
And which child was this?
This was my middle one, my girl.
Okay. Yep.
So I'm all excited. I got a baby daughter, and Julie Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go back home. And then I have to get up Friday morning because again I am the bus driver as well as I'm the only coach. We don't have an assistant.
Yep.
So we drive to Cedar Rapids, stay overnight. We think we got a chance to win it all. And at that time there were only 2 classes: big class, little class. We were in this little class, of course. So we go and have the track meet at Linn-Mar, and nothing works. We drop the stick in the 4x2. We had the best time going in. We drop it.
No.
Our long jumper, kid by the name of Carl Nemeth, who, bless his heart, was just a great, great athlete. He wasn't used to the blacktop surface, and he could never get his steps, so he scratches 4 times in the long jump.
Oh, no.
Jim Lebersky, my high hurdler, second or third best time going in, hits a hurdle, goes down. I mean, so, if we
nothing went right.
Didn't have any luck with all bad luck,
Right.
All right, so we end up, we finished, I think maybe 5th. We did place in the mile and the 2 mile, and my throwers both placed, and, it was fine. So I get home Saturday night with the bus. I drive to Osage, and my wife's sleeping. And so I talked to the nurse, and I said, could I see Julie Sherman? She comes back out, and she said, we don't have a Julie Sherman. I thought, lo and behold, how could that happen to me?
Right.
It's an ugly weekend to begin with. What do you mean you don't?
Right.
She said, just a minute. We only have 4 babies in here. Let me go back and look. She come back out. She said, well, we've got a Sarah Sherman. So in my 24 hours, my wife changes names on me.
So
Julie
has become Sarah in the time you've been gone.
Yeah. So
I love it.
So I come down there Sunday morning, and of course I can't. My wife's sleeping, which it's natural. And I went back to the window. I said, "Let me see Sarah Sherman again, just to be sure."
Just to be sure.
So that's the story of 1972.
72. I love it. I bet that's one that stuck with you.
I haven't forgot it.
I
haven't forgot it, no.
I bet not.
Speaking of stories, I'm going to throw it down for an interview now on the old infield.
I don't see any rain in the lights. No rain in the lights.
It's trying to stop.
Tyler
and I think
Johnson.
How you doing today?
A little wet right now, but it was going pretty well up until then.
How does it feel to be a Saints fan?
It's always great to be a Saints fan. Saints kids do a good job. They work hard, got good, strong culture. We're proud of them.
Since you're an English teacher, tell me a joke.
I should ask you questions that are on tomorrow's quiz. Yeah, let's go with that.
Oh, yeah. I better study for that tonight, huh? Yeah. Thank you for your time. I'm screwed.
There you have it. We got cords tangled up here. Looks like we do. Oh, man. We'll get that looped around here. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, well, what do you think, Coach? I'll wait till you get your headset back on. You flip it around that way. There you go.
Are we good?
Yeah.
I'm here with.
We're gonna get this thing in tonight, or
What'd you run today?
You know, sure. It stopped raining. I don't have a radio or a phone to check the radar.
D-Man, I think we got
Well,
third,
let's
but we
see here.
should go on time. And then Open 8, I got third and I should go on time.
So pretty good, huh?
Might be able to work on that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good day. Yep. Caden Lincoln. Should we get Caden Lincoln?
That is the radar right now.
Nope. Kind of boring. Yep. Hey, interview.
So it looks like a smaller cell, as long as the thunder stays away.
Nothing behind it.
I'm here with
Jackson Potter.
What school?
North Iowa.
What'd you run today?
So far, 4x8 and distance medley.
How'd they do?
We're going to state for both of them.
Let me try to get
Let's
that
go.
on the broadcast there for you, the radar.
Juice.
So you people at home can see what's going on.
Juice.
Thanks for hanging with us.
What's your favorite TV show?
The Office. The Office.
The Office?
The Office.
Let's see.
Yo.
Hey, thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Hey, what'd you run, though?
That's quite
What'd
the
you
story you had there, Coach.
Yeah. You know.
I could tell some more stories, but maybe I won't. Don't embarrass people.
Funny. All right. I wasn't paying attention when Joe left. What did he say where did he go?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think he just.
Got up and
I
left?
think he was hungry.
Oh, was he hungry?
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Sammy was hungry, but I had a cookie in my pocket. So he's enjoying my cookie.
Oh. Funny. All right, let's see. I'm going to try this, folks. You're seeing wait until no more lightning. So that's what we know right now. And we will keep you posted here. I'm going to hit some ads, and we'll be right back after a bit.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, I mean, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game.
The Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union encourages positive behavior.
Pride, respect, leadership, and sportsmanship on the court and in the stands.
Remember what a great privilege it is to see your team compete.
Thank you for your attendance. Enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
Whether a ref makes a bad call or it's opposing players or fans trying to get us out of our element, that our ultimate goal is to win, and doing things that are unsportsmanlike aren't going to get us any closer to that goal.
Because in life, many things will not go your way, and by learning now to hold your head up high when defeated and stay humble after a victory will better influence your life for the years to come.
The score of any game is generally forgotten over time,
but the actions of players, coaches, and fans are remembered.
Sportsmanship is an attitude that can have a positive influence on everyone around you.
In the stands and on the court.
How do you want to be remembered?
Support your team positively and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
All right, folks. We are in a weather delay if you're just joining us. And we're going to take a quick break here. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a bit as soon as we get word on what the situation is in terms of what's going on. So as I think I showed you earlier, here is the radar. It should be out of the system, or the system. Oop, I think I was just muted for all that. Anyway, here's what the radar looks like right now. It should be passing through and out of here before too long. So we'll be back after a bit here. Thanks for hanging with us. And yeah, we'll keep you posted.
We're here with some Bulldogs. We're here with
Logan Bacon.
Alex Manis.
So I'm going to ask you about your good races today. What happened good? What happened bad?
I've only ran the D-Med, and we did pretty good. You know, I think we're 14th in the state right now.
so we should be pretty good. I'd say we're probably going to state, but not for sure yet. So can't jump to conclusions.
What about you?
I'd say it was a pretty good race. I mean, on the start I kind of slipped, tried to regain my balance, but after that I think it was a good race.
So what do you call a worm that lives in a White House?
Yeah, I don't know.
Strawberry Pop-Tart.
Oh, yeah,
I get it.
You get it. You want to explain it?
Yeah, it's like the one.
I'm here with Dylan Sturgis. What school are you from?
West Fork.
What are you participating in today?
4x4 and 4x8.
Did any of them make it to state?
Most likely not. 4x4 yet is to be determined, so we'll see about that.
Okay. So what was your place for the 4x4?
Never ran it. The 4x4?
Yep.
Haven't ran it yet.
Oh, yeah. I'm dumb. What? How do you think the 4x4 is going to do?
Oh, I think quite swell, especially with this rain. You know, a minor disturbance is nothing to the West Fork track team.
So this is your weather?
Amen.
So what if this meet gets canceled because of the weather?
I don't know. We'd have to put it to another date, correct?
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
All right. Welcome back from the interviews here. And so we're going to try to bring you as much entertaining content as we can. You see the clock on the scoreboard there on your screen that says 11 minutes and 14, 13, 12. We believe, to the best of our knowledge, that is the lightning countdown clock. And when that thing gets to 0, we will go back underway. At this point, I imagine it's at least a 15-minute process to get people back out of the gym, because they not only did we have to evacuate the field and the bleachers, but they cleared the entire place out. We might be the only people left here because we're just not smart enough to leave. So everybody else is sitting inside the gym, in the elementary gym, I believe, for safety purposes, which is very smart. So we will get everybody back out here and start the 200 boys back up again. When that clock hits 0 is our understanding. So there's the update here from Saint Ansgar. We'll continue to bring you some interviews with Duke Scoop in the truck.
I'm here with.
Becca Hoffman.
What'd you run today?
4x8, D-Mid, Open 8, and I'll run the 4x4 hopefully.
How'd they do?
4x8, we're district champs. D-Mid, I think we got third, but we should go on time. And then Open 8, I got third, and I should go on time.
So pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a
See
good
you
day.
guys later. You too. Stay safe out here.
Yep.
You gotta think of a better question. Ask him like fun questions.
Caden Lincoln, should we get? I'm here with.
Jackson Potter.
What school?
North Iowa.
What'd you run today?
So far, 4x8 and distance medley.
How'd they do?
We're going to state for both of them.
Let's go.
LFG. What's your favorite type of juice? Apple juice.
Apple juice?
I love apple juice.
What's your favorite TV show?
The Office. The Office.
The Office?
The Office. Yo.
Hey, thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Hey, what'd you run, though? What'd you run?
400, 800. Times?
Yeah. You know?
I'll
Okay.
talk to you later.
Have a good day.
Hey, see you, dude. Thanks. You gotta, if I say that, you gotta say.
Back here with an echo in my ear in Saint Ansgar, so I'm going to mute that. Does that take away the echo? Sure does. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can, and it's really distracting. So we have 55 seconds on the lightning clock. These fans are starting to find their way back into the stands. We have students out and about. It has officially been 30 minutes since the last lightning strike. There were two, so I got to reset the clock once, and that was it. The storm, this little tiny cell of a storm.
I think we showed the radar on the old.
It wasn't very impressive, but it was enough to shut this thing down for 45 minutes or more at this point, because now they got to get everybody else back out here. We are at the 200-meter relay for the or the 200-meter dash, excuse me, for the boys. That's where we are. So we are about a quarter of the way through that. There are 4 sections of boys 200. We have 1 in the books. Do not see the starters back out. They're up here, I think, here in the Synced TV booth with us. So when we see them start to head down, I guess we'll know we're getting close. So if you're watching from your car in the parking lot, you have a few minutes, but you'll probably want to start making your way back here. The rain has stopped, so it is no longer raining. There appears to be no more threat of rain here for the rest of the night. That storm is headed south, that little spot, and we should be clear. Now we just got to get everybody back out here, get everything set back up, and start again. We talked about an 11:30 finish time. It looks like.
All right, who am I here with?
Jackson, can you?
Riley Dornkamp. What do we run today, boys?
200 meter dash. The 4x1.
How'd that do?
I don't know yet.
Hasn't been raced yet.
Oh, yeah. So they just announced over the loudspeaker here that there will be a 15-minute warm-up period. So that clock will start here soon. There'll be 15 more minutes to get everybody back out and warmed up.
Actually.
And
We were getting our blocks loaded up.
Underway.
Like,
We have the boys' 200-meter dash.
Yep, I remember that.
To finish up, we have 3 more sections of that. We have the girls' 400-meter hurdles, the boys' 400-meter hurdles.
Yeah, what's your favorite Pop-Tart?
The
I don't need Pop-Tarts.
1,500
girls,
the boys' 1,600.
No, strawberries probably.
The 4x1 and the 4x4 for both boys and girls remaining. So that's what the rest of your night looks like. I would say we've got what?
How's basketball
Coach,
going?
Another hour. Once we get rolling,
We did. Our varsity got
a track events to go through. So it will be a late night here in St. Ansgar before we get this thing wrapped up.
Yeah, I did see that again.
And we got to send some of these kids back to Calmer.
Yeah, we have not beat you yet.
Belmont Clemmy
history.
and Buffalo
So
Center.
that,
Buffalo Center, which, by
happens
the way, is 24
2
miles from North Union, where there was another
might
district
happen.
tonight. Instead,
Really?
they got
But
to come 60 miles
we're gonna
plus
stay
here to
determined.
St. Ansgar.
Well, it
And I
hasn't
understand why if
happened
you
ever,
look at it,
so.
there's just the way
do you play varsity?
the map works out. There's just not enough teams to go west and too many to come east. So they got to drive a little extra further. I think West Hancock also is
Thank you
closer
guys for your
to North Union than St. Ansgar, but. That's the way she worked out. So those teams ended up here. They have a long drive home. And now even longer because it's going to be probably after 11 o'clock by the time that bus hits the road out of town here. I'm getting feedback that the interviews are still playing in the background, sound-wise. We got that fixed. Thanks for the feedback out there.
My bad. Sorry.
In internet land, we appreciate the update. So everybody's filing back in here to be a 15-minute warm-up, and we will get back underway. In the meantime, Coach Sherman, you got any more good stories you could help us fill some time with? Oh, we must have you. Hang on, we got to get.
All right, there we go.
Now you're back.
Now I'm back, yeah.
Did you ever get somewhere for a track meet and get there and then the lightning starts and you never get it in? You sit there all night and then you have to drive yourself back home?
Believe it or not, 1970, the state meet was at Jefferson.
Okay. Yep.
And we got there and got rained out, so I get in the yellow Greyhound, come back to St. Ansgar because we weren't planning on staying overnight, of course.
Right.
So then we go back Saturday morning, and at that time the track over there was not an all-weather track. It was a limestone track, and they started digging holes so the water would drain off, and it was delayed. I mean, it but you know what happened? Lowell Tesh.
Yep.
3,200-meter run, state champion.
Yep.
And, you know, Lowell Tesh is about 5'8" at the time. He and an Eagle Grove kid were in a race. The Eagle Grove kid was about like Hunter Hillman, about 6'5".
Yep.
He'd take one step, Lowell take two. He'd take one, Lowell take two. So the way it worked out, when they came ready for lap 8, they were side by side.
Yep.
Lowell just continued on his sprint, and he came through and was the winner, 9:45. Great time.
Yeah.
The Eagle Grove kid was 2 seconds behind, and then Bob Donahue from St. Ansgar was third at 10 minutes flat. Now, one of the rules they had in at that time was if you ran the 3,200, that's the only thing you could do. You couldn't be a long jumper. You couldn't throw the shot put. You couldn't. That was your only event.
Okay.
And so I had Lowell and Bob in my room before the district, and we decided, what are we going to do? What do you guys want to do? Because you're seniors, I'm going to let you choose.
Let you choose.
They said, well, look, can we both run the 32? And I said, well, then we got to win at Osage on Friday night, qualify.
Yep.
And they did. They went 1-2. And so at that time, they were taking the first and second. So we go to, you know, like I said, we go to Jefferson on Friday, get in the yellow Greyhound, go back to St. Ansgar, go back to Jefferson. You know, Jefferson's 30 miles west of Ames.
You're right.
Yeah. So that was and in that event, in that meet, the state meet, Ray Rhodes. You probably don't remember Ray Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes he owned the bowling.
The bowling alley. Yep,
Yeah. Ray Rhodes was 5th in the highs. We had a couple other people that placed. I mean, we really did well.
So you had a good event after it finally got going.
Finally got going. Yeah.
I don't. I remember that name, the Rhodes that ran the bowling alley. I didn't know that, but Bob Donahue, his kids would have been my age.
Yes,
so Bobby was a couple years younger than me. His son. So
it was quite ironic because at that time we didn't have a track. Had absolutely nothing. So I laid out over on the grass, which would be up where the daycare center is, and we ran down along there, and I got a wheel from the FFA people, and I wheeled out. And I told the guys I wheeled out was a yardage at the time. I said, I wheeled out 220 yards. Let's put tires there. I knew that on Saturday night, they're going to move those tires. So I had 250.
Right.
I was ready for it.
You were ready for it.
So,
you did the old, we need to leave at 8. We're telling them 7:30 so you can be on the road at 8. You made it 250 knowing they were going to shrink it on you.
Because, Saturday night, they'd come in, they'd move the tires. They think, we're going to pull one on Coach Sherman. Monday's practice is going to be a lot easier because we don't have to run so far.
Right.
Well,
you outsmarted them as usual.
I'm ahead of them. So anyway, what I was going to say about what Lowell Tesh, I love Lowell. He literally sprinted 8 full laps because he couldn't run any faster for his time. I mean that's all he could do.
That was the only thing he could do.
That's the only thing he could do.
Sure, there was no kick because he was 5'8".
Because he was already running as fast as he could run, and he ran it for 8 solid laps.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So it really was.
He had the school record.
He had the school record till Riley Wett.
Right, until Riley got it. So he had it for 40-some years or whatever.
40-some years, yes,
and then, the next.
One of just a really nice kid. And he went back, when he went to UNI to run down there, did a great job down there for him. But it was so funny because, like I said, the crowd was chuckling because Lowell was taking 2 steps, that Lake Mills kid the Eagle Grove kid was taking 1. 2, 1, 2. And Lowell was smart enough to get on the inside, so the Eagle Grove kid had to run outside all the way.
Yep.
Yeah, and then, like I said, in the last lap, it's just like somebody, I don't know whether the Eagle Grove kid must have backed off a little bit because it was a couple seconds at the end, but we were sure excited for Lowell, and like I said, and Bob Donahue, just 2 or 3 strides behind.
Yep.
We're kind of hoping going down there we'd be 1 and 2, but no, it was quite a spectacle.
I bet. And both those guys ended up back here, right? In Mitchell County. Lowell was the auditor?
County auditor. Yep, absolutely. And of course, Bob's got kids and grandkids that have run
back in this area too. Yeah. That's fantastic. Well, it looks like we are about 6 minutes from getting back underway here. We're about apart. Well, we're 1 race out of 4 into the boys' 200-meter dash. So let's set up while we wait. They're doing some troubleshooting here behind us in the booth, so if you hear a little noise, that's what that is. They're just working on getting everything tidied up here so we can go. In Section 2 of the boys' 200-meter dash, Dax Sunken of West Fork will be in lane 1. He has not run this race officially this year. Macario from Southwind is in lane 2. Johnny Adams from Riceville in lane 3. Isaiah Wheeler of Turkey Valley in lane 4. Saints TV contributor Weston Paulson from Saint Ansgar is in lane 5. So a shout out to Weston, who ran a camera for a couple hours to start this night. Now he's going to participate in the track meet running the 200 here. Kid is willing to do whatever we ask him to do. Great kid there, Weston Paulson. Thank you for all you do for Saints TV to help make all this happen. In lane 6, Noah Brunsvold of Lake Mills in lane 7. It's getting late, folks, and we may get words confused here. Newman Catholic's Drew Crimmins in lane 7. And finally in section 2, lane 8, Aiden Stensrud of Lake Mills. So that's where we will pick this thing back up after what is going to end up being almost an hour delay because of lightning. They're getting people back out on the track. The stands are filling back up. And they get 15 minutes. I believe that's in the rule book as well. After that lightning delay, they get 15 minutes to get themselves back to warm and loose again, and we'll get this thing underway with, about 4 races in each division to go here. You guys get it troubleshooted back there? We got all the cameras back up and rolling?
We haven't even seen it running yet, and we know it's going to work.
That's fantastic. So we're going to be back to a, 4-camera setup here pretty quick. Never know what kind of angle you might get. You all right back there, Duke? It's been a night.
Oh,
and the production truck.
Yeah, oh, man. Yeah.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
My phone's
Thank
blowing up with people saying how awesome. Seriously, this is fantastic. How do you guys do this? So that's awesome.
I apologize.
Your phone blowing up? Serious?
I haven't been quick on the butt. I wish I was more in order when going through these, but man, trying to switch cameras.
Eric's in the background screaming, so I have no idea what he's saying, but I can just hear him screaming. I assume it's all positive. He's cheering for us, right? Saying, "Go, Duke."
It's your fault.
Oh, it's my fault?
Your phone blew up.
My phone blew up.
Oh. They thought it was lightning.
That's what it was. I gotcha. So the lightning delay was caused by my phone blowing up. I apologize.
Which
Duke only has 2 headsets on right now, so he doesn't feel normal. So he's putting a third on. There you go.
Yep,
Now he's
back
got
to normal.
back to all 3 headsets on. He's ready to help us get this thing underway. We've got the field event results scrolling, the previous event results scrolling across there on Saints TV. If you want to look anybody up in particular outside of those results, you can go to aatiming.com, aatiming.com, click on live results, and you can look up anybody's time or runners or anything like that. As we go throughout the night, Coach Rich Sherman with us here in the booth tonight again. We're excited to have him as we get back underway. As an athlete, we deal with this in baseball all the time, where we get an inning in and then you got to sit and you got to wait. And I tell you what, sometimes you get a whole different team after that delay.
Yes,
sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes it's a real bad thing.
A delay.
So what's your experience?
A delay like this really tests the discipline of the athlete, because he has to or she has to go through their normal warm up, just like they do at the beginning of the meet.
Right, 4 or 5 hours ago when you did the first time.
Exactly. You have to make sure you do some sprinting to get the blood flowing. I always relate it to like a drag race. They always roar that motor up before they go. They spin the tires.
Yep.
Well, that's to get the oil flowing. Well, the athlete has to do the same. They got to get the blood flowing.
You bet.
And so it's going to test the discipline.
So we have a whistle over here, Eric. I don't think we're far from getting this thing underway. I would guess less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, 1 minute 45 seconds.
Okay, 1:45 to go before we get this thing back underway. Yep, we are still in Open 2, so we only completed 1 heat of the Open 2 for the boys. So Jacoby Subject ran a 24.6. 24.6 for freshman from West Hancock, Jacoby Subject. He is the guy to beat through 1 race.
As we say, he's the leader in the clubhouse.
There you go. There you go. He's the leader in the clubhouse. I like it. When we talk through Heat 2, Saints TV contributor Weston Paulson. Who else can run a camera for a couple hours tonight and then go out there and run a 200 for the team? And probably jump right back on a camera when he's done.
Yeah, that's what makes him so good at running a camera, because he can't keep up with most of the runners out here.
That's right, because he has experience. He knows what it's like, right?
Got it.
So we have a crowd here.
And a really, really nice kid.
Yeah.
He really is.
For sure. For sure. We're lucky to have him. He's one of those kids that right away raised his hand when we said, hey, who here wants to be a part of this and help us? And Weston was early and often on that, and he helps run the junior high stream of basketball games. Those 3 did a great job. Section 2, we're back underway. Boys 200-meter dash brought to you by the Saint Ansgar American Legion. Section 2, which has Weston Paulson in it. Come on, Weston. Big W.
The big W.
The big W. West Hancock.
There it is.
South wind, and then the big W, it looks
Finish
like.
it.
Let's see if we got the
Saw
timing
some hands
system.
going
Yes,
up there. I don't know what that was.
Crimmins from Newman Catholic runs a 24.34. He wins that one. Dax sunk in second. Weston Paulson in third. Aiden Stensrud to Lake Mills finishes fourth, and Noah Brunsville to Lake Mills is fifth. That was Section 2 of 4, the boys' 200-meter dash. Section 3 coming right up. They're going to keep this thing moving now. So Section 3 of the boys' 200, brought to you by the Saint Ansgar American Legion, has Castino from Newman Catholic in 1, Wright from Belmont Clemmy in lane 2, Sage Sunken of West Fork in 3, Lorenzen from Northwood Kensett in 4, lane 5, Pletch from Belmont Clemmy, lane 6, Wellhausen from North Iowa, lane 7 is Ethan Frank of Northwood Kensett, and of Archer Winter, formerly of St. Ansgar. I believe he went to daycare with my Mason, who's also a freshman here in St. Ansgar. So, yeah. Archer.
You talking about
Archie?
Archie? Seriously?
Archie is running in lane 8 right here for
lane
North Iowa.
8. All right, we got to get Archie.
Archie. He probably doesn't like going by Archie.
I don't know.
He's
I have
probably
no
Archer
idea.
now. He's grown up now. He's in high
Clearly.
school, for goodness sake. So we'll see Archie here running in lane 8 from North Iowa. This is Section 3. The time to beat is 24.34. 24:34. Lorenzen, Northwood Kensett appears to be in the lead here as they head up the front stretch with 100 to go. Evan Lorenzen, Northwood Kensett.
Eric, did you get down to the finish line camera?
Evan.
I did. Is it not there?
Lorenzen, Northwood Kensett, wins Section 3 in a time of 24.66. 24.66. Sage Sunken of West Fork is second. Cale Pletch is third. And Braden Wright is fourth.
So
24:34 is still the time to beat. Drew Crimmins from West Hancock, from Newman Catholic, is the leader in the clubhouse here. Coming into Section 4 of 4, boys, 200-meter. Williams, Nashua Plainfields in 1. Bam. From Rockford in lane 2. Coop of North Butler in 3. Towsley in lane 4 for North Butler. Dylan Brum for the Saints is in lane 5. Grieve of Southwind in 6. David Smith of West Hancock in 7. And Bethke of Riceville in 8. Clayton Towsley's been hurt since the first St. Ansgar meet and has not run since then. So they grew an ACL in the lab and implanted that baby, I guess. Because his knee injury, at least it appeared to be a knee injury that night here in St. Ansgar, did not look good. So happy to see him back and participating here tonight. In the 200, he ran a blazing fast time that night of 22:75, the 11th best time in the state. Has not run since. We see him on the track here tonight. Dylan Brum for the Saints. Out front. Can he hold it? Dylan Brum, Clayton Towsley. Dylan Brum is going to win the 200-meter dash and advance to the state meet next week. Congratulations, Dylan Brum. He's been hurt all year, too. Looks like he's healthy.
What a start that kid had.
23.38 is the official time. Towsley finishes second with 23.9. Stroker Coop, 24.12. Charles Bam from Rockford finishes fourth, and Eric Grieve of Southwind is fifth. Congratulations, Dylan Brum. Yeah. That was fun. Fun to see.
I worked with Dylan here a couple days ago on starts, and I think we just saw the results of it.
I think it worked.
Yeah. Coming out of the blocks. He just blew everybody away.
Yeah, he was flying off the start there. His 0 to 60 speed is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. Girls 400-meter hurdles is next. 2 sections. Section 1, Ruiz Borg of West Fork, Nelson, West Hancock, Kaboshik from Southwind, Schoening of West Fork, Gray of North Iowa, Willie of Southwind, ignore that E, Potter of North Iowa, and Rederath of Riceville.
I ignore that E. I like that.
That's how I got to remind myself.
That's tricky, man. It's tricky.
That is tricky. So we got 400-meter hurdles, everybody's favorite race to run just in their pastime, right? When you got nothing else to do, you go jump over objects and try to run 400 as fast as you can. This one's tough. This one is tough.
Hurdles are 30 inches high, 45 meters to the first one, 35 meters between, 40 meters to the finish. Boys and girls run exactly the same distance, same hurdles.
Same height, right?
Same height. Everything is exactly the same. But it's a tough, tough event.
People who do this well have that kind of just gut. I'm gonna survive this thing. I'm willing to take whatever punishment. That last 40, after you get over that last hurdle, it just eats people up. Like you said, the grizzly bear jumps on your back.
And it's a big grizzly too. I can promise you that. Yeah.
There's a team scores on the top of your screen right now at home.
Team scores?
Updated.
Thank you for that.
St. Ansgar 109, Lake Mills 71. See it here on the screen.
The girls have a significant lead. The St. Ansgar girls do over Lake Mills. And the boys' race, it's become an all-West Hancock, although St. Ansgar's closing that gap here down to under 30. It was considerably over 30 here before the break, so we are chipping into that, but West Hancock leads the team race for the boys. St. Ansgar leads the team race for the girls. Girls, 2 heats here of the 400-meter hurdles. Looks like the runners are at their blocks. Schoening of West Fork in lane 4, as Coach explained earlier, means you've got the best seed time in your section or in your heat if you're running in that lane 4. She comes in with a 118.91 run earlier this year. Takes about a 111, low 111s probably to qualify in this one. Off and running they go. Down there at that end.
They'll be in the middle.
The
garage door's locked. Okay, I'll let them know.
Side door's open.
$400 hurdles, girls, section 1. West Hancock coach wanted to be famous on Saints TV, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
He found a way.
It takes a lot of courage to run this race.
It sure does. Guts.
Easy, criminy.
Here we go, coming down the backstretch. This is where that grizzly bear comes out of the woods.
It's there.
Lane 3, Kaboshek, south wind. West Fork runner Schoenig in second. Izzy Kaboshek, south wind, runs a 118.1. Alexis Grave, North Iowa, runs a 119.79. And Abby Schoenig of West Fork, 120.28. Potter from North Iowa and Willie, south wind, round out your top 5 here in section 1 of the girls' 400-meter hurdles.
You know what? In section 2, we have 5 runners within 1 second of each other.
Yeah, and here's what else is impressive about those 5 runners. That represents the 19th, 20th, 21st, 28th, and 29th best times in the year.
Yeah.
In 1A. So there is a whole lot of good stuff going on here in section number 2. No doubt about it. Section 2 of the 400-meter hurdles brought to you by Farm Bureau agent Brian Putney. Thank you, Brian. Lane 1, Chloe Costello, Northwood Kensett. Lane 2, Greeley of Riceville. Larry, Lake Mills in Lane 3. Brinkman in Lane 4 for North Butler. Lindsey Moore in Lane 5 for Northwood Kensett. Kenzie Peterson of the Saints in Lane 6. Sauer, Lake Mills in 7. And Lowe in Lane 8 for Nashua Plainfield. We talked about this. Those Greeley, Larry, Brinkman, Moore, and Peterson represent 5 of the top 29 teams in times in Class 1A this year.
Molly Winter says, you guys are doing amazing.
Should be
Archie
exciting.
gets called Archie by his little cousin still.
So he is still Archie somewhere.
There you go.
I love it.
Saints TV officially, he is Archie.
He is Archie forever here on Saints TV. So
Nicknames kind of stick around here, too.
They do.
They do. They stick with you a long time, even if you were 2 or 3, though, when you left town. We're still calling you that. Here we go. Section 2, girls, 400-meter hurdles. Brinkman and Moore from North Butler and Northwood Kensett put on a show last time. Let's see if they can do that again. Kenzie Peterson's not letting them get away.
Yeah, she's right there with them. What a race.
And then that's Larry from Lake Mills, I believe, on the outside is right there, too.
Man, that's a brutal race.
Yeah.
And this is where it gets really, really hard. That last 100. Here comes. We got Lindsay Moore for Northwood Kensett. Lindsay Moore, Northwood Kensett out front. And Lindsay does it again. Girls 400-meter champion, Northwood Kensett. Lindsay Moore runs a 108.46. 108.46. Greeley of Riceville runs a 109.33. Brinkman of North Butler a 110. Larry Lake Mills 111.37. And Kenzie Peterson finishes 5th with a 111.93. Again, there's 3 or 4 at least of those girls probably going to the state meet next week out of that race. Yeah. But Lindsay Moore gets the auto bid. Congratulations, Lindsay, another great hurdle race from her. Boys 400-meter hurdles brought to you by Farm Bureau agent Brian Putney. 3 sections here in the boys 400-meter hurdles. In Section 1, Caden Smith of Riceville, Levi Brandt of North Iowa, Gerholt of Nashua Plainfield, Living Good of Southwind, Mask from West Fork, and Ameline of North Butler. Watch Alex Ameline of North Butler. Has not run this race, at least for a time, officially, in an event this year. We know he's pretty good at the distance race, so he's probably pretty good at punishing himself. Let's see if that comes through in the 400 hurdles.
Got those 10 obstacles just in front of him.
You're right. We lost about half our crowd in that lightning delay. The stands cleared out after that, and so it's.
So hopefully they're home watching it on TV.
Right, that's right. Hopefully our viewership go up. Do we have 600 people watching now, Duke, back there?
I don't think it's 600.
Boys 400-meter hurdles. Section 1 of 3.
Boys back up.
So they got down but not set. The starter didn't like something, Rich. So what is that usually?
Yeah, he neither that or else one of the block holders was not there.
Gotcha. So they just kind of start over at that point. And
Yep.
Section 1 underway.
Both starters are really good. They're both of Dave Sunken and his son Chris. They both start in Drake Relays and the state meet. So, I mean, we've got top shelf starters.
That's awesome. And fairly local folks, right? Clear Lake,
Yes.
Mason City-ish,
Yes.
I think, if I remember right. So nice to have them. Nice to have them close, so we get good officials here to run our meets. That's Alex Ameline, I believe.
That's what I thought.
That might be the young man we said you might want to keep an eye on to see what his time looks like. He is absolutely crushing Section 1 here. Has not run this race for an official time this year. See how he handles the grizzly bear. So far, so good. Alex Ameline.
Wow.
North Butler. And Alex Ameline wins Section 1 of the 400-meter hurdles in a time of 101.73. 101.73, that's good enough coming in for about 7th place in this one. And he's running in Section 1 just because he didn't have time. So Living Good from Southwind comes in 2nd. Brandt, North Iowa. Gerholt, Nashua Plainfield 4th. And Mask of West Fork in 5th. Section 2, boys, 400-meter hurdles. Ramos Ramirez from Belmont Clemmy in 1. Vance of Riceville in 2. Lane 3, Lamb of Belmont Clemmy. In lane 4, Gomez from West Hancock. Lane 5, Lake Mills, Jeremiah Jensen. In lane 6, Steidel of Newman Catholic. Tufty in lane 7 from Northwood Kensett. And Noah Hansen of North Iowa in lane 8.
Unusual we don't have any seniors in that heat.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That is unusual.
Yeah. Got a couple of freshmen, 3 or 4 sophomores.
Section 2, 400-meter hurdles, brought to you by Farm Bureau agent Brian Putney. Thank you, Brian.
Brian's a great Saints fan.
Yes, he is. This is section 2 of 3.
I read you over.
He reads me over.
We're all reading you, Joe. We are all reading you.
Appreciate the vote of support there. I really do.
Sorry, that was meant for the camera crew.
Duke's got it.
He's literally, you guys don't believe us. He has 3 headsets on. You can go look at Facebook if you don't believe us, right? Or no, we put it on the stream. It's on the stream. The proof of the 3 headsets.
We could turn on his look at me cam right in front of me.
You know,
see it.
It might be fun to have like a little picture-in-picture. You have like an option to watch the Duke cam.
That would
on
be
the
fun.
Stream. It's like on ESPN The Ocho. You get to watch the.
One more headset. Put a GoPro in my head.
There you go. You need more equipment back there.
I got to probably run down and check out what one of those cameras is doing here soon. Anyway,
I texted Carson to see if he'd look at it, but I haven't heard back from him. So I could probably radio him like a normal human would.
Section 2 of 3, 400-meter hurdles for the boys underway. Gustavo Gomez, West Hancock, comes in with the best time in this heat. For perspective, his best time is about 2 seconds slower than Ameline ran it in section 1. Yeah. But he's moving well tonight if he can maintain that pace. Comes in with a 103.1 as his best time on the year. He's out front here.
Is that the official time? Does yours start with the... Oh, you started.
And
Gomez, West Hancock.
Wow.
Newman Catholics, Sam Steidel from lane 6. And on the inside there, that's Vance from Riceville. Newman, Riceville. 1-2 there. Sam Steidel, Newman Catholic, runs a 103.93. Kyle Vance from Riceville, 104.25 in second. Gustavo Gomez finishes third in 105.22. Jeremiah Johnson in fourth. And Kyson Lamb from Belmont Clemmy rounds out your top 5. We move to section 3. Boys, 400-meter hurdles. In lane 1, Landon Felsky, Nashua Plainfield. In lane 2, from Saint Ansgar, Max Bieland. In lane 3, Hunter Hillman of Saint Ansgar. Lane 4, Mitchell Smith, West Hancock. In lane 5, Trevor Despenis of West Fork. North Butler in lane 6 with Tucker Pakey. I have to think about that one. Pakey, thank you for your help with the pronunciation there. In lane 7 from Northwood Kensett, Justin Mills. And in lane 8, also from Lake Mills, Lance Helming. Your 2 Saints runners here are Bieland and Hillman in 2 and 3. Really, really tight race. Hillman, Smith, and Despenis, lanes 3, 4, and 5, are within about a half a second of each other with their best times on the year. So this should be a good one as it comes down to the end. Remember, we have a fairly good time posted here in that first heat.
Yeah, who's the leader in the clubhouse?
101.73, okay. 101.73. It should take about a 59 to win this thing, I have a feeling.
Should break a minute.
Mitchell Smith, West Hancock, lane 4. He has been an all-everything athlete for West Hancock for a long time. He's their quarterback. He's a great wrestler. I think he finished runner-up at state wrestling twice.
Yeah.
Just a guy that all gets everything done. Hunter Hillman Max Beeland have their work cut out for them for the Saints, but we got the stagger, so they're on the inside.
It's tough to know exactly.
They're gonna have to take advantage of this right here.
You can tell by when they go over the hurdle.
Mm-hmm.
Mitchell Smith.
And depending on how big the bear is, too. You know.
The bear.
Mitchell Smith, West Hancock, along with North Butler's Pakey. Trevor Despenis in second. Hunter Hillman in fourth. To the line we go. Mitchell Smith wins it. Mitchell Smith, West Hancock, with a time of 58.11. Trevor Despenis, West Fork, 58.21. Hunter Hillman runs a minute .73. Pakey runs a minute .8. That's his personal best. Mills, 101.6, finishes in fifth. Congratulations to Mitchell Smith, your winner, boys 400-meter hurdles, 58.11 officially. Next up, girls 1,500-meter run, sponsored by Wold Rim and Wheel. Wold Rim and Wheel brings you the girls 1,500-meter. 23 entries in this one, including 4 of the top 20 entries coming into tonight. We've got Cadence Huck from Nashua Plainfield, who's ran a 4:50 this year. That's the second best time in the state. Claire Zweibaummer from Riceville has the 6th best time coming in, and Lauren Hillsland of North Iowa has the 7th best time coming in. So we have 3 of the best 1,500-meter runners in Class 1A in the state right here on the track tonight. And Addison Volker of North Butler has about the 22nd best time coming in. So all kinds of talent here in the girls 1,500. Again, very likely 3 state meet qualifiers on this, or 3 and possibly 4 state meet qualifiers on the track in front of you right now.
And I got a little distracted there. This race is off, and I didn't see the beginning of it, but there'll be plenty of race to see.
Well, boys, I'm going to sign off.
Coach Sherman, thank you for joining us. Thanks for your expertise. We appreciate it. Thanks for all you do for our community. Coach Rich Sherman, 60 years coaching track, 58 of them here in St. Ansgar. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. What a blessing to have that experience here, that guy talking about track, the strategy, the experience, the stories. Aren't the stories fantastic?
You know, and one of those guys that's just been a pillar of this community for as long as, you know, no joke, he taught my mother algebra, taught me and my brothers and sisters algebra, and he's my freshman son's throwing coach on the track
That's
team.
hilarious.
It's like this is, you know, that's just cool. It's something that we get to experience here in small town Iowa that a lot of people don't get to experience. And I don't know, I think there's people, including people in my family, that think that's insane. Like, why is that a good thing? It's just, you know, everybody knows everybody, and I think that's a positive thing, something we get to experience here. So, anyway, shout out to Coach Rich Sherman for all he's done for this community. Those of you out there listening that think, why does this Sherman name sound so familiar? You may have heard of his son, Iowa quarterback Matt Sherman, who was the quarterback at Iowa, I don't know, 92, 3, and 4, something like that. That would be one of Rich's 4, I believe, children.
That's back in the 1900s.
Back in the 1900s, way back in the 1900s.
The camera was a little out of focus up there, but who is that in the front of the pack?
In the green shoes now, Cadence Huck. I believe she has pink shoes and green shoes. The green shoes come out for the mile here. Can't remember what she had earlier, but Cadence Huck, your favorite here in the mile, has the 2nd best time in the state. Won the mile, I believe, at the state meet last year. So she'll be looking to go down there to repeat this year. But first, she's got to earn her way there. Chased by Claire Zweibaummer from Riceville. Lauren Hillsland from North Iowa, and Addison Volker of North Butler. Appears to be your top 4. When they come to the line this time, they'll have 2 laps left. Cadence Huck brings them to the line here, and another half lap with 2 to go. So let's call it 2.5 laps remaining in the girls' 1,500 meter. Brought to you by Wold Rim and Wheel. Thank you, Wold.
Thank you, Wold. The battery was dead. Dead 45% when I plugged it in. Which wasn't. I just plugged it in. Oh, you did, okay. Duke Scoop is all over the place.
Now
he left his post. There's a camera battery issue, something. I don't know when.
He's going to fix that. Yeah,
he's going to fix that.
We were prepared for a 4 or 5 hour night. We weren't quite ready for the 6 hour endeavor that this has become.
A lot of the batteries, I'm really like, I get excited. There's a lot of these batteries that actually have a 6 hour battery life. It's like, you know what? That's just so liberating because it will last an entire track meet. Yeah, unless you have a lightning delay or 2 or 3.
Right, and then it turns out that's not quite enough.
You need more.
Cadence Huck, Nashua Plainfield, leads the 1,500-meter girls run here.
There's Cadence right there in the green shoes.
On pace to run sub 5 minutes here. She's in her last lap. Lauren Hillsland, North Iowa, makes the pass for second. Claire Zwiebaumer, Riceville in third. Addison Volker, North Butler in fourth. All 4 of them have a legit shot of making the state meet next week in this race. They're racing the clock now, right? If you're behind Cadence at this point, it's just a matter of racing the clock. As here comes Cadence Huck to the line. She's going to win the girls' 1,500-meter run here in Saint Ansgar. Cadence Huck wins it. In second, Zwiebaumer makes the pass of Hillsland. Can she hold her off? I believe she does. That's going to be a great finish there. Riceville in second. Hillsland from North Iowa in third.
So Cadence Huck, another state qualifying event. No surprise there.
Kendra Cruz is there. You can tell. Let's just go win this thing and get qualified.
Just got to get qualified. That's the only thing tonight.
My times are not loading here on the site, so as soon as I get those times, I'll get them to you. But we believe the order looks like this. Cadence Huck wins it. Claire Zwiebaumer, Riceville in second, and Lauren Hillsland from North Iowa finishes third. Addison Volker, North Butler finishes fourth. All 4, once I get you times, we'll kind of reveal or we'll talk about it, but I believe all 4 times have a shot. They'll be watching the returns tonight from home as they look to get in on time. If you get in Cadence Huck's district, it improves your chances of getting in on time. Coach Sherman talked about that when he was here. It's just that ability to go chase that down, go try to close that gap, and mentally makes you a little faster.
Yeah, it does. Good that those girls have each other to push each other, though, too, as far as racing the clock. Hey, Cadence, she gets the automatic, of course, but the remainder of the girls behind her, they're all based on time, and pretty great that they have each other to rely on that to push themselves. Duke, I wasn't sure how to. I thought you had I know you got a hot button on your clock there. I thought it was on your stream deck. Didn't see it.
Boys, 1,600-meter run is up next. Brought to you by Wold Rim and Wheel. 26 entries here in the boys' 1,600-meter run. We'll highlight a few of them for the Saints. It's Jace Schwiesau. Junior Jay Schwiesau comes in with his best time of 5:02. Lucan Knudsen is your other Saints runner. Comes in with a 5:13.87. Gavin Grunhob from North Iowa comes in with the best time of 4:36. The 12th best time in Class 1A this year, 4:36. North Iowa's Gavin Grunhob is the man to beat in this one. Ezra Ameline, we talked about Alex, who ran the 400 hurdles. This is Ezra, who just a freshman. He's your second seeded runner, and then Newt Rogney from Lake Mills right behind him. So should have a good race here as well. Still no times for those girls 1,500 meter run. We'll get that to you. There's been a little hiccup in the upload, I believe. As soon as we have that, we'll bring her to you. We know Cadence Huck won it with a time something around 5 minutes. I'm really more curious about what the other 2 times were so we can see.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
But for now, we're going to move on to the boys' 1,600 meter. There's Jay Suisau for the Saints inside. Starting in that inside lane. 26 runners, so we've got this waterfall start thing going on.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. So these guys are going to stay on the outside for a period, right?
Yes. See those cones that go around the turn there? I believe they have to stay outside of those until they get around to turn 2. Then there's a line where those cones stop, and then they can cut in. Somebody had to do some serious math.
Oh, they really did.
Coach Sherman was here. He'd be able to tell us how they calculated where they have to start versus everybody else.
Yeah, I agree.
And you can see the officials are watching that very closely, making sure nobody's cutting before their time. Lake Mills Rogny going to the front. North Iowa's Gavin Grunhove is your leader here. And turn 3, the boys' 1,600 meter run, brought to you by Wold Rim and Wheel. Another forever Saint Ansgar company, right? Another place that's been around, I don't know how long officially, but a very long time. Been a great member of this community.
Officially a very long time.
A very long time. Just like that high bar that they had to jump. This very long time is an official measurement. Grunhove from North Iowa. Rockney, Lake Mills, Ameline, North Butler. We got a bandana. We have a bandana sighting, ladies and gentlemen.
What does that mean?
South Winds, Abe Conway. I like bandanas. You look fast to me when you see the white there. That's kind of flashing. Looks a little bit like hair, but it's not. Yeah, it makes you quicker. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And if you wear it during basketball, you just drain every 3 you ever take if you have one of those on. It's facts.
Trying to keep my camera on it, but I can't seem to get a good focus. The bandana itself has an aura that just doesn't allow me to focus on it.
I understand. It's.
I got a good shot of it coming down the backstretch here, thanks to the turn 3 camera boys.
While these boys sort this thing out, let's get you those times from the girls' 1,500 meter run. Cadence Huck runs officially a 4:57.51. Zweebomber of Riceville runs a 5:02.26. Great run out of her. Lauren Hilsland, same. North Iowa, 5:02.32. And Addison Volker runs a 5:11.05. 5:11.05. If you were looking at this from last year, all 4 of those girls are easily into the state meet. Easily, by like 5 seconds into the state meet. If this was last year. It is not last year. So they will, don't sue me if they don't end up in there. But in my opinion, all 4 of those deserve it. How about that? And Ava Franzen, South Wind, with a 5:19 isn't going to be far off either. That will be fun to watch. It'll be interesting to watch those times as they sort themselves out. For now, it is Gavin Grunhove, North Iowa, stretching a huge lead. I think we can classify that as a huge lead in the boys' 1,600 meter over Newt Rockney of Lake Mills.
There's that gap, the lead you're talking about right there.
Come to the line here with 1 lap to go. About to start the bell lap here is Grunhove of North Iowa. Has the 12th best time in Class 1A in this event coming into tonight. Running a strong race. The boys 1,600 meters. Rogney. Lake Mills in second. 6th. Powered by the bandana is Abe Conway of South Wind.
You know, he was in 4th place when you first mentioned it.
See what I'm saying?
Pretty impressive. You're right.
I thought so myself. Ameline North Butler in 4th. Except he decided he didn't want to be in fourth anymore, so now he's in second. Ameline passes two guys as he heads into the last lap. He kicks it into high gear. It's all Gavin Grunhove, who's going to punch his ticket to the state meet next week here in the boys' 1,600-meter run. He's going to win it going away. He might win a 1,600-meter race by 100 meters. I think that's good.
That's downright impressive.
It's downright
that's
impressive. Look at this young man just kick. He is, and he won the distance med for him too. You don't forget that. You know what I mean? He's ran the 800 in that and killed everybody there too. Ameline with an impressive kick here to try to finish this thing. Rogney from Lake Mills in third, and Conway looks like he's going to finish in fourth. Schwiesow for the Saints. Hard kick here to try to finish this thing off. Jay Schwiesow trying to beat his best time of the year, a 5:02. He's going to be right at that. I would guess he's a 5:03, 5:04 finish there for Jay Schwiesow and the Saints. But your winners, Gavin Grunhove, North Iowa, with an impressive 1,600-meter run here tonight. 2 races remain, 2 relays to go, 4x1, 4x4.
Those are exciting races, Joe.
Should be a good one.
Speaking of exciting, we did manage to grab an interview during that race.
Can we hear it?
I'll play it right now.
Thank you.
I was waiting for the last kid to run across the line. Is that the last one?
Well, let's take a look. We got. Is this the last one, Joe?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me. And there you have it.
There you have it. Let's hear that fancy interview.
Okay, Riley, what races did you run tonight? Shuttle and 4x2. What were your places in your races tonight? Second and okay, what is your go-to track meal? A granola bar. Granola bar? What kind of granola bar are you vibing with? A chocolate chip. She's basic. Okay. I don't know any other quick stuff. What's the last question?
All right. Enough of that.
Kenzie Peterson, I believe, St. Stevie contributor. Kenzie.
Getting all the
Roving
kids
reporter.
involved.
Yeah, we're getting all the kids involved tonight.
Shout
We
out
love
to
it.
everybody.
Appreciate it.
We've had quite a few interviews from quite a few number of kids.
That's right.
From other schools across the district. I don't think I've been able to get all of them on the broadcast. We kind of had a little. That break was nice with the rain. I would have liked to have gotten more interviews on during that time, but we were rounding up cameras, making sure things were covered. And,
getting batteries replaced because this thing's taking 2 hours
this
longer.
is going longer than we.
Yeah,
exactly. Just trying to keep this thing on the air was quite a production here during that 30-minute break.
Yes, it was.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch. I know that there was some Coach Sherman stories shared while I was running my
You're
own
gonna have to
errands.
go watch. You got to listen to his 1972 state track meet story. He had a baby girl the night before, whose name changed while he was gone.
Oh, is
That's
that
the
right?
gist
No,
of the
see,
story.
I'm-
She was Julie when he went to the track meet, and when he came home to see her, her name was Sarah, and he couldn't find her because he was looking for Julie.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I love that story.
That's outstanding.
Bet Roofing brings you the girls 4x100-meter relay. Section number 1. There are 2 sections here. Rockford, North Iowa, Turkey Valley, West Fork, Riceville, and Newman Catholic here in Section 1. Uh-oh, we got what we call a false start. So we will be losing a team here in the girls 4x1 Section 1.
I had thought that I'd hit the button and then I had to restart it. I thought I messed it up, but it wasn't me.
Well,
Usually
maybe
it is me.
It's not possible they're restarting for you, is there?
That would be very kind of them.
Duke missed it.
Can
Hold
you
on.
help
Hold on,
me?
ladies.
Do you guys see which lane
I
is
don't.
no longer on the track?
I don't. I see 1, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't see where. But was 2 ever there?
There wasn't a 2 to begin with. I don't believe.
2 is
two is ever
supposed to be Rockford, and there's nobody in 1. So is that Rockford in 1?
No, there's somebody in 1. Right here.
But
Yeah.
there's nobody. I'm sorry. There's no one entered to run in 1.
Oh.
My sheet does not have a 1.
Got it.
But it has a 2.
Well,
maybe they're in the wrong lane.
That's what I'm wondering. That is definitely Rockford, and they're definitely supposed to be in lane 2. But that's okay. I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
I suppose as long as they're at the whatever colored triangle, right?
Grunhove wins the boys 1,600 meter with a time of 4:38. Traeger Pakey, that was not Ameline, that was Pakey. I knew that for North Butler. Runs a 4:46. I just wanted to test you guys out there. Newt Rogney
Yeah, well, I'd fail.
finishes 3rd, and Abe Conway finishes 4th. Section
Ay,
1,
ay, ay.
girls 4x1. This race is all about the handoffs, right? All about the handoffs. You got to be fast, plus you have to be good at handing it off. You have to do both.
Yeah, and this new camera I'm running, I'm having a tough time getting zoomed in on those handoffs. But I know
You're
we got
doing
some other
great.
views out there.
Turkey Valley, West Fork. Here comes West Fork, trying to catch Turkey. West Fork does just that. A great anchor leg out of Meyer as she makes that pass, and West Fork wins Section 1 of the girls 4x1 just ahead of Turkey Valley of Jackson Junction. West Fork runs a 55.27, Turkey Valley 55.39. That's how close that was. North Iowa, Riceville, Newman, and Rockford round out Section 1 of 2 girls 4x1. Girls 4x2, or 4x1, Section 2. I told you it's going to get late and words are going to get weird. Bet Roofing brings you the 4x1, Section 2, in Lane 1, Southwind. Lane 2, Nashua Plainfield. Lane 3, Northwood Kensett. In Lane 4, it's Lake Mills. Lane 5 is Saint Ansgar. Lane 6, West Hancock. Lane 7, North Butler. Lane 8, Belmont Clemmy. For your Saints, it's Mariah Michaels handing to Josie Jewell, handing to Emma Hall, handing to Ava Falk. So that will be your 4 for the Saints. Lake Mills has the second best time in the state in 1A coming in tonight with Liebig, Eastvold, Budak, and Eastvold.
The second best time in the state.
Listen to this. They've run this thing in 51.04. 51.04. That is fast. Wow. So you're in for a treat here. Lake Mills and St. Ansgar, your 2 teams. Northwood Kensett, by the way, they're way back there at 52-57. So I guess there's really 3 teams in this thing that should give it a run, and you can't count West Hancock out in any race tonight. They've won it from the 4th seed, I don't know, about 6 times here tonight. So should be a fun one. We have not seen West Hancock this year at many of our meets. We were scheduled to beat a couple together. I think both of them got canceled. They're off in the 4x1, Section 2 girls. Big stagger here, so you never know what you're going to get till that last turn. 1 lap around. Really nice carry there for Michaels. This is Jewel. Jewel gets to Emma Hall. Emma Hall appears to move the Saints into about 3rd. Chasing Lake Mills and Northwood Kensett. Anchor leg. Ava Falk has the baton for the Saints. But it's Lake Mills and Avery Eastvold way out front. North Iowa, West Hancock, St. Ansgar. Excuse me, that's Northwood Kensett in second. So Lake Mills runs away with the 4x1, qualifies for the state meet next week. Congratulations, Lake Mills, Liebig, Eastvold, and Budak. They run a 51.47. Northwood Kensett runs a 52.75. West Hancock 53.02. And St. Ansgar gets 4th, 52.07. 5/100ths of a second separates 3rd and 4th. Northwood Kensett's going to be very close in that one to getting in on time in the girls 4x1. Brought to you by Bet Roofing.
We
Boys,
love Bet Roofing, by the way. Thank you, Bet Roofing, for sponsoring Saints TV. Joe, on that last one, what's your thoughts on how close are they compared to last year? You get some pretty good last year stats.
Yep. So last year it took a 52.77 to qualify. They just ran a 52.75.
Wow.
So they should. They're like I said, they're about as close as you can get to being on that line. At least if you compare it to last year. The 24th best time this year in that race is 52.9.
Okay.
So they're absolutely in the discussion with an opportunity to qualify there. Is Northwood Kensett.
They'll be watching the clocks.
You bet. And the boys, 4x100 meter relay. 2 sections again. Section 1 is Newman Catholic, Northwood Kensett, Nashua Plainfield, Riceville, Turkey Valley, and Rockford. It takes about a 45 and a half here to get in. You're going to have to run under 45.5 to get in to the state meet on time. West Hancock has run the second best time coming in to tonight in 1A. They have this same group of boys, Peterson, Ford, Bixel, and Kelly, have qualified in the other 3 events they ran in, I believe. So why not make it 4?
Why not?
Will be
Why
their
not?
mission here. But first, we have to get through Section 1. One race remains. After this one, we go to the 4x4. After about an hour, I suppose, actual delay for a 30-minute lightning delay, this meet would have been over.
Yeah, it took them a little while to get back out here, and there was a second lightning that.
Right, we reset the clock
got
once.
The clock, yeah.
And then they get a 15-minute warm-up after that. So, yeah. They got it done as quickly as they could, but we did not need that little bolt of lightning. That kind of slowed everything down.
Sure did.
Section 1 here are the boys. 4x1.
Man, we got a race.
Turkey Valley, Nashua Plainfield, and Northwood Kensett.
Ooh, that was close.
That's going to be really, really close. Nashua Plainfield wins at 49-64. Riceville in second, 49-73. Northwood Kensett in third, 49.99.
Oh, my.
A third of a second or so between Nashua Plainfield in first and Northwood Kensett in third. Rockford fourth. Newman Catholic in fifth. 4x100 meter relay. Section 2. Brought to you by Bet Roofing.
Here's that finish.
By a nose.
Man, that's tight, isn't it? It's funny. I thought I could see it from here at this angle, but like looking at that, there's no way I saw it from this angle. But he certainly was carrying the momentum into that one, coming from behind.
Section 2, North Butler in lane 1, Lake Mills in lane 2, North Iowa in lane 3, West Hancock in lane 4, Saint Ansgar lane 5, Belmont Clemmies in 6, South Wynn in 7, and West Fork in 8. West Hancock's running Peterson, Ford, Bixel, and Kelly. As I mentioned, the 43.3 time is the second best time in 1A run this year. The
Green
Saints
light, over.
come in with a 45.49, but not run by this group. So they come in with the second best time, but with a couple of different runners in there. So it'll be interesting to see what Tyson Klein, Corbin Michaels, Joe Clevenger, and Max Beeland can do here in the 4x1. North Iowa with Lopez, Robertson, Norland, and Green Sky would be another team to watch in this one. But West Hancock is the team to beat. 4x1, anything can happen here. Handoffs, handoffs, handoffs.
Handoffs, indeed.
I know our boys spent all week working and trying to perfect these handoffs for this race because it's that important. Clean start, Tyson Klein. For the Saints, Peterson. Handoff there. Corbin Michaels. For the Saints, getting it to Joe Clevenger here. We've got ourselves a race, ladies and gentlemen. West Hancock. Followed by South Wynn. I believe Northwood Kensett West Hancock, Lake Mills, Southwind, something like that. West Hancock wins it 44.83. Lake Mills finishes second with a 46.01. 44.83 for West Hancock.
Negative. Oops, sorry.
West Hancock wins it. Lake Mills is second. Southwind, 46.31 in third. North Iowa in fourth with a 46.38. And Belmont Clemmy finishes fifth. As we head into the last race, let's get you a team score update. In the boys' race, West Hancock is running away with it. They lead it 124-89 over the Saints. And in the girls' race, the Saint Ansgar Saints are running away with it. They lead it 118-90 over Northwood Kensett. So your champions are going to be West Hancock in the boys and Saint Ansgar in the girls. Congratulations, ladies, on winning the district meet here in Saint Ansgar. Like I said, you get a nice trophy for that. Or a banner or something. Some piece of hardware. 4x4, the last event of the night. Brought to you by Saints TV and our Give Butter QR code there in the bottom left hand of your screen. If you want to donate to Saints TV tonight, we sure would appreciate it. Your donations keep this stream free. You can give butter there by scanning that QR code in the bottom corner of the screen. 4x4 girls, Heat 1, Section 1 looks like this. In Lane 3, Nashua Plainfield. Lane 4 is North Butler, and Lane 5 is Northwood Kensett. Chasing a time of 4:23. Probably got to be in that range, sub 4:24, to get it on time here in this race. The most exciting race of the night, the 4x4. This is Section 1 of 2, brought to you by Saints TV. Four times around. First runners with about 50 to go here. Coming to the line. It's North Butler. Northwood Kensett. Again, thanks to all the volunteers who are here tonight. Coach Sherman tells 62 community members here making this thing happen. Plus, I don't know, 15 people or so rotated probably through those concession stands here tonight to make all this happen.
Yeah,
pretty cool night. Pretty cool night to have the district track meet here in town and live on Saints TV. We appreciate all the support out there, everybody joining us.
Yeah, what an honor for Saint Ansgar to have that. Be able to host the conference last week, district this week. What a nice opportunity for Saint Ansgar.
Got a special interview for you boys once this is over.
North Butler leading this one, Section 1, girls 4x4. Runner number 3, I believe, on the track. I can't wait for the special interview. I'm all jacked up now. I'm all excited. Good.
Runners spread about the track.
This is Section 1, girls 4x4. Third runners are on the track. North Butler, I believe, is out front. Adelie Ramker We'll get the baton from Grace Pittenger here, who's running now. Peterson for Nashua. Bode for Northwood Kensett.
Fifth place, Belmont Clemmy. Fourth place, Saint Ansgar. Third place, West Hancock. Second place, Northwood Kensett. And the winner with a time of 51.47 seconds, Lake Mills. The runner for Lake Mills were Brittany Lieber, Reagan Eastberg, Mackenzie Budak, and Avery Eastberg.
North Butler leads Section 1 girls 4x4. Adelie Ramker on the track for her 400 for North Butler. Got a race for second. Northwood Kensett, Nashua Plainfield here. Nashua Plainfield's running Peterson. She's going to hand it to Bullion. And Northwood Kensett's Bode gets it to Hackemiller. Hackemiller makes the pass. Northwood Kensett moves into second. So it's North Butler, Northwood Kensett, Nashua Plainfield here in Section 1 girls 4x4.
We talked about this one being sponsored by Saints TV and Give Butter. That's just really special thanks to those of you who are watching from home that want to donate. 100% of the proceeds go back to the school. We also got a lot of businesses out there who've participated in helping making Saints TV possible that maybe didn't sponsor. I'll say get the sponsorship for the events themselves. Colbert Realtors, as an example. Excuse me. CB Brants, thank you for your support. We appreciate you guys contributing to Saints TV. Northern Iowa Co-op Athletico, Herd Insurance, Omnitel Communications. Thank you for your support of Saints TV.
North Butler wins Section 1 in a time of 5:05.57. The leader in the clubhouse at 5:05.57. Northwood Kensett finishes second. Nashua Plainfield in third. That'll lead us to section number 2, the girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, West Hancock running Johnson, Atchison, and Kuiper. No, I didn't stutter again.
I thought you did.
Isabel and Sophie Atchison are both freshmen, perhaps twins. We'll just say it boldly like we know. Twins running for West Hancock in lane 1. Lane 2, Lake Mills running Sauer, Larry, Thompson, and Budak. Yeah, Budak. Sorry, my eyes. I tell you what, I can wear contacts about 10 hours a day. I'm up to like 16 at this moment, and my eyes are about going crazy. West Fork in lane 3, not that you care about my eyes. Dickman, Wallace, Mayland, and Height Susan. I'm just trying to make excuses for like, my inability to read. St. Ansgar, lane 4, running Powers, Porsche, Anderson, and Bork. Lane 5, North Iowa, Job, Hoffman, Binkin, and Gray. In lane 6, Southwind with Conway, T-Scotter, Shimmick, and Phillips. Lane 7, Newman Catholic with Hare, Kelly, Pager, and Petrie. And in lane 8, Belmont Clemmy running Hobscheit, Walrod, McVeigh, and Swenson. North Iowa comes in with a 4:19. St. Ansgar with a 4:15. Coming in 2 tonight. So St. Ansgar, your favorite here. Lila Powers runs the first 400 here for your Saints.
This will be a fun one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race. The St. Ansgar girls have not been challenged often in this race. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of time they can put down with somebody to chase. We know what Becca Hoffman can do for North Iowa in that second leg. Seen her tonight be very impressive. They're running Job here. North Iowa is in lane 5. St. Ansgar with Powers. West Fork with Dickman. Lila Powers is flying.
She's on fire.
As per usual.
She really is.
Sheepers. Lila Powers running like Drew Powers angry. We saw that last week. Maybe little sister Lila Powers says, my turn to go run possessed. She is doing that. She has put in one heck of a 300. Can she finish it? Lila Powers leading everybody for the Saints in lane 4. North Iowa with Job in 5. Southwind with Conway. Saints. Porsche has the baton. Southwind in second. North Iowa third. Something like that. Again, with stagger, a little hard to tell. They can cut here, I believe. This runner can now cut once they hit lane 2. See a row of cones there that Porsche just hit. She can now cut down to the inside lane. It is Saint Ansgar, North Iowa. Southwind.
That thunderous roar you may be hearing is not thunder. It is Lila's dad screaming as loud as I've ever heard him scream at a track meet. He's been very vocal tonight with his kids running.
Fun to see.
Yeah, it is.
Amelia Porsche has the baton for the Saints.
She's got company.
And she has company. Becca Hoffman. Did we talk about her or what? Here comes Becca Hoffman. But Porsche fights her off. Gets the baton to Kinsey Anderson. Porsche does her job, hands it off. Saints have the lead. Kinsey Anderson takes off. North Iowa running Beankin, I think is how you say that. I have no idea. Let's just guess. Color good. It's late in the night. We're good with that. Good. Mayland, West Fork in third. I believe that's who that is in third anyway.
It's a battle up there in the front, guys. A battle in the front.
This is going to be a race. North Iowa pushing the Saints here. Kinsey Anderson and Beankin. St. Ansgar 1, North Iowa 2. West Fork 3. Kinsey starts to stretch that lead just a touch. Foot on the gas. Kinsey Anderson with 100 to go in her leg. She's going to hand it to the anchor. Natalie Bork's going to run the anchor leg here for the Saints.
Oh, I like Natalie anchoring this. I like Natalie anchoring.
Natalie's got the baton and a 20-meter lead. North Iowa in second, running Gray. West Fork in third. Running Height Susan. Natalie Bork stretches that lead.
Look at that lead.
Natalie is off to the races. And she's going to seal this one with 100 or with 200 to go. Nobody's catching Natalie Bork. 200 to go for the Saints. The 4x400 meter relay. Looking to wrap up a great night where they're going to win a district championship with yet another 4x400 meter relay championship. Sending one last event here to state. Natalie Bork powers her way up the front stretch. Congratulations, ladies. Lila Powers, Amelia Porsche, Kinsey Anderson, and Natalie Bork win the 4x400 meter relay here for the hometown Saints. Congratulations, ladies. North Iowa is going to finish second. Gray with a nice leg. West Fork.
Great
Southwind and Lake Mills. I think it's actually Southwind, then West Fork, then Lake Mills. It is. The Saints run a 4:15.33. 4:15.33. That's a new personal best for this team. North Iowa runs a 4:24 in second. Southwind gets third at 4:28. And West Fork fourth. Lake Mills rounds out your top five.
What a fun race to watch. Yeah. Always exciting. Of course, that's the last one. I think for a reason. I think they put the best one for me. I think they put that one in the best
butts
for
in
last.
the seats by saving that race for the end.
You got it.
All right, here you go. Interview as promised.
Good. I'm here with the Cadence Huck. How does it feel you can beat me in a race?
Good. I think lots of fun races. So.
Good. You start in your life.
I think I ran my first 5K when I was 9. But I probably ran before that at some point.
Okay. What activity did you do in recess?
I think swings a lot.
Swings set. Okay. Thank you for your time.
It's unfortunate the microphone was busting out a little bit, but
yeah, you get the point
I think
of it.
maybe got some water on it during that rainstorm. That
we might need to dry the microphone
mic out a little bit. But thanks for Cadence and I guess all the athletes that we've talked to tonight for playing along with our little show here. So. And for you viewers at home who stuck with us, 353 still on the stream.
That's awesome. It's all about the kids, right? And that's a great way to get everybody involved. And our kids here in Saint Ansgar have had a lot of fun with this, and I'm glad to see it's kind of spreading, right? Where we're
it really is.
We're getting kids from other communities wanting to jump on and be a part of Saints TV. Like I said, Mitchell Smith from West Hancock was at our prom. Was the date of one of the Saint Ansgar ladies, and he played along with us. We had a little fun with him, and it was very nice of him to be a willing participant in our prom stream. If you haven't seen that, go check that one out too. As we said, once it's on the internet, it's forever. So it's out there. Boys 4x400 meter relay, section number 1 of 2 here. Northwood Kensett, Southwind, North Butler, and Newman Catholic. This is Peterson for Northwood Kensett, Franzen for Southwind, Ameline, Alex Style for North Butler, and O'Connell for Newman Catholic.
That was a classic little clip during the pre-Grand March. You, Joe, having a conversation with a lot of the kids. But,
yeah, we had fun with that.
Well, these guys are running. I want to thank Al's Electric for being a Saints TV sponsor. Thanks, Al, to you and your crew. Enterprise Journal. If you don't get the Enterprise Journal and you live in Mitchell County, well, shame on you.
Because they got it all, right? We've got Riceville, we've got Osage, you've got St. Ansgar. If you live here, your town's covered.
Yeah, it is the Mitchell County newspaper. They do a great job over there.
Southwind in the lead here, running T. Scotter. Northwood Kensett with Dunkerman, Paakey for North Butler, and Vasky for Newman Catholic. Southwind, North Butler, Northwood Kensett, Newman Catholic here in Section 1 of the 4x4. Third runners getting the baton now. That would be Landon Nelson for Northwood Kensett, Barton Franzen for Southwind, Anderson for North Butler, and Klatt for Newman Catholic. What a night this has been. Thank you guys for making all this happen. I get to do all the talking. You guys got to do all the hard work. I appreciate everybody being a part of this and making it happen. What a fantastic first year of Saints TV made possible. You know, like Eric's fantastic idea to say, you think we could do this? You think we could pull this off? And to set it all up and make it happen. And Travis Charleston, or Duke Scoop, as you know him, joined us here in football season, and just kind of the whole thing went to a whole nother level from a technical, graphical, fun standpoint. And man, this has been a lot of fun. Can't wait to do this for years to come. So thanks for joining us tonight. Obviously, one more big race to go, but as soon as that 4x4 is over, I know you're all going to click the power button. So we had to get our thank yous in there.
You got it. Speaking of thank yous, Gordy's Repair of Stacyville. You know, I think they got a Gordy's guy here in the booth. Just a couple doors down from us.
If you come to a Saint Ansgar event and you hear a voice over the loudspeaker, that is the voice of Gordy's, Mr. Glenn Simeote himself. So not only do they support lots of Saints activities, they give their time and come here and be a part of this.
Check this out here. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but what's going on here? This is the last lap, right?
This is.
We
have
got
a
some
race.
Ground being gained.
Ort for Southwind out front, then Bice, Pitzenberger, and Steidel for North Butler, Northwood, and Newman Catholic. Respect. Southwind, the power of the bandana.
There it is, the bandana at work.
Ort, senior, going to win Section 1 for Southwind. North Butler second. Northwood Kensett third, and Newman Catholic fourth.
Special thanks to Cedar Summer Stock Theater for your support. By the way, it's almost Summer Stock Theater time. College kids are getting out. They're about ready to get that thing rolling. That's a pretty cool thing they do here in Saint Ansgar and Osage. I'll say Mitchell County in general. Government Farm and Homes, thank you for your support. Jendro Sanitation.
The dew is setting in here in Saint Ansgar. You notice that? Look at the football field. It is all of a sudden changed colors because it's so wet. Very damp day here in North Iowa. Speaking as a crop insurance guy, I really appreciate the rain. We really needed it. We got enough for just a little while. Not a long time, but a while. Like maybe give us like 10 days, maybe 14. Let's get this crop in, and then it can rain again. How's that sound? I'm going to put that into the ether so it happens.
Yep.
You good with that?
Oh, yeah.
Where would St. Stevie be without this guy?
Right? Mr. Devin Schwiesow. What would you call it? He's our link to the stream team, to the Mac Lab, to the students inside. He helps make this all happen.
He's the key to him. I mean, he's downright the key. More than the link, he directs these kids, makes a lot of this possible. I'm bugging him all the time. Hey, bring us some equipment. Hey, bring us some kids, and he obliges every single time with a smile. Although I'm sure, like everyone else, he's a little irritated with me from time to time. But
No.
You never know. You never know it. Not your average Joe. You never know it.
Here we go. Last race of the night, the boys 4x400 meter relay brought to you by Saints TV. In lane 1, Belmont Clemmy. Lane 2 is Lake Mills. Nashua Plainfield 3, West Hancock's in 4, North Iowa's in 5, St. Ansgar's in 6, Turkey Valley's in 7, and West Fork is in 8. West Hancock, 4th best time in the state coming into tonight, but with Kellen Smith, who is unable to run tonight. So they've got a due to injury. So they've got somebody else running in his place. We'll see how that impacts this race. North Iowa has the 23rd best time coming into tonight, and then Nashua Plainfield and St. Ansgar directly behind those two. So we've got what appears to be a 4-team race, at least on paper. Lake Mills is going to try to put themselves into that conversation and make this a 5-team race. Should be a good one. This is Johans for Belmont Clemmy, Reneker for Lake Mills, Smith for Nashua Plainfield, Peterson for West Hancock, Green Sky for North Iowa, Daniel Sutcliffe for the Saints, Caden Schmidt of Turkey Valley, and Sage Sunken, basketball extraordinaire, Sage Sunken for West Fork. Daniel Sutcliffe off to a great start here in the 4x4 for the Saints. Would say he's got the lead for the Saints as they turn 3 with 100 to go. West Hancock and Peterson have something to say about that. It's West Hancock, St. Ansgar, Turkey Valley, West Hancock, Turkey Valley, St. Ansgar, North Iowa, all right there. I would say darn near dead heat. West Hancock's got the slight advantage at this point. Second 400 runner on the track for the Saints. That's Dylan Brum. Dylan Brum, who'd been hurt all year, really just got healthy. Ran a great 200 tonight to qualify for the state meet. He's chasing Evan Ford for the Eagles in West Hancock. Jace Hansen for Nashua Plainfield. Jackson Potter, North Iowa. We have ourselves a race. This is going to be a fun one.
Yes, it is. Look at this.
Okay. Dylan Brum for the Saints. Going to hand it off to Tyke Remster, who's had himself a great night. West Hancock, North Iowa, St. Ansgar, Nashua Plainfield. There's your top 4. Dylan Blanchard for Nashua Plainfield. Tyke Remster for the Saints. Hillisland for North Iowa. And Mitchell Smith for West Hancock. Mitchell Smith is out to a huge lead here in the 4x4. Tyke Remster makes the pass on North Iowa to pull the Saints into second. Nashua Plainfield falls back to 4th. Tyke Remster, speaking of healthy, he's been fighting a little injury as well, and he looks like he's healthy.
Sure does.
For the first time in a couple of weeks. Great leg from Tyke Remster.
He's gaining some ground on this one.
Tyke Remster's reeling the young man from West Hancock in.
Good handoff.
Drew Powers for the Saints. I believe this, they must be out of order on my sheet. I believe this is now Mitchell Smith. Mitchell Smith for West Hancock.
Ooh, Powers looks like he's catching him.
Powers is catching him. North Iowa in 3rd, Nashua Plainfield in 4th. Mitchell Smith must have heard you say he was catching him. He kicks it up a gear and he looks to try to maintain that. But here comes Drew Powers again, closing that gap one more time. 200 to go. The boys 4x400 meter relay. It's West Hancock, Saint Ansgar, North Iowa, Nashua Plainfield, your top 4. West Hancock, Drew Powers, closing, but can't catch him. West Hancock is your 4x400 meter relay champion for the boys. Saint Ansgar finishes in 2nd. Nashua Plainfield in 3rd. North Iowa finishes 4th. Nice leg out of Titus Evans there, and Nashua Plainfield. West Hancock runs a 3:34.44. Saint Ansgar needs to be in the 3:36 range.
3:37.03.
Runs a 3:37. That's going to be very, very close. Nashua Plainfield 3rd at 3:39.51. What a great night of track here in St. Ansgar. We talked about the talent on display here tonight out of all 15 schools. Fun to see. Thanks again to everybody who helped make year 1 of Saints TV possible. We appreciate you joining us. Eric, did we hit all of our sponsors tonight?
Over.
I think we did. Let me just double check that.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Travis. If you've got
No, I'm talking to the camera crew.
I didn't know if they had something else.
Let's talk about that because we have not done that. Carson, Sparrow, Weston, Paulson.
Who else we got?
Chewy.
Cheesy.
His
Saints TV name is Chewy.
Shout out to Slam and Sammy.
Slam and Sammy.
We kind of threw him to the fire tonight.
We did, and he did a great job. Fifth grader running one of these cameras here tonight.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, great job.
Just everybody, like you said, that we've asked to jump in and help has done that, and we couldn't do this. Like I said, a lot of times the three of us get to be the face of this thing, but there's a lot of people that are making this happen behind the
back,
scenes.
hopping on, doing interviews all night.
Yeah, we had our guest interviewers,
Mully.
Kenzie Peterson, Mully.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just everybody out there having fun with this thing and making it happen. A great night of track here in St. Ansgar. The boys' race won from a team perspective by West Hancock. The girls' race won by your St. Ansgar Saints.
Yeah, all in all, I was really impressed with how the students did tonight. It gave Duke a lot extra to do when they're kicking, hey, I got an interview, got an interview. As a matter of fact, I see a camera following the kids back in right now. That might be entertaining if we could. We probably can't hear it, but hey, one more thanks. We're going to just shout out to everyone here. Like the credits running at the end of a great movie. We felt this is a great season. Thank you for all of you. Al's Electric, American Soy Organics, Beeland Ag Risk Services, Bet Roofing, CB Brandt's, the Enterprise Journal, Farm Bureau Financial Services, Farmer State Bank, Focus Insurance Team, Gordy's Repair and Implement, Johnson Oil, K2 Agronomy, LR Falk Construction, Milkhouse Candles, North Iowa Area Community College, St. Ansgar State Bank, Varsity Bound, Wold Rim and Wheel, Colbert Realtors, Cedar River Complex, St. Ansgar Mills, The Bridal Theater, Mitchell County Fair, Omnitel Communications, North Iowa. Where's that North Iowa Area Community? You guys, double thanks to you guys. Cedar Summerstock Theater, thank you. Mitchell County Home, Health and Public Health, Wold Wheel and Rim, Govern Farms and Homes, Northern Country Co-op, Athletico, Herd Insurance, Omnitel Communications, Jendro Sanitation, thank you. Dietrich's Complete Lawn Care. Realty One Group, Black Diamond, Suckup Manufacturing. We've just had a lot of great sponsors. Thank you, everyone, for sponsoring us this year. There are going to be some kids coming around as part of the stream team that will be coming around looking for sponsorships for next year, which really starts. We got a scrimmage tomorrow night. We'll be heading into
tomorrow night?
baseball games here real soon, so this will be fun. I don't know if you're recording or if they're actually trying to run live down there, Duke. I apologize if I'm talking over them.
No. Maybe they are.
Should we find out?
In?
Let's do it. Let's
listen in.
For the results of the boys 400-meter relay, 8th place, Belmont Fleming. 7th place, North Butler.
Don't know if their microphone's on.
5th place,
They think it is because it sure looks like they're interviewing Hunter Hill.
What's up, brother? And it went black.
they decided they better shut it off.
With that, we bid thee farewell from Season 1 of Saints TV. Thanks for joining us. Hey, by the way, there's going to be some state track qualifiers that you'll get to watch. When is that?
starts next Thursday. Thursday, the state track meet starts, runs Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We'll post some links on our Saints TV Facebook page to direct you where to go to follow along. You can watch the stream free, I believe, from State Track. And so we'll show you some links to that. We may even have some special content live from State Track. More details to come this week. Thanks for being a part of this. We couldn't do it without everybody being here and supporting Saints TV. What a great night and a great track season. Congratulations to all the athletes here from Saint Ansgar tonight.
Live from State Track. That sounds exciting. Thanks for joining us. Until some other time. I guess you got the control of it when we get to sign this thing up.
We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when. Good night.